Hello to all my dear followers and be welcome to the channel. First of all, I want to wish you everyone a great weekend. Secondly, I want to welcome you to a new romance fanfic on the channel. So today we're gonna start with the first season of the fanfic. What if Naruto was designated to protect Konan and end up falling in love with her? Just a quick note. This fanfic has a close ending, so if you want to see all the seasons, don't forget to give your like, give your comment, and subscribe for more seasons. So, we're gonna start with the first season of this fanfic.
Chapter 1 Survivor. I understand, Naruto. Nagato wheezed, looking at the blonde-haired ninja. Nagato's body lay defenseless in front of the Konohinin, moving up and down from light breathing. Naruto looked at him sternly, quickly going through everything that went on in his mind. After hearing Nagato's explanation for his doings, Naruto knew what he was going through, but the Konohinin knew that it was the wrong way to go about the situation. Naruto finally broke Nagato's outer shell. That is why I have decided on a few things. Nagato returned. I will revive everyone I've killed recklessly. But before I do that, there is something you need to know. Naruto gazed upon the nearly lifeless man, now curious as to what the Reinin had to say. Konan looked at her friend as well, keeping quiet so she would not interrupt him. Her face was solemn, but unsure of which emotion she needed. There are things about your family that you don't know. Things that were so dangerous that most of your relatives were killed in order to prevent chaos, Nagato croaked. He looked at the boy whose facial features softened from confusion. The truth is, your family held a very powerful bloodline trait, Naruto. This trait was so deadly that during the Second Great Shinobi War, everyone made an attempt to kill them. Well, if they're all dead, then how does that relate to me? The blonde nin bluntly asked. Nagato looked down at the boy and then curled his lips upward. Two of them survived the war, Naruto. The leaf nin widened his eyes upon that response. Why, you mean, my father was a survivor? Nagato slightly chuckled, which followed by a hacking cough. Once he settled down, he continued. No, Naruto. Your mother was the one who survived. My mother? Naruto questioned. Nagato received glances from both Naruto and Konan, but merely shrugged them off with an indifferent composure. Yes, Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki was a survivor from the Shinobi War clan massacre. Her abilities were unawakened during the time of the massacre, so no one could tell her descent. She then moved to Konoha to hide from the killings and turned herself into a Konoha ninja. Naruto nodded at that, but then he realized something. Wait, if two of them survived, then who is the other one? Nagato looked at him with his breathing still ragged from chakra consumption. Then he dropped the seriousness that etched across his face to let out the gentlest smile he could muster and replied, I am Naruto. Both Konan and the blonde-haired Jinchuriki face faltered at the Rinnegan wielder. What? Nagato? Is this true? Konan asked the red-headed man, who willingly shook his head in compliance. Yes, Konan. Naruto is my little cousin. The Konohinin didn't know what to say about all of this new evidence. Everything he knew about himself and his heritage brought itself into a new light. All he did was drop to his knees and bang his hand on the floor. A few tears shed from his face, followed by chants of why and I can't believe it. Obviously from the sudden realization that had taken place. Don't be sad, Naruto. It was supposed to happen this way. Naruto looked up at Nagato with teary eyes, who gave him a comforting smile. He then got back up and wiped his face with his sleeve, feeling as if a boy shouldn't cry. Oh, so that's why you wanted him last. Is that why we never caught him as well? Konan asked, unsure of the situation. Nagato shook his head in agreement. That, and because Naruto is just so powerful. A slight snicker escaped his lips. Any information received about Naruto, I simply destroyed. I didn't want my cousin treated like some animal, like he had been treated for most of his life. Naruto's eyes widened again at the statement. That's right. I have been watching you ever since you became a ninja. I've watched you grow into what you are today, and to say I'm impressed is an understatement. For a while, I thought you would have rebelled, but you kept your head held high. I guess that's something I envy about you. The redhead lowered his view from wandering eyes and softly continued. That is why, before I go, I have something to give you. Approach me, Naruto. The Konohinin was wary, but did as was told by taking reluctant steps closer to the man. Naruto heard a soft click on the left and right arm braces that held Nagato's hands. His arms trembled weakly as he tried to release them from the arm cuffs. Finally, he extracted his hands only to have them flop to his sides. The blonde ninja climbed onto the mechanized, four-legged vehicle getting within reach of the Rinnegan wielder. Nagato smiled at the boy before him as he lifted his arms. He brought them up in great difficulty, placing his thumbs on both cheeks underneath the eyes of the Konohanin's face. He then placed both his index fingers and middle fingers on Naruto's temples, gaining full attention of the boy. This may hurt a little at first, but it will go away in a moment, Nagato assured him, only to get a frightened look from the leaf ninja. The redhead then closed his eyes and began chanting a mantra, producing a lavender chakra through his fingers that seeped into Naruto's skin. Not even a moment later, the blonde ninja began screaming in agony. Gaiak! Naruto choked out as the mantra continued. More chakra dispersed through his fingers as Nagato proceeded with the chant, which made small steam formations begin to appear around said fingers. Naruto closed his eyes as a burning sensation swept through his entire body. He felt like he was in his own personal hell as fire seemed to invisibly consume the boy, making all of his nervous system react to the painful feeling. This lasted for another few seconds before, finally, Nagato released his grip, in turn making Naruto fall to the floor with steam protruding from the Akatsuki's former finger placements. The Konohinin made several attempts to vomit, but never succeeded as the feeling died slowly. Naruto fought to get back up by fumbling a few times on his feet, but managed to reach full height again. His eyes stung to the degree that he had to keep them shut for the time being. A minute or so passed as Nagato started up again. All right, Naruto, you can open your eyes now. The blonde-haired boy opened them and blinked a few times before fully focusing again. Nagato looked at Naruto and gave him a slight smile in confidence. I have awakened your ability, the ability of the Rinnegan. It is not a full Rinnegan because you have not mastered it yet, but I don't see a problem with you increasing it to its fullest potential. Naruto looked at his reflection on one of the metal braces and realized that 2 violet rings had replaced his irises entirely. The scene caused him to jump back in amazement, in turn making him stumble over his own feet. Nagato started talking once Naruto jumped up to his feet again. Yes, your eyes have turned to Rinnegan, but it's never permanently that way. You can turn it on or off whenever you use it, sort of like the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. The blonde nin shook his head as the Rinnegan faded into his normal ocean blue eyes. Konan was speechless. The boy who had fought against them for so long was, in actuality, Nagato's cousin, another holder of the Rinnegan. Nagato must have full trust in this boy. I have never seen him like this before, Konan thought as she gazed upon the two. A few minutes passed as Nagato finally spoke up. Naruto, I am sorry about what I have done. Hopefully you will use the Rinnegan better than I have. The blonde-haired ninja looked at Nagato and then gave him a sad smile. By the time I have revived everyone, I will hopefully have moved on to a better place. My own peace. Wait, no, you can't die, Konan shouted as she watched the man prepare himself. He looked at her solemnly, as if he was contemplating something, then gave her a happy glare. It has to be done, Konan. I was foolish. I killed thousands of people trying to find an answer. Now I am paying for my actions. No, please, I need you. I'll have no one left if you're gone. She returned. Naruto, Nagato called to him, completely ignoring his friend. The blonde Jinchuriki met the operator's gaze. Take care of Konan for me. Naruto nodded his head and watched as the Rinnegan wielder made a few hand signs to pour the rest of his chakra into the move. It took well over a minute before they witnessed Nagato's body go limp and all signs of life fade. Naruto sighed as he recalled everything that occurred previously. His very last family member died before his very eyes. A family member he never even knew he had. It brought on a feeling of remorse, which caused him to stifle tears by blinking a few times. Konan lay silent as she took in the information as well. Her best friend of many years revealed evidence that she never knew or didn't bother to put the pieces together. How could she have missed it? How could Nagato not tell her something of this importance? They were friends, right? I do remember something that happened when we received data regarding the Ninetales. She looked at the blonde ninja falling into a not-so-distant memory. Flashback. Pain held himself primarily in the desk room of his house in Amigakure, assorting papers and scrolls alike on whereabouts of Jinchuriki and other information such as conditions of other villages and teammates of the Akatsuki. His office was rather dark, only lit up by a small lamp to his left. Bookshelves littered his office with hundreds of books old and new, and he had one massive wall-sized window looking out into the entire village. He came across the two-tailed Jinchuriki report and began glancing through the scroll, looking for keywords containing any clues to her whereabouts. A knock rapped on his door, followed by a grunt from Pain signaling entrance to his office. Pain Taishu. Konan asked the orange-haired Akatsuki. Speak your matters. He replied, busy looking over the scroll. I have information regarding the Ninetales Jinchuriki. She returned, pulling a scroll from a pouch underneath her cloak and placing it on his desk. Pain widened his eyes, placing them on the scroll. The Ninetales. He reached his hand, laying it upon the wrapped paper. Then, with a swift motion, he opened the scroll. This was the first information he received of the Ninetail Fox, so he wanted to read it as quickly as possible. Information came in the following report. Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, age 12 years old, Demon Kitsune, hashtag of Tales, total of 9, village of origin, Kanahagakure, last known location, Kanahagakure. What? No, it can't be. He looked over it and then over it a second time, a third time, even a fourth time until it finally sank in. Uzumaki. The name dripped from his tongue in astonishment. He hadn't heard that name in nearly 13 years, and to say he was shocked was a poor choice of words. He was speechless. Another Uzumaki is still alive? Another Uzumaki? He mused to himself. He had received word of Kushina's death, but never knew she bore a son, much less a son that now possessed the Jinchuriki. Is something wrong? Konan, confused in the situation, asked her longtime friend, only to receive a sharp glare from Pain. Send for Itachi immediately. Konan felt paralyzed from the sudden outburst for a second, only to shrug it off and disappear into paper. She appeared with Itachi moments later, who gave Pain a silent stare. Itachi, there is a matter that has to be handled with utmost importance. The Uchiha still seemed unfazed while quietly eyeing the head Akatsuki. Continue. There is a boy from Kanahagakure that possesses the Kyubi. I'm sure you have knowledge about the layout of Konoha. Itachi lightly nodded. That's why I need you to keep a full eye on this boy. Any new information you receive comes directly to me. I don't want anything happening to him. I want to be the one to face him. I'm sure you have an understanding as to why I'm doing this. The Uchiha raised a slight eyebrow from the barely noticeable signals the Akatsuki leader was gesturing. Konan didn't notice them, but Itachi very well did. He knew exactly what Pain was talking about, as if it were a mutual feeling that no one else could understand. Understood, Pain Taishu. And with that, the Uchiha disappeared by Shunshin. The orange-haired Akatsuki sat back down at his desk, unaware that he got up from his seat to relay the message. Konan looked at her friend, unsure of what was going on in his mind, but she knew that deep down something was troubling him. They've known each other for a long time, so it's not as if anything Pain does would go unnoticed by her. Feeling she needs to find the underlying cause of the situation, Konan decides to ask him. Pain? She asked him with uncertainty in her voice. What is it, Konan? The Akatsuki head returned. She walked a little closer to him and held her weight on her palm to his desk. Is there a problem with the Ninetales? You seem hesitant. He stopped immediately what he was doing, which startled her slightly. Everything's fine, Konan. No need to worry. He's just the strongest one is all. He gave her an assured smile, but she wasn't buying it. You think you can hide it, but I know there's S-. Everything's fine, Konan. He shouted with more force than he wanted, which made the paper angel wince from the sudden noise. Well, if you ever need anyone to talk to, I am here, Nagato. She told the man while giving him a sad look. I know, Konan, I know. Pain replied breathlessly. He got up, walked over to the wall-sized window, and began looking out into the rain as if something was there. It seemed like he wanted to talk about it, but he just didn't have the heart to. Konan could feel his sadness radiating from him. She knew something was hurting inside of pain, a new anguish that made him second-guess a couple of things. Maybe it was something she could help with. They have been friends since they were kids, so there shouldn't be anything that they couldn't tell each other. However, there was something that he didn't want to reveal to his friend, which left her slightly confused. Finally, she concluded that nothing else said could change his mind about it, so she asked one final question. "Need me for anything else, Pain Taishu?" She asked reluctantly. "You're dismissed," he called. "Yes, sir," the purple-haired Akatsuki responded, walking out of the door. She turned her head one last time to look at Pain, who was still gazing out into the rain-filled city lost in thought. She then lowered her head slightly and softly closed the door. End flashback . After she remembered that, she felt like a total idiot. All of that time she had to figure it out and she felt completely oblivious to it. Then her gaze turned back to Nagato. Her friend from umpteen years was dead. Her last friend from the trio, which now consisted of one, was dead. The realization finally hit her. Then, for the first time since the war, she began to cry. She slumped to her knees and pushed her hands to the floor. A tear or two rolled from her cheeks as she continued to lightly sob. She didn't know what to do anymore. Her friend Nagato was head of the organization ever since Yahiko died. She could continue as leader, but there was no reason to continue a society that had no purpose anymore, since the previous owner defected himself before he passed on. She sobbed even more each time she thought about his death. Naruto watched her sulk in her own misery and started to feel sorry for the lowly Reinin. He didn't know what to do for Konan since she was once the enemy, but something told him that deep down inside, she too was human just like him. He walked over to her, feeling the need to console her because he has been there before and he knows how it feels. Then she began to shout hysterically, "Keep away from me!" She began worming her way to get farther from him. "Konan, I understand how you feel." "How dash? Shut up. You understand nothing." That last word had so much disgust in each syllable that it spat from her mouth like acid. Naruto tried to move closer, but she still wormed even farther until she reached a wall, continuing to sob with her face turned in an angle that blocked Naruto's view to see her cry. "Stay away!" Konan yelled, making Naruto wince. He knew she really didn't want him to keep away from her, but she really wasn't the type he would just up and hug either. He didn't know her too well, but Nagato did tell him to take care of her, so he went for second best. "You think I didn't cry when Jiraiya-sensei died? I don't think that pain will ever go away. Jiraiya-sensei was my godfather." He began to feel enraged the more he thought about it. It was something he wanted to get off his chest for a very long time. He could not believe he was actually saying it, but there he was on autopilot, speaking whatever his heart felt now. "He taught me almost everything. I wouldn't be alive right now if it wasn't for him." She still sobbed on the wall, not saying a word, which made Naruto vent even more. He slapped his hands on his face from the frustration, then screamed, "I just killed my cousin. My last family member I will ever know is dead. I'm alone just as much as you are, damn it." He then kicked a stone across the cave, making it ricochet from the wall until it landed several yards away. After that response, Konan looked up at him. Naruto was actually crying again, but his face wasn't sad. No, he had an enraged air about him now, something she had never seen before, which frightened her a bit. Try living with no family your whole life and knowing everybody hates your guts. It'll give you a good kick in the teeth. That scenario seemed familiar to her. Then she remembered Nagato and his life. The sudden revelation brought Konan wide-eyed again. Nagato and Naruto weren't too much different. Nagato lost his parents in the war when he was young. The Rinnegan he had made people shun him for what he was. Then she reviewed Naruto. From what she knew, his parents died when he was a baby and everybody shunned him for the QB sealed away inside of his body. Her mouth then dropped open upon that fact. "You're right." "Huh," Naruto responded. He didn't think it would stick to her this quickly, so it threw him for a loop. "You are absolutely right, Naruto Uzumaki." She got up from her position using the cave wall to prop herself up from the floor. She wasn't crying, but the tear stains and running mascara proved she did at one point. There are people who have suffered far worse than I have. I shouldn't embarrass myself with such trivial things. She then wiped her face with her palms to remove the emotional stains that covered her cheeks. Naruto's demeanor changed toward her after that. Noticing the way she was now, it made him finally realize that war does things to people. It was almost as if she was a scared child in an older body. He then sauntered himself over to the Rain and gently placed his left hand on her shoulder. Look, Konan, I know it hurts, but there is no reason to beat yourself up about it. The only thing you can do now is keep moving forward. You know? She dared a look into his eyes and saw a fire swelling deep within those pools of ocean blue. The same fire someone she once loved had at one point, and just for a split second, she thought it was this person. An unnoticed smile grew on her facial features. Her smile was not enough to show appreciation for Naruto's attempt to console her, but just enough to show she concluded in her mind about something. Well, Naruto started scratching his cheek with his index finger, breaking eye contact by embarrassment. Could ask if you could, I don't know, join Konoha or something. That statement broke her ruminations. The sheer thought of her joining the Leaf seemed preposterous. She was an S-rank criminal who was in the most feared organization of the land. Her smile faded as she shook her head in rejection. As sweet as the offer sounds, I don't think I can. She lowered her head and moved a few feet from Naruto. But Konan, I could tell them that you changed your mind about your ways, or you helped me No, Naruto, I just can't. She interrupted, staring him in the eyes. If I tried to leave to your village, they would only ask for my execution. Naruto stared at her in disbelief. She seemed like she wanted to go. He could see the sadness in her eyes, even though it wasn't apparent at the moment. Nevertheless, even though there was sadness, her lips seemed to say something else to reject the boy. But, no buts, Konan retorted, disrupting his sentence again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have matters to attend to. She turned to leave the cave, only to receive an angry look from the blonde Nin. But I'm supposed to protect you. Naruto burst, clenching his fists. Konan stopped dead in her tracks. A gasp entered her lungs as once again. Another thing about this boy reminded her of Yahiko. The orange-haired ninja had said that to Konan one last time before he died. The girl was very distraught about the death of her teammate, since she did have a crush on him after all. But after Nagato replaced him as Akatsuki leader, neither one of them spoke about it again. The purple-haired Nin then looked at Naruto, who flustered, looking for an answer. Not like that. I meant, Nagato told me to protect you, so. His sentence cut itself short as she walked over and gently wrapped her arms around him. It wasn't an affectionate hug. It wasn't even a friendly hug. It was just a simple hug of compassion. Just as soon as he got used to the feeling, she quickly pulled back, making sure to signal to him that it was not a pass. While her arms came from around his chest, she held out something to him. Flowers, the blonde Nin asked. Konan was holding a bouquet of origami flowers. Naruto had never seen anything like them before, so he was a little curious. It's a sign of friendship and trust, Konan told the boy before he grabbed them. He eyed them studiously, alternating between her and the flowers. I can't go with you, Naruto. I have another village to look after. She continued as the ex-Akatsuki began to take her leave. Naruto fumbled quickly, trying to think of what to say. Will I ever see you again? She turned her head to eye him. A smile came over her features as she did a shunshin by paper from her spot, leaving an anxious and confused Naruto. Chapter 2, Retrieval. It had been nearly 3 days since the great revival of Konoha. Since the day Naruto found out that he was the last Rinnegan user. This came as a shock to him and caused him to reflect upon his life and what he really knew about himself. To be honest, he hasn't been acting as himself ever since he came back to the Leaf Village. Sure, he enjoyed the celebration after his return to Konoha, but the celebration seemed hollow. Should they really be having a victory party from the death of his cousin? Most people, who were either hammering walls or cementing floors, stopped immediately what they were doing to greet the savior of the village. As he walked through town, the village acknowledged cheerfully to the Uzumaki, either giving him a pat on the shoulder or telling him simple words of encouragement. A lot of times, There will even be little kids that would encircle him and ask him to play. Sometimes he would agree, but most recently he began to decline them, saying that he was too busy at the moment. He really wasn't busy at the time. He was just in no mood to join the children in their time to fool around. Ichiraku wouldn't be built for another day or two, so he scuffed his feet all the way to his newly built apartment that was in place of the original. The entire village contributed to his apartment by making it slightly bigger than the original. There was an additional room and an expanded kitchen. Even the bathroom saw an increase in size as it nearly doubled in width, leaving plenty of legroom to walk around. He unlocked the door and slowly trudged inside. The scent of fresh paint and newly cut wood filled his nostrils as he walked through his recently acquired home. He looked to his left and right and saw the brand new furniture and food that loaded his house. The new food piled to the ceiling with ribbons, cans, condiments, and many different types of homemade food. All of this food would take him a whole week and a half to eat even a fraction of it. Honestly, he started feeling overwhelmed by the amount of attention. Something you wouldn't expect from the supposed #1 hyperactive ninja everyone claimed him to be. He could also understand why the people were so giving. The people were indebted to him and had to repay him somehow for saving their lives. So with nothing else to do, he sat down and took a rest on his new sofa. He placed his palm underneath his chin and stared out of the wide window that overlooked the street. People were still busily working on other buildings. Seeing the people doing this made him think of an anthill. Even though the anthill gets destroyed, the ants always come out and rebuild as if nothing ever happened. Then his attention fell on the origami flowers. He placed them in a vase and put it on the windowsill the day before as a reminder of the alliance he and Konan now share with the leaf and rain. "Alliance, huh?" he asked, looking at the blue flowers. He twiddled them between his index and middle fingers, staring at them blankly. Asterisk XXXXXXXXXXO. "Give me what I seek," Toby/Madara asked the half-beaten girl. "You will gain nothing but death by fighting me." Konan looked at him, clenching her arm, trying to staunch the pain. Her body tingled in agony with each breath she took. The chakra reserves in her body depleted her energy to move too vigorously, as it was a chore to even keep on her feet while she stood there encompassed with paper. Toby/Madara came for Nagato's body to simply steal the Rinnegan and obtain the secrets and uses of the ability, but was welcomed with a deathly encounter with the blue-haired ex-Akatsuki. "I will never let you take him." Her fury began to overweigh her safety, but she didn't care. As long as she kept her friend away from the hands of the grabber, she would risk her life to make sure nothing was disturbed. "Fool! Do you know who I am?" he bellowed. "I don't care who you are. I will die before I let you take him." A fire burned in her eyes as she said that. Her will was flaming fiercely. The orange-masked man looked at her for a few seconds, and then smirked under his mask. "So be it." He formed a few hand signs and released an unavoidable fireball jutsu. It went so fast that Konan couldn't get out of the way even if she wanted to. The flames surrounded her body and burned her skin, causing her to scream in excruciating pain. Her final resistance was overrun as she fell limply to the ground. Toby/Madara looked at the girl, and then placed his eyes on Nagato with delight. He released his space-time jutsu and sucked in Nagato's body to another dimension by his Sharingan. Just when he was about to leave, a quick figure made an attempt to attack Toby by ramming through the man with a spiraling sphere of chakra. The masked man went intangible as the figure went straight through him, causing the Rasengan to explode on the ground, forming a crater with dust and debris taking the air. Toby looked in the direction the person resided and saw a figure standing on the opposite end of the room. Konan staggered her head to look up and saw an orange blur appear in front of her. Her facial features softened slightly once she realized who it was. "Naruto?" she asked weakly as the boy guarded her. "Sorry it took me so long, Konan," the blonde nin told her unwavered. He was steadily leering at Toby/Madara, making sure the Uchiha didn't make any early starts. The orange-masked Akatsuki stared at the boy. He felt something different about him, as if his power increased twofold. This feeling, Madara thought, still receiving glares from the Konohanin. This boy, this power, how did he get so much stronger in such a short amount of time? He looked at the boy again, and this time his eyes lingered onto Naruto's. "What?" Madara thought out loud. What is this? Their eyes interlocked each other's gaze as Toby found himself staring into the boy's eyes. The Rinnegan. Madara then, for the first time in a while, felt a little fear for his safety. The orange-masked man knew he was no match for Naruto in his current state, as Toby did not have the Rinnegan yet. He needed a viable excuse to make his leave, because if the Akatsuki made one false move, the show was over. He looked to Naruto and calmly spoke. "It is not our time to fight, boy," Toby answered, taking baby steps away from the Konohanin. He already accomplished his objective, so there was no need to fight the blonde. Then, with a wispy sound, he disappeared by using his space-time jutsu. Naruto clenched his fists, but let it go, as he thought he would never be able to catch Madara now, or he didn't want to get into a place where Madara had the advantage and could easily take out the blonde Nin. The Rinnegan faded from his eyes as he turned his attention to Konan. She had fallen unconscious from the chakra consumption, and burn marks scattered all over her body. Her cloak was torn in many places and her hair was slightly singed on the ends. Blood fell from her mouth and dirt marks littered her body as well. A melancholy emotion overtook his features. When he looked at her, the sight of a nearly lifeless person laying on her deathbed, it made his stomach cringe. No one should have to suffer like this. "Don't worry, Konan. I'll get you somewhere safe." He hefted her bridal style and found her to be a little lighter than he thought, but shook that distraction as he dashed for his life. Konan felt weightless as she laid there, letting her consciousness roam freely. She felt as if she had a fever and couldn't get up because she was too weak. Her fingertips felt cold against her face as she basked in the cool sensation it gave her. Then to her left, a shadowy figure came over and laid a cool rag on her forehead. She calmed even more and let out a relaxing sigh as the rag permeated the icy feeling through her forehead. She looked over to her right a little and saw a spiky-haired shadow. The silhouette looked over her with a solemn face, like he was hoping the girl would wake. The figure seemed like he knew her, but her roaming conscience made it seem like she knew him as well. Konan tried to get a better view of the boy by turning her head more in his direction. Just then, her senses suddenly fell sharp as she remembered who he was. She began to slightly tear up as she called his name. "Yahiko!" she shouted, tearing out of the bed. Ignoring the dropped rag, she wrapped her arms around the figure, who accepted without hesitation by embracing the girl. She sat there for a moment, continuing her hug and silently sobbing. A minute or so passed as the figure started talking. He seemed hesitant, but needing to say something. Konan-san," the shadow asked. "I'm glad you're happy that I saved your life, but do you have to hug so tightly?" Her thought processes terminated as she slowly drew her head up from the figure's shoulder. She knew whose voice that was all too well, as in her arms sat a confused and flushed Naruto. She recalled what happened, and not a split second later, she jerked away, as a slight blush filled her cheeks from the already somewhat feverish face. "I am sorry," thought. "Never mind." Her lips pursed as her sight fell on the bed. Naruto looked at her and then looked at his arms. That feeling he felt from Konan when he held her was something he always wanted to feel. He had also wished to know what it would feel like to be loved like Konan seemed to have showed to him. For the moment, she seemed to be in a state of longing for the boy, which left him feeling a little sad about the sudden jerk away from the girl. If only he could wrap his arms around her again. "Wait a minute. What am I thinking? GYH, pull yourself together, Naruto," he said, shaking his head. He then pinched and pulled his two cheeks apart to try and erase the memory and thoughts that began to plague his mind. "You don't like Konan-san. You can't. She's like way older than you. Just remember, you still have Sakura-chan to worry about." "Yeah, that's right. Naruto-san," Konan asked quietly. Naruto glanced back at her, repressing any memories that floundered in his mind. "Where am I?" she returned in the same tone as before. "Oh, well, we're in Konoha Hospital," he replied cheekily. "Konoha," she exclaimed. "But how?" "Well," he started while scratching his whisker marks. "It's a long story. Flashback Tsunade sat in her recovery bed in the Konoha Hospital. After fighting pain, She seemed to have fallen into a coma from the long and painful fight that fell in the village. Her thoughts were a little hazy about what actually happened, so if anyone asked her about what took place, she wouldn't give him or her a clear answer. When she awoke in her hospital bed, Shizune and many others filled in the details in what occurred previously. To say she was surprised that Naruto defeated pain was an understatement. She was thrilled. It seemed that Naruto was filling Jiraiya's shoes, not only by becoming a sage, but also in his personality as well. Depending on how long you are around a person, you tend to become more like them. In Naruto's case, he was almost a spitting image of Jiraiya's persona when the sage was younger, minus the perverted side. But she didn't think on it for too long, as the Godame had a major headache that throbbed in her frontal lobes. It was a headache that made her want to smash her face with a hammer to get rid of the sensation. To see the nine-tailed Jinchuriki burst through the door only made matters worse. "Hey, Granny Tsunade, I need your help," he screamed as he roamed to her bed. "Naruto? What's the meaning of this? Barging into my room like a madman?" the Godame asked, a little irritated. The headache made her more irate than she would have been normally, but Naruto merely shrugged off the attitude by answering the reason why he was there. "Well, you see, I have this problem." He fidgeted. "Well, I have this friend who is seriously injured and I need to get them to a room to be healed as soon as possible." The Hokage looked at him like he was slightly idiotic. Usually people ask her for more king-like favors, as in doing a mission or asking to retrieve something of major significance, not something this mediocre. "Why are you asking me? If someone is injured, then take them to the medical nin. You don't have to ask my permission for something like that," she replied, bothered by the seemingly stupid scenario. That's the problem. If I tried to bring this person in, the medical nin might reject her treatment." Tsunade shot a questionable look to the boy. She was sort of intrigued by who Naruto had in his mind. It also made her a little nervous because the medical nin usually heal anyone except enemies of the nation. "Who do you actually have, Naruto?" Her voice dropped lividness and had a more serious tone. She went straight to the point, keeping Naruto from beating around the bush. "Well, if I tell you, you have to heal her, promise?" the blonde nin asked, almost pleading. "It doesn't work that way, Naruto. Now tell me who it is." Tsunade snapped, causing the Jinchuriki to jump. Naruto cast his head downward, and then reluctantly strolled over to Tsunade, making sure that no one except her could hear. Specifically keeping wandering Anbu ears from eavesdropping, he started to whisper, "Konan from the Akatsuki." "What?" she yelled, that echoed through the whole place. Anbu quickly filled the area, trying to figure out what was going on. What's going on? Lady Hokage? Is there an intruder? No, you idiots. Leave this room at once. This is a matter between me and Naruto here." Tsunade interjected. The Anbu felt a tad disappointed, but left as quickly as they came, making sure not to enrage the Hokage. She kneaded her forehead, letting out a sigh as she did so. This was making her head hurt more than necessary. Naruto was always good at giving her a hard time, and it seemed like he was doing it again. This time she was interested why he wanted her rehabilitated though, so she started a barrage of questions. "Why do you want her healed, Naruto? Does she have good information?" she asked, a little confused. It's not every day that someone wants an enemy restored to their original status. Naruto shook his head furiously. "No, she's a friend now. She's not even with the Akatsuki anymore." Tsunade lowered her gaze. She felt bad for Naruto, as he was still a teenager who didn't fully know the rules. Look, just because she left the Akatsuki, it doesn't mean that all of her actions toward the Leaf Village are forgiven. Naruto frowned at that statement. "I know. It's just that Nagato told me to take care of her. I didn't know any other way than to bring her to the place that is the safest to me. Konoha," he told her softly. "Wait a minute." The Hokage interrupted. "Nagato told you to take care of her?" Naruto looked at her again and replied quickly. "Yeah, he trusted me with that request. And I have to live up to it. So can you do it?" He was getting riled up from his words just thinking about it. The more he sat here, the closer Konan was to death, and he had to idly wait by. She could be dead right now and he wouldn't even know it. Tsunade was unaware of the anger and continued to ask more questions. "Well, why would he want you to protect her? He knew you were the enemy. Naruto then clenched his fists. Because Nagato and I came to an understanding with each other. He trusts me. Can you heal her? He also gritted his teeth from the dragging on this conversation did. But that still doesn't make any sense that he would trust you. You were the Tsunade was cut off as Naruto finally had it. Because he's my cousin. He trusts me. He finally screamed, causing a great panic from Tsunade. The Hokage's eyes widened intensely as she gained a view of Naruto. He was staring heatedly at her now, but that wasn't the reason why she was wide-eyed. She looked into the Jinchuriki's eyes and saw the 2 violet circles on each iris. She gained a full view of the Rinnegan Naruto now possessed. Her speech became hoarse as she felt a spell wash over her. But she automatically regained her composure, feeling the need to say something. The Rinnegan? She choked out. The Godame was at a loss. She just received information that she never knew, and now it seemed that Naruto now obtained the Rinnegan as well. Yes, Naruto started. His last gift to me was the Rinnegan. He gave it to me right before he died and entrusted me with the gift to protect his last best friend and find true peace. His gaze faltered as he found himself looking at the floor. And that's what I'm going to do. I don't care if people hate me for doing this, because if they were in my shoes, they would do the same thing. So, are you going to help me or not? Tsunade was speechless. Things were jumbled in her head and she couldn't think clearly. Maybe it was the headache that caused this mishap, or maybe it was all of this new information that she never knew in the first place. It's not like anyone could give her a plausible answer. She tried to find something to say to the blonde-haired Jinchuriki, only to open her mouth, not say a word. It stayed like that for a few more seconds before Naruto turned his head to the door. Fine. If you won't help, I will find someone who will. He said his final words and went for the door. Tsunade felt she had to say something, so she shouted his name. Naruto, what? He retorted lividly, turning his head to her direction. Well, I can't do it because I am still in the hospital, but I think I can get someone else to help you. What made her change her mind was never really clear, but Naruto seemed to have gotten through to her in some way. Tsunade didn't even know what words were coming from her own mouth. It almost made her dizzy by the event that was taking place, as seeing Naruto this way seemed totally unlike him. He was usually happy and carefree, a little arrogant in some way too, but never hot-headed. The last time she saw him this way seemed to be when he was trying to bring her back to Konoha. Naruto had to fight Orochimaru along the way. He was mad that day too, but it looked like he only gets short-tempered when he is protecting someone. That's one of his better qualities. She thought deeply, but then automatically continued her response to Naruto. Umbu, report. She yelled, summoning the cloaked characters from the front door to the hospital room. Yes, Lady Hokage. The ANBU guards replied in unison. Bring in Haruno Sakura. Tell her to drop everything immediately and come to my room. It is an emergency. She answered forcefully. Yes, Lady Hokage. They replied again in unison. They both instantly disappeared by Shunshin, leaving Naruto and Tsunade alone again. You're helping me? Naruto turned back to the lady, who gave him a pitiful look of some sort. Yes, I don't know why, but I trust your decision, Naruto. She felt complacent with that answer as she scanned the room. Don't worry. I will have a room secluded specifically for her in this infirmary, so no one harms her. Tsunade responded shortly after. The look on her face changed as her eyes lingered to the ceiling with an annoyed gesture. It's not going to be easy explaining this one. When he heard the Godame's robust statement, it made him feel like a weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. The Hokage blinked a couple of times when those words spoke from Naruto's mouth. She had never been spoken to so formally by him before. It was almost unnerving to hear the maturity from the blonde Nin. Yeah, I want a better explanation of everything that took place in your fight with Nagato, so don't forget. She finalized before Sakura and a few ANBU appeared. Yes, milady? Sakura asked, completely oblivious to Naruto's appearance. The ANBU quickly disappeared afterward from a signal the Hokage passed to them. Sakura, I want you to accompany Naruto and do whatever he asks of you. No questions asked. Tsunade started. But, Lady Tsunade. Sakura burst before she received a raising hand from the Hokage. I don't want to hear it. The The Sannin interjected. This is something that has to be handled with utmost importance. Whatever you were doing previously has to be done later. This is a matter between life and death. Tsunade told the girl unwavered. Sakura looked over to Naruto, who seemed like he wanted to run in whatever direction possible to do what Tsunade was asking. He had an ache in his eyes that wasn't really apparent unless you knew him for a long time. Sakura has known him for the last 4 years of her life, so it was not like things he felt would just slip by her. Concern washed over her face as she felt worried for her friend. Yes, milady. Sakura finally replied. Naruto couldn't hold it in anymore. He sprinted out of the door and ran to the desired location at breakneck speeds. Wait. Naruto! Sakura shouted only to get no response from the blonde nin. Naruto was in his own little world. He couldn't hear or say anything, since the only thing he was worried about at the moment was laying on the Konoha hospital rooftop. It was somewhere inconspicuous, so no one would dare touch the person or even bother to look. It was getting harder for Sakura to keep up because Naruto was still running and didn't want to stop or showed any signs to. She tried calling him several more times, but the boy simply ignored her. Once they reached the roof, Naruto took a sharp left and veered into a corner of the building, dodging around vents and air conditioning units. He finally stopped and kneeled down next to a larger vent that had nothing around it. Sakura was confused, but only for a moment as Naruto dispelled a genjutsu to reveal a beaten and tattered Konan lying next to the vent. The ex-Akatsuki was barely breathing and looked as if she were clinging onto life by a single thread. Naruto, is this dash? Sakura started, but stopped once she saw the Jinchuriki's face. He had a look of contempt to the girl as she lay there helpless. It was as if he was thinking hard about something. Then, without changing his gaze on the blue-haired woman, he asked Sakura a question. Can you heal her? Each word seemed to cut through the air like a razor. He was dead serious about this. He really wanted an enemy of the nation healed. He didn't even really know this person too well, but he would heal her with no hesitation. She looked at him like he was doing something stupid and received no glares from him as his eyes were still fixated on the Reinin. Naruto, you can't be serious. She is the enemy. Why would you dash? She abruptly stopped as she saw a tear fall from the boy's cheek. Because I promised a friend. The boy replied hoarsely. Please, Sakura, can you please heal her? His gaze did not leave the blue-haired girl's face. Sakura looked at her friend and then looked at the Reinin again as she contemplated for a second or two, not really knowing what was going on in the boy's head. All right, Naruto, but we're going to have to remove her Akatsuki cloak and any other identifiable items, if we want to do this without any problems. She answered to the blonde nin. Naruto lightly nodded his head as he watched Sakura. Konan no longer had the light blue origami flower on her head, which may have fallen off previously from her encounter with Tobi, so Sakura went for her Akatsuki cloak instead. She pulled off the Reinin's cloak to reveal attire unseen. She pulled the red and black cloak to reveal a dark blue zip-up robe that began zipping right above the navel and flared out around her waist. The robe also had no sleeves and left her back bare, allowing easy mobility. His eyes followed Sakura's movements as she continued unclothing the other woman. The missing cloak also revealed skin-tight pants that matched the robe in color, with a wrapped pouch below her hip. Of course, the clothes she wore were torn and dirted, but they were ignored as Sakura went up to remove all of Konan's piercings, starting with her lip. Once she was through with that, the lifeless girl offered no resistance as Sakura finally removed her belly button piercings as well, leaving open holes on her bruised but fair skin. Now, Sakura started, I will only restore her enough to keep her alive for now. The rest of the healing will have to be done in the hospital. He made a silent agreement as Sakura then gently placed her hands on Konan's body, taking the proper steps any medical ninja would be required to do in extreme conditions. Naruto watched as a chakra with a greenish glow began quivering around the medic nin's hands. Her eyelids fell as she examined the Reinin's damage. She has a couple of ruptured organs with 4 broken ribs and one of those ribs has lodged itself into her heart. Sakura announced sadly, if I pull it out now, she will bleed internally. So what do we do? Will she live? Naruto quietly asked in a tone not usually heard by the pink-haired girl. Well, I can heal her ruptured organs and treat her burns, but we need a medic team to do the rest. Even with all of the things we know now about healing, it is kind of hard to say. She finalized. After taking a breath, she continued. All right, here goes nothing. Then with that, she began to heal the Exakatsuki. Naruto fell silent as he resounded what Sakura told him. Konan was way more abysmal than he thought originally. The Reinin he was told to protect could actually die and there wouldn't be anything he could do about it. But she couldn't die now. If he learned anything about his fight with Nagato, then he would know that no matter what happens, always have hope. That was what Naruto believed to begin with, so what made him change his mind now? Nothing. Nothing at all. His attitude altered slowly as memories flooded his head of the struggles he went through as a kid. All of the trials and tribulations he faced kept beating him down and wanting him to stay that way, but Naruto's determination made him rise against every factor that was laid upon him. Sakura stole a glance of his face change as he stood up. She could see the look in his eye. After that revelation of what he originally stood for, his face changed from one of sadness to one of serious fortitude. She'll live. I just know it. He responded out loud. Of course, it wasn't really known whether or not she would live, but the boy didn't lose optimism. He was highly confident in his answer as he stared at the blue-haired girl. Sakura looked at her good friend, then glanced back down at the lowly Reinin. Naruto, what do you see in her? She thought apprehensively as she continued her treatment. Konan's face slowly improved from its previous painful expression to a softer, calmer fashion. The burn marks also faded gradually as Sakura continued her mystical palm technique, now keeping her focus solely on the Exakatsuki. A few moments later, the pink-haired medic Nin finished her treatment. I've done all I can for now. She started while lifting herself from the roof. The rib will have to be done in the hospital because it takes more than one person for a job like that. Okay? He mutely looked at her, and then turned his observation back to Konan. A slight smile grew on his features because of the noticeable improvements that were shown on the character's body. She now looked somewhat happier from all of the restoration that took place. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the blue-haired ninja gingerly the same way as before and started back into the hospital. Naruto, Sakura asked with a reached hand, but was once again denied recognition from the blonde-haired boy. Her eyes wandered on the blonde ninja for a few moments before she heaved a sigh and followed suit. The pitter-patter of feet echoed off the hospital walls as the duo wandered aimlessly for a room to place Konan into. It kind of angered them that they did not have an escort because they didn't know what room they were supposed to go to, that is, until a couple of ANBU appeared in front of them by Shunshin. This way. One of the black-cloaked figures replied sternly. Naruto and Sakura looked and nodded at each other in silent unison, then trailed behind the two Black Ops members. They all reached a room at the end of another hall to the right and were welcomed with an operating table and several other medic Nin quietly waiting for their patient. It seemed as though the Hokage had kept her end of the bargain, so Naruto felt a little more appreciation toward the Sannin. There were also two other ANBU inside the emergency room, probably there to see that the recovery makes a success without any tampering or secret assassination attempts. Naruto slowly walked into the operating room and placed the Reinin's limp body carefully on the table. Not even a moment later, a few medic Nin began to operate on the Exakatsuki. Sakura then quickly filled them in on what she did and what was wrong with the woman before one of the other medical Nin walked over to both Naruto and Sakura and calmly shooed them out. Don't worry, we'll take it from here. She replied softly to both of the young Leaf Nin, closing the door behind their exit. End flashback I see, Konan said quietly. They had just finished a hospital lunch as the blonde Jinchuriki slurped up whatever he had left of his soup after he finished his story. She looked down and noticed the bandages wrapped around her figure. She was almost mummified from the percentage that covered up most of her body. Most of these bandages seemed to be covering her recently burned areas as well, even though she was healed earlier, maybe because the skin is fresh and far more sensitive than her skin was before. Her eyes fell on Naruto, who gave her a foxy grin in return. It seemed that Naruto went out of his way to stay true to his promise that he made to Nagato. Even though she was sort of an enemy to him still, he tried his best to revive her and live up to his older cousin's wishes. Maybe I can trust him, Konan thought in her mind as she reflected upon previous occurrences. He seemed to be way more trustworthy than she thought originally. I don't understand him at all. He even revived an enemy of the nation at his village's expense. It doesn't make any sense, but maybe it would be a good idea to get to know this boy as well. Chapter 3, Unstable Establishment. Maybe I should get to know this boy, she thought as she turned her head to the blonde nin. Naruto-san. He replied back to her. His face was still cheeky, but it also had a look of interest as well. How long have I been in this infirmary? She answered not even a second later. Oh, you've been here. Going on 3 days now. Naruto responded, answering his rhetorical question and hers. 3 days? Konan asked herself. She has been in Konoha for 3 days and no one has started a riot or a mob demanding total annihilation of the girl. She was an Akatsuki member. Didn't they want her dead? How is this possible? She asked in complete denial. The question caused an awkward look on Naruto as he turned sheepish and began rubbing the back of his head. Well, he started but then began fidgeting. The village doesn't know yet. Only a handful of people know you are actually here, but they can't tell anybody. Not until we know exactly what to do about the situation. He finished, gazing around the room. Was all she could say about that. It seemed as though her life was spared for the time being, but then another thought struck her. Nagato, the blue-haired girl whispered, receiving a look from Naruto, who was clearing his ruminations. Huh? The blonde ninja asked as he didn't quite hear what she said. Nagato? Where's Nagato? Did you save him from Madara? She started back louder than ever. Naruto looked at her, then dropped his eyesight to the ground forlorn. Konan automatically knew what the answer was from the boy's gestures alone. Don't tell me, she asked the boy before it caused her to sink low on her bed and clench her fists. Damn it, she began. I had everything planned to defeat him. I was ready for whatever he threw at me, and I failed. Her voice began to quiver as she continued her rant. I went through so many scenarios in my head. I even calculated timing between tactics, and I couldn't even protect my best friend. Her voice cracked and tears began to well up in her eyes. She had worked hard to prevent the kidnapping of Nagato's body, but all she really achieved was knowing that she was too weak to protect her last friend from the clutches of darkness. Naruto looked at the girl plainly. A feeling of guilt washed over his body as he thought about what had previously occurred because he also failed at getting Nagato's body back. Just the thought made him want to beat himself up after causing another pain to someone. He then remembered what the older Uzumaki told him once Naruto received his Rinnegan. Take care of Konan for me. Blame me, the blonde Jinchuriki told the woman. She looked at him with widened eyes as he glared upon her. What? I was the one who let him get away with his body. I had a chance to save him and I blew it. His face showed signs of anger, but he still kept a serious tone. Hit me. He pointed to himself with his thumb and lowered his defenses in front of her. But I don't she started, but was immediately interrupted by Naruto. I said hit me. His eyes still gleamed with seriousness. Don't put the blame on yourself. Blame me instead. She slowly raised her hand and curled it into a fist as she thought about everything she hated. All of her loathing was going directly into her hand as she finally built up enough strength to hit the boy. Naruto braced for impact as Konan's fist came hurtling towards him. The blonde then shut his eyes, hoping that it wouldn't hurt, only to feel nothing. A few seconds passed as he slowly opened his eyes again. I can't do it, she replied in a hoarse whisper. I can't blame you for what happened. Her fist fell to her side as she lost all means to slaughter the boy. Lost for words, Naruto just stood there. Yet again, he didn't think that it would click to her as easily as it just did. Maybe he was underestimating her? If I told myself you did it, then I would be lying. Her gaze faltered back to her bed as she continued. It wasn't your fault. It was his. Madara's. Such distaste spewed from her mouth every time she talked about him. If words could kill, he would have died 1,000,000 times over. Look, I'm sorry I can't bring him back. Naruto began, pacing around the room. But I will keep my promise to Nagato. I promise I will make peace with everyone and make people finally understand one another. I will become Hokage. Konan quit her self-loathing and curiously observed the boy. He turned to look at her, then gave her his trademark grin. She couldn't help but smile slightly at the young Leaf Nin before a certain Hokage came through the door along with Sakura. Tsunade gave her a once-over before speaking. I see you've made a full recovery. The blue-haired Nin sized up the Godame as well before speaking and let her true emotions fade for the moment. I see you have as well, she said without much emphasis. Yes, well, I can handle my own, Tsunade continued. But I did not come here for idle chat. I came here for another reason altogether. Then why are you here, Granny? Naruto asked, slightly confused in the matter. I was just about to get to that, she said, gaining full attention of both Konan and Naruto. Her eyes then looked at the ex-Akatsuki. The reason I am here is to get you tested. We clearly can't have an enemy of Konoha living here without any clarification of non-malicious intent. El living here? Konan shouted abruptly. I didn't say I was joining the Leaf Village. Tsunade shot her an evil glare. You are in no position to argue. Naruto saved your life and brought you to this village, and it was because of him that I have decided to spare your existence as well. Konan threw her eyes to her bed and reflected silently, not really knowing what to say. I could just sign for your execution here and now and be done with you, but you could prove to be a valuable asset to this village, being as how you have trained under Jiraiya, who was one of the legendary Sannin, such as myself, and you are a former member of Akatsuki nonetheless. That is why, henceforth, you have been disregarded as the S-rank Nuke Nin you once were. You are now known as Konan of the Leaf with probation rights. Lady Tsunade, Sakura stated questioningly. Is it really a good idea to enlist an Akatsuki as a Leaf Nin? Tsunade turned her gaze to Naruto, who was staring at her with a slight smile, then turned her attention to Sakura. If Naruto believes in her, then it wouldn't hurt to give her a shot. I've already talked to the council and they have fully agreed to allow her stay as long as the probation is in effect. It wasn't easy though. The pink-haired girl looked at the Godame cautiously as a sign that she really didn't know if it was the right choice. Tsunade sighed and turned her view to the concerned medic Nin. Don't worry, she whispered. I'm sure there is a good reason why Naruto wants to do this. She then looked at the blonde and switched to the blue-haired Leaf Nin. Even if it doesn't make any sense. She finalized to Sakura before continuing her original response to Konan. There will be clothes sent to this room for you to change into. Afterwards, ANBU will arrive, and you will immediately go to the interrogation chambers for your cross-examination to see if you're actually hiding something. Tsunade turned for the door and shifted her head to match eyes with Konan. God help you if you are. She then walked out of the room with Sakura trailing behind, taking her final glance as well before closing the door behind them. Konan slumped in her bed in defeat. It seemed she had no choice in the matter anymore about where she could go or what she could do. If she tried to escape in her current weakened state, she would only get caught and put to trial on instant treason. Things would not go well, and it would only mean the end of her. Well, I believe you'll pass and oh sweat, Naruto assured the new Leaf Nin with his wide smile. She looked at him and saw the warmness etched across his face. It caused her to barely smile again to the boy, and she couldn't understand it. There's something about him, something I can't describe. What is this feeling? She mused a couple of more seconds before Naruto started walking away. Naruto-san, where are you going? Oh, Naruto started. Well, Captain Yamato wanted to see me. He told me after I got done in the hospital, I should see him immediately. Oh, Konan silently added. There was obviously a hint of unease in her voice, and the Jinchuriki noticed it. Don't worry, you'll do fine. You're not like the others, and I can see that, Naruto added with a thumbs up before making his final leave. The door clicked softly as silence enveloped the room, leaving Konan alone on her bed to reflect. Oh. Naruto hopped over a few buildings and darted through various people until he reached a single building on the other end of the construction mess on the opposite side of the village. It was dull in color and lacked any enthusiasm in the creativity department. It didn't have a door, as it only had two flaps in front of the doorway slowly wafting in the breeze. It was probably used previously for medical treatment, seeing as how it had stretchers laying around it and various other medical equipment. Now it was abandoned as Konoha had a hospital again. Well, this was where Captain Yamato wanted to see me. He replied to himself unenthusiastically. Naruto pushed the flap around his body as he made his way into the room. The room was a little stale and still looked messy, with many needles and bandages lying around. The only thing that seemed new was the bodies of the ninja who occupied the building. Yamato noticed the boy and not too soon responded to his arrival. "Ah, I see you've made it. Yo!" Kakashi responded to the boy, who only looked a little puzzled at the masked man's greeting. "Wait a minute. What's Kakashi-sensei doing here?" the blonde asked as Yamato walked over to the Jinchuriki. Kakashi looked at the boy, then at Yamato before he let out a smile underneath his mask. "Well, it's no big deal, but we heard from Lady Tsunade that Nagato did something to you before he died. We just want to make sure nothing affects the Kyuubi's final seal is all." "That's right, Naruto," Yamato stated. "Whatever he did to you could affect the seal and ultimately release the Kyuubi from its cage. That is why we have to check your body for anything abnormal." "Oh yeah." Naruto banged his hand in his other palm. "I haven't shown you yet, have I?" Yamato looked at Kakashi before the masked man spoke up to the blonde Jinchuriki. Shown us what?" Not long after that, Naruto concentrated for a second before he finally yelled out, "Rinnegan!" The blonde's eyes shot open and revealed 2 purple circles replacing each iris. Both Yamato and Kakashi stifled a breath as they were taken aback at the sight of the new Rinnegan eyes that replaced Naruto's original sky blue eyes they had grown accustomed to. "Our Rinnegan," Kakashi started. "How did you dash?" "It was Nagato's final gift to me. As it turns out, he was my cousin," he replied happily before he remembered his death. Caused Naruto to downcast his eyes for the moment. "Naruto, this is unbelievable." Yamato looked deeper into the eyes of the new Rinnegan wielder. The purple gleamed in his irises from the light bulb on the ceiling. It wasn't a full Rinnegan yet, but it was still just as intimidating. "Kakashi, can you help me out here?" "Oh yeah, sure thing." The masked man was still amazed at the sight, but lifted his Hitai 8 to reveal his Sharingan. Naruto stood there for a few seconds before Kakashi spoke up again. "Well, it's not an illusion. There's nothing behind it. It's not a trap either, so it's the real deal." The wood expert was dumb-stricken. This was actually the first time he got to see this type of eye up close, but turned to a more serious facade after he realized something. Yamato looked down, then smiled slightly. "It seems the Uzumaki bloodline carries the Rinnegan after all." "Huh? What do you mean?" Kakashi brought up before receiving a look from Yamato. "Well, back when I was a Chunin, there was this rumor going around the adults that a Rinnegan user was actually found. I don't remember much, but the higher-ranked ninja also said something about the Uzumaki. I was young back then, so I really didn't understand what they were talking about at the time. But now that I see Naruto here, the heir to the Uzumaki bloodline, I realized that both of those stories were actually one story." Kakashi thought coherently about it. "Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that too. That was a while ago though. I guess when they saw that Kushina didn't have it, they gave up the idea." "So, are you saying that I actually have a Kekkei Genkai?" Naruto asked as if he were a child getting candy. "Yes, it seems so," Yamato replied before giving a glance at the Jinchuriki. "All right, Naruto. Let's see if it alters your seal or not." Oh. It was very quiet in the lone recovery room that KONAN resided in. The ANBU already came to her room and gave her the clothes she was supposed to change into only a half-minute after Naruto left. They seemed to fit her perfectly, which kind of threw her off for the moment. But then she realized that her other clothes were missing, so she assumed that they knew her sizes from them. She then walked into the small bathroom that was on the other side of her room. A sigh escaped her lips as she looked herself up and down in the bathroom-sized mirror. What was she wearing? How could she wear something like this? As if irony was taking a crack at her itself, she came dressed in something that seemed to humiliate her. The same outfit that many other ninja wore who tried to stop her, she dressed in as well. From head to toe she bore the greenish jounin vest with a black long-sleeve turtleneck shirt underneath that had the orange Uzumaki swirl on the left arm. She also wore the same black skin-tight pants that every other Leaf ninja wore as well, bearing the shuriken pouch on her right thigh. Then, to finish it off, her sandals were that of a black color as well, leaving no difference in color change to the outfit. "I guess it's what I deserve," she replied woefully. Her gaze faltered as her eyelids lowered. Konan didn't think that she was worthy of these new clothes. Those who wore this vest obtained it through honorable means to their village. "I shouldn't wear something like this." The clothes seemed to mock her, and it pushed her into a further state of suppression to the past, making her leave the bathroom because she could not bear the sight of herself. The door opened not long after to her room as two Anbu appeared before her. "Follow us," one of them ordered to the blue-haired Leaf Neen. She nodded silently and walked away with the two Black Ops members. Shortly later, she found herself inside a small room with one table and two chairs. Two men were already inside the room and gave her a look of scorn. "I see you are in Konoha. What are you doing here?" The taller man asked the woman with a sneer. "That only concerns me." "It is none of your business," she replied in a dull tone. What did you say?" The man responded back, vehemently picking her up by her jounin vest. "I should kill you right now for all of the suffering that was spread across this entire village. Now, Ebiki. We shouldn't do anything to harm this one." The other man shot back to the angry jounin. "Besides, we will find out soon enough of her true intent." "Oh yeah, that's right, Inoichi." A slight chuckle escaped Ebiki's mouth, followed by a release of the woman. The blonde Yamanaka motioned for her to sit down after that little show. She sat in a chair opposite to the other man and stared unemotionally to the blonde jounin. Inoichi looked to her for a moment before he started to speak. "All right, I'm going to have to put you to sleep before I can perform the procedure. Hopefully you will cooperate with me so there won't be any trouble." She shook her head in agreement before he started talking again. "Okay, allow me to start." And not long after that, she unknowingly fell unconscious to a sleeping jutsu. "Now, let's see what you are hiding," Inoichi stated as he placed his hand on top of her head. Flashback. Who is this and why is he even here? An 8-year-old Yahiko asked to the young girl about the same age. "He's called Nagato. He looked so alone and pitiful outside that I told him to come live with us." Konan replied happily to the orange-haired boy. "But he even brought a dog, sheesh." Nothing here, Inoichi thought as he read over her memories. But it seems Nagato and Konan are longtime friends. "Let's go to another one." "I'm staying," Jiraiya told his teammate Tsunade, who responded outraged. "What? You can't be serious." "Well, at least until they get on their feet," the younger Jiraiya shot back. Konan looked at the older man. She was a little worried about his stay, but he seemed to be real nice. In a way, he almost seemed like a father figure, especially after they got used to him being around. "Oh, hop-in planks? What are those?" Konan asked the white-haired sage. "Oh," he started. "Well, they're to show who's here and who's not by the side it has been flipped to. If it's red, it means you're here. If it's white, it means you have left and can hop in anytime." A grin etched across the Leaf Neen's face as he waited for the kids to get the pun. But that failed when the young girl asked another question. "But why do we need these?" Konan asked, uncertain of the uses it pertained. "Well, this area is still dangerous, and you'll never know when they will come here and try to attack us." The sage answered realistically. "So, you're saying that if it's red, then one of us has probably been captured, and when one is white and we're all here, then that means there is an enemy disguised as one of us?" She asked Jiraiya in a state of confused understanding. "That's very inspective, Konan. Unlike a certain other." The sage eyed the orange-haired boy studiously. "Hey, I knew what you were talking about." "Sort of," Yahiko retorted back. "Nothing here either. But Jiraiya-sama taught them?" Inoichi mentally disregarded the thought for now. "Where are your darker thoughts? Why are you here?" He then delved deeper into her mind. "Kill me," Yahiko told Nagato with a definite voice. "And oh, don't do it," Konan screamed to her Rinnegan-wielding partner at the top of her lungs. "Nagato," the orange-haired man shouted to a stricken teammate. It seemed as though Nagato was in a difficult situation. He was given an ultimatum to either kill Yahiko or Konan gets killed by Hanzo. "If you don't do it, this girl dies." Hanzo replied to the shaken red-headed Akatsuki. Not a split second later, A solid thud was heard as Yahiko impaled himself with Nagato's kunai. Both of you have to stay alive because you are the Messiah. Yahiko replied through pained breaths. I really believe you. And nothing more was ever said as Yahiko fell to the ground in one last dying breath. Yahiko! Konan shouted, but the man never answered or got up. A serious rage enveloped over Nagato as he lost all meaning within himself. Without a moment's haste, he began to slaughter everything in his path because nothing mattered anymore. It eventually led to a summoning that took the souls of everything his beast touched, causing the Rinnegan wielder to become paralyzed in the process by the rods that shot through his back. Nagato! A forlorn Konan called to the boy, but was ignored because of his insanity that consumed him. So, you were the real leader to begin with, Hanzo stated, crossing his arms to the crazed man before him. Who knew you were the one who had the Rinnegan this whole time? Not long after that, Nagato screamed and forced his summon in the enemy's direction only to miss his opponent by Shunshin. That's pretty tragic, the blonde Yamanaka thought to himself. Now I see how they came to be. What a hard way to go through life. I still don't have what I need though, so I need to keep searching. And with that, he went even further into her memories. I knew you'd be here, Konan told the man full of hatred. So, I'm assuming you won't tell me where Nagato is? The swirling orange masked man asked in a thought-so voice. I've waited for a very long time to end you, Madara. The blue-haired girl answered back forcefully. Toby/Madara looked at the woman with a smirk under his mask. Just so you know, I won't go easy on you just because you were one of us. Oh, one question though. Do you think Naruto Uzumaki is that special? He asked in a menacing voice. Konan did not falter as she pierced through the man's one-eye glare with her own. Naruto is the embodiment of light itself. That's why every time he meets somebody, they carry the flowers of hope. And with that, Konan threw a few paper shuriken at the form of Toby. Well, I may as well tell you a few things about your friends before you come to your imminent death. He replied coldly to the girl as he went intangible, completely evading the shuriken. Konan fell surprised to his intangibility before he brought his point back up. First of all, I was the one who made Yahiko form Akatsuki. The blue-haired girl widened her eyes in disbelief. And second, I was the one who gave Nagato the Rinnegan. He concluded to the dumbfounded girl. So, really I just wanted to get my eyes back. But you were just a foolish girl who didn't know anything. But now, you know where Nagato's body is hidden. So I just need to detain you. All of this new information led into a fierce battle between the two Akatsuki as Konan did the paper angel technique to further her plans to see to his demise and failure. The altercation lasted for a very long time before it came to a screeching halt. Toby/Madara had somehow used a move that completely shut off his other eye underneath the broken orange mask in consequence. But this move allowed him to warp space and time to fuse reality and imagination. This attack caused Konan to be put in a deathly encounter with the masked man. He stabbed her in the back from behind with a pointed bamboo sword and pushed her off while he started talking again. There is no peace. There can be no hope. Nagato only wanted to feel better about his existence. Oh, but you'll see him soon enough. Then you can spend all of eternity lamenting your decision to listen to Naruto's garbage. As soon as he said that, the endless rain that fell over Amigakure dissipated until it completely stopped. What's going on? It can't be. Madara stated out loud as his surprise seemed to arise in his words. The blue-haired ex-Akatsuki felt it as a sign and gathered enough will to continue. Yahiko's and Nagato's desire for peace has not left this world. I have faith in Naruto as well because he will be the bridge to peace that everyone has desired, and I will be the pillar supporting that bridge. She then raised her arms to make one last attack on the broken masked man. It seemed as though Nagato's death made her make an important decision in her life. I don't care if I am blown away in the process. I will st-. Before she could finish her sentence, a death grip was placed on her neck by the evil man. You didn't think I'd let you do something like that, did you? She could feel the life slowly fading from her body as Madara continued talking. I will wilt your flowers of hope and fade the bridge to oblivion. When I am finished with this jutsu, your life will be no more. But before I do that, you will show me where he lies. She dared a look into the man's eye as the jutsu took place. And no, you can't. No. Equals 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 end flashbacks equals 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 equals. No. She screamed out in the open, jolting both Ebiki and Inoichi. A small tear fell off of her cheek from the reoccurrence as she breathed heavily in nervousness. The Yamanaka immediately pulled his hand away as he remembered the memories of that final encounter and shook his head at the situation. What did you see? Ebiki asked the other man, who slowly got up from his seated position. She's clean, he answered solemnly, looking at the floor. As it turned out, Madara was behind everything. Ebiki's face faltered at that statement. What? But I thought he was dead. I'm not sure, the blonde started. But I am positive that she wants to help us. Konan didn't say anything, but her facial features backed that statement. Inoichi proclaimed. Ebiki couldn't believe it. A former Akatsuki actually wanted to help for a change. It seemed to make him actually go a little easier on the woman. A rare sight indeed, Ebiki thought out loud. Well, since she passed, I guess we have to send her to the Hokage. She did tell us if the Akatsuki was approved to take her to her office. I suppose so, the blonde replied indifferently. Let's go. Konan got up from her seat and walked with the other two men who proceeded in front of her. Two ANBU guarded from behind, maintaining standard protocol. A short while later, they arrived at the Godame's office. She was assorting new files before her on the construction projects of Konoha. I'm assuming it went well, Tsunade asked in a rhetorical sense. Yes, Lady Hokage, Inoichi responded. And we also have information. Well, the Hokage started. What are you waiting for? Spit it out. Oh, right, well, it seems the man known as Madara is the one behind everything, Ebiki stated, causing Tsunade's eyes to widen in amazement. Right? Madara is also known as Tobi, the man in the orange mask. Inoichi followed up while closing his eyes and sighing. What? The man in the orange mask is Madara? Tsunade lost her words. But Madara should be dead. I said the same thing, Ebiki stated to the Hokage. Right, well, I will let the others know. In the meantime, there is something I have to discuss with this woman. Yes, Lady Hokage. They both replied in unison before they left the office. The room seemed to quiet itself once the two women were in the office alone. Tsunade walked over to her window that overlooked the village and gazed out in silence. Konan felt it was not in her place to talk, as she was technically the prisoner. There was nothing for her to say. She caused a lot of damage to the leaf, and now they had somewhat captured her as a repayment to the village. It remained quiet for another moment or two before Tsunade began to speak. There were these three kids, not even old enough to live on their own. We were coming back from a mission and my partner noticed them. I didn't know what he saw in them, but he really wanted to teach them. He wanted to teach them how to protect each other. Konan listened to the story quietly as the Hokage continued. I didn't really think it was a good idea, but he saw something in those kids that I didn't at the time. So he left me and my other teammate to help these kids learn how to defend themselves. Tsunade's posture shifted to her other leg as she crossed her arms, still eyeing the village. Days turned into weeks until one day, I received mail from my partner. He wrote me a letter to keep me updated about his well-being. He would tell me how he was doing and ask me the same. But the longer he stayed away, the more he began to tell me about those kids. Eventually, whenever I received mail from him, that's all he would ever talk about. He would begin to go on and on about it in the letter that it would fill 5 pages or more. Konan's eyes widened slightly after hearing that, but she still said not a word. Those weeks turned into months and months turned into years until, finally, he returned home. When I saw him again, I was ecstatic. Everyone was happy upon his return. But when I looked at Jiraiya's face, I could tell something was wrong. Tsunade shifted her eyes onto the blue-haired Leaf Nin with a sense of sadness that seemed to radiate from them. It seemed those kids really grew on him. Konan couldn't deny it. Even though her emotions and past were buried from the long and arduous years of pain and fighting, she still had feelings. It seemed that she thought of Jiraiya as a father, although he wasn't there for very long. If anything, Jiraiya also thought of her as a daughter he never had, but he passed away after that fight with pain. Now, the only people who had personal ties to herself and Jiraiya were Naruto and Tsunade. Could I ask you one question? The Sannin asked to her only other companion in the room. After receiving a silent agreement from Konan, she continued. What made you change your mind about Naruto? Konan's throat seemed dry, as if she couldn't say anything. She tried her best to clear her throat to speak. After a second, she began. Because Nagato believed in Naruto, and if Nagato believed in him, then I will believe in him as well. I will support his will and well-being to ensure peace in this world. It is what Nagato and Jiraiya-sama would have wanted. The Hokage looked at her slightly pleased. That is what I wanted to hear. Tsunade then shifted her attention to her desk and opened a drawer. At first, I thought you were plotting something, but yesterday Naruto told me that he was the one who found you, so it's obvious that none of this was planned. She then pulled something rectangular from the drawer and began to look at it. It might be a while, but you may redeem your name just yet. And with that, the Godame threw the rectangular object toward the blue-haired ninja, who caught it with ease. The rectangular object was wrapped in a light, white silken material folded in an elegant manner. She pulled the folds apart and revealed something that took her breath away. A leaf Hittite. It matched her clothes with a coal color, and the leaf metal forehead protector gleamed impeccably in the light, showing no scratches or signs of wear and tear. It was new. It was a fresh start, which was something that felt unreal to her. The headband caused a sad smile to creep across her face as she stared at it incredulously. Naruto is busy right now being checked over by his captain, so you will have to help the village rebuild instead, part of the council's orders, but the rest of your free time will be on something bigger. Your main objective, Tsunade tossed her eyesight over to Konan before she continued, is to protect and help Naruto master the Rinnegan. Konan didn't think too hard before she made a decision. Almost as if she was unaware she did it, Konan closed her eyes and wrapped the new Hittite over her forehead. She then twisted the fabric tails into a knot and pulled forcefully. Afterwards, she opened her eyes to reveal a newfound determination. Yes, Lady Hokage. Chapter 4. Pariah. It looks like you're okay, Naruto, Yamato replied to the blonde Jinchuriki. As a matter of fact, it doesn't change anything at all. It's safe. Naruto lowered his mesh and orange-clad jacket, feeling a little happy that it was real. He actually owned a true Rinnegan and he never knew it. Hey, Captain Yamato? Yes, Naruto? The wood user asked amused. Do you know anything else about the Rinnegan? He questioned to the Jounin. Yamato put his index finger to his chin as if deep in thought, then let out a sigh. I don't really know much else about it. We've never actually had one to study, so we don't really know anything. Sorry. Oh. Naruto sighed as he hopped to his feet from the medical table. Then a thought struck him. Wait a sec. I think I know someone who knows a thing or two about it. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei and Captain Yamato, but I have to run. He replied with a wave of his hand and dashed for the door. Naruto, Kakashi resounded in his mind. He just keeps getting stronger. Just like you wanted, sensei? His thoughts reminisced on the yondaime as he watched Naruto's final moments in the room. 8888888888888888. Naruto jogged through the streets at a steady pace. It was a sunny day and people were still building away at the village. Since there was nothing left but the Hokage monument, they literally had to build a city from nothing. It didn't seem as much of a trouble to the villagers, for at least they were doing something to occupy their time. Naruto still received smiles from others as he passed by them. There would even be one or two girls around the same age as him that he would pass who, when he faced them, would turn their heads away and giggle. Since he never really saw what it felt like to be liked by another girl, it sort of creeped him out because he thought maybe they were planning something or making fun of him. Ignoring whoever and whatever, he continued. He was trying to reach the Hokage building because he wanted to see if Konan made it out fine. He wrapped around a newly built building and passed a few more people until he started hearing angry shouting and cursing. A few people seemed to be enraged about something as he gained ever nearer to the noise. It wasn't until he turned a corner that he saw a crowd of people arranged into an uneven circle. There seemed to be a fight that broke out and people were encouraging it by keeping it contained in the irregular shape. After listening on the fight for another second or two, he could make out a few phrases the people were saying. Kill the bitch. Why is she here? She stole a leaf ninja's clothes, probably trying to sneak in. Go back to where you came from, demon. Naruto got a little worried for this person. Did they really hate whoever this much? She couldn't have done something too bad. After those thoughts ran through his mind, a small break formed in the mass of confusion that enveloped this character in just enough time so he could see who they were fighting. It wasn't a fight. No, it was far from it. This was attempted manslaughter. There were several people on this one person, and there were even others trying to get their hits on the poor figure. Who were they thrashing on? It was someone who Naruto promised to protect. The person they were beating down was none other than the blue-haired ninja that he saved a few days ago, Konan. Anger boiled in the pit of his stomach as he saw the woman lying on her back getting hit in the face with a villager's fist and 3 or 4 others kicking her in her sides. It was a horrid sight to the blonde boy as feelings came back that he hadn't felt in a long while. Without really thinking, the Jinchuriki blazed through all of the people and threw a right-handed cross to the one attacking her face. This, in turn, sent the abuser flying several feet away from the circle and everyone else to stop what they were doing. Konan weakly looked up to the boy and saw the anger in his eyes, almost as identical as the last time. And Naruto, does anybody else want to hit her? The blonde nin asked to anyone and everyone. All of the villagers stepped back a little at the sight of the Jinchuriki before they barraged him with an array of angry shouts. Why are you defending her? She's an Akatsuki. She doesn't belong here. She needs to be dead, just like me, right? Naruto screamed as his head turned to one of the villagers, revealing his red, vertically slit eyes. Shouldn't I be dead too? I am the Jinchuriki. The villagers stepped a few more paces back before the villager began to speak. Well, you don't want to harm us, and we realize that. But that woman was in on the whole entire destruction of the village. But people can change, right? An unknown voice said that came from behind Naruto and surprised everyone. To Naruto's relief, the village's ruler appeared behind the boy, causing the whole scene to emit peace. Granny! Naruto started but was cut off by the Godame. Don't worry, Naruto. I'll take it from here, she replied firmly. The villagers once again began an upheaval in noise, clearly in rejection to the blue-haired woman's presence. Tsunade listened with a half ear to what the villagers were saying before she raised her hand to clam them down. As soon as they pacified, she sighed softly. Look, I am sure all of you are upset about this new occurrence, but let me assure you, there is a perfect explanation for all of this. The villagers remained observant on the speaker. Naruto was looking over Konan and helping her stand on her feet. Yes, Tsunade continued. She was a member of Akatsuki, but she has been captured. Now you are probably also wondering why she is wearing normal leaf attire. A few people nodded as a sign of agreement. Well, the council and I have decided that, since she partook in the annihilation of the village, she should wear what many of our fellow ninja have worn to remind her of the past and her misdeeds that followed to the leaf's destruction. With that said, she will stay here and forever live her life in the shadow of the leaf, helping rebuild the village and whatever else we ask of her as penance for that sad day that fell upon our land. The Hokage looked over to the newly assigned Leaf Nin, who looked away as a sign of guilt crossed her features. She could see the sadness without having to really look too hard. All of the villagers seemed to take the Godame's statement at face value because a lot of them smiled viciously at the price the woman had to pay. That is why, from this moment forward, no one is to harm or maim this person because she will prove herself to be of worth. Understand? She concluded with that and watched as the villagers grumbled and removed themselves from the area to continue what they were doing previously. There were a few villagers who still glared at the blue-haired ninja with distaste before they walked away as well, leaving only Tsunade, Konan, and Naruto alone. The female Sannin then took sight of the other two standing there. She went to say something but felt slightly dizzy, so she closed her eyes and heaved a sigh. Thanks, Granny. Naruto sighed as he gazed down at his feet. I know Naruto, she replied to him with a slight smile. Just be glad I was thinking about you, she stated before opening her eyes and turning to make her leave. It was never really clear who she was talking to in that statement, but before anyone could ask, she disappeared by Shunshin. A crossed look came over the boy's features, but only for a moment as he shook it off and looked at the ex-Akatsuki. Come on, Konan. Naruto told the blue-haired ninja with a smile. Let's get you cleaned up. She looked over to the boy and reflected silently, thinking about everything that had just taken place. Naruto went out of his way to protect her again. He even went so far as to hit someone else in his own village, but was it for his promise or for something else? It seems he still has some buried feelings about his past, she thought quietly before taking his offer and following him. A little while later, they reached Naruto's home. He pulled out a key from his pocket, unlocking his door and pushing it open to reveal the inside. It was nearly the same as last time, except some odd and end things were lying on the floor. They both walked into the living room and Naruto helped his guest sit on the couch that overlooked the street. He left her alone for a moment and only a moment before he walked back in the room with a couple of rags and a bowl of warm water. He also carried a bottle of some unknown brand of ninja pills that was halfway filled and a roll of bandages. He sat down beside her and began to take a look at the damage. Her hair was a little disheveled and small cuts made their way onto her face. She also had a black eye and a small amount of blood was on her lip, which seemed to have left a trail on her face, but was dried over time. Why didn't you defend yourself? Naruto asked as he continued looking over her face. Well, violence is not always the answer. Also, I do believe that I would have serious repercussions if I touched anyone in your village. Killing someone on my first day is not a very good impression, is it? She replied, nonchalantly looking down. He laughed lightly at that. No, I guess not. He then went for the rag and began dipping it into the warm water. He pulled it up a few seconds later and immediately stopped. Wait a second. What in the hell am I doing? Then again, she hasn't said anything yet, so I guess it's okay. The Jinchuriki sank the rag back into the lukewarm water, wrung it out and slowly inched his hand closer to her face. He came just a hair away from making contact with skin before a hand grabbed his wrist, knocking the warm rag to the young woman's lap. I can do this on my own. I do not need your assistance, she replied sharply with a facial reaction that matched. The only reason he got as far as he did was because she wasn't paying attention to him. Oh, sorry. Ha ha, he replied wryly. Now he felt like an idiot. Of course, she wouldn't let him do that. I should have known. She began to wipe her face with the rag softly, closing her eyes to the sensation it gave her. Naruto didn't really know what to do anymore, so he thought quietly to himself. Actually, he was thinking about the villagers and how they reacted to her. They hated her, loathed her, wanted her dead. He couldn't help but remind himself about the way they used to act to him when he was younger. This feeling was something that he never wanted to experience again because for the longest time, he was the villagers' beacon of hate. Even through his academy years, people hated him. He thought the only way to get attention was to act out and become a nuisance. He did bad pranks and jokes all over the village. He even marked all over the Hokage monument. But people noticed him. It didn't matter how he got noticed back then, just as long as somebody was watching him. The only reason he ever got any friends was because he got stuck on a team with people who had to deal with him. They eventually realized not to judge a book by its cover and finally became friends with the boy. Years passed and finally everyone recognized Naruto as a person, not a demon. But now the villagers have someone new to hate, someone to blame everything on. A new pariah, which was something Naruto had been previously. Maybe the same thing will happen to KONAN? He thought in a sense of hopefulness. Maybe people will see her like they see me now? He brooded silently a few more moments before a soft voice interrupted him. Naruto-san. Yeah? He asked curiously. The blonde was a little disappointed that he was cut short in his thoughts, but was willing to talk. There was something I have wanted to ask you ever since I have been here. She then stopped rubbing her face and looked at him with interest. How did you know Madara was after me? It's like you knew I was in danger. Well, he started while gripping his chin and closing his eyes as if deeply concentrating. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? She asked him irately from his stupid answer. Hold on a second. Let me explain. He then positioned himself correctly on the couch, pushing his hands on his legs. A close of his eyes signified that he was deep in thought. Well, when I was home, something happened to me. I was watching the villagers rebuild their homes from this window. He pointed to the one behind the couch they were sitting on. Everything seemed fine and it felt like another day. Well, then I began to reminisce about the reveal of my true heritage and Nagato's death. Konan's attention was still laid upon the boy, keeping movements to a minimum as to not disturb his thought processes. Around that time, I started to look at the flowers you gave me and I started to feel sad. While I was doing that though, the flowers, they started wilting. But origami cannot wilt. She rebuked, followed by a continuation of his explanation. Yeah, I know, that's what I thought too. I thought it was just a genjutsu you did to the flowers that make them seem realistic. But then, it got even weirder. Konan looked at him, confused in the matter, and silently urged him to resume. Seconds later, a sigh left his mouth and he spoke. After they wilted, they caught on fire. Caught on fire? She was taken aback at the statement. The blue-haired Leaf-Nin didn't do any of that and felt like Naruto was just telling a lie to make it convincing. But then again, the way he spoke so calmly about it made him seem like he was telling the truth. Yeah, I don't really get it myself, but they did. I was a little worried about it and I didn't want to think anything more. But the Jinchuriki then lowered his eyes to the floor. Then I started to feel this pain. It was in my chest and I felt like I was dying. But when this feeling continued, the only person that popped into my head was you. It was like I could feel your anguish and my thoughts were telling me you were in trouble. So I just dashed out of the village by myself and the feeling led me to you. He finalized with a smile. Konan thought for a moment. It was a lot to take in because stuff seemed to not add up. How could Naruto know she was in danger? His Rinnegan couldn't have been activated during the time, so a small grin appeared on her face as she came to a conclusion. Nagato did that. That seemed to confuse the poor boy. Huh? What do you mean? He's not alive anymore. So how could he do anything? Well, then he must have done something while he was alive. She responded as if trying to give him a clue. What could he have done? Naruto asked abruptly. The only time he could have done anything was, how could he not have seen this before? It should have been obvious. My awakening. Exactly, Konan answered with finality. It seems Nagato has passed his locator link to you. Locator link? What do you mean? The Jinchuriki asked. She then heaved a sigh. Nagato used a jutsu on all of his 6 paths to locate them whenever he needed them. By sealing a small amount of chakra into a certain part of the body on the person they want to connect with, the person in charge can submit a small chakra frequency producing a connection with the other person. In order for it to work though, the receiver had to have an antenna to cast and receive the signal, and the person giving the signal has to have one as well. It doesn't even matter how big it is. Could be the size of a hair and still do its job. You can't control a body with an antenna that small, but you can still locate whoever you're looking for. I was the only other person to have a locating link placed on my body, which was transmitted by my lip piercing. She then points to the small hole under her bottom lip, signaling that something was once there. The person doing the jutsu leaves a hint of their own chakra into the other person, so they can always find who they are looking for. It seemed Nagato transferred his chakra locators to you, and since I was the only other person to have his chakra link, you could feel me, but only me. More or less, you unknowingly activated this link while you thought about me. Oh, Naruto replied, scratching his head. I guess that makes sense, but still, how did I receive the signal? I don't have anything on my body. I have one place in mind, Konan said as she got closer to the boy. Naruto felt a little awkward from their shortened distance away from each other as she moved closer to the boy, but sort of shrugged it off for now. Turn your head for me, please, she asked softly to him, who then received a turned head from the boy. She looked around the sides of his face, then grabbed his chin and quickly turned his head to gaze at his left temple. Naruto was bemused of her actions because he didn't really know what she was doing, but felt even more creeped out when she started touching his hair, moving it around softly with her fingers. Hey, what are you, YOW? Found it? Konan replied as her hand came around his face, unveiling a small shard. Very clever, Nagato. What is that? Looks like a splinter, Naruto told the girl quizzically. This is a chakra rod fragment. This is what Nagato used for you to find me, as in the little antenna I mentioned earlier. Oh, Naruto mentioned. But it's so small. Konan seemed slightly amused at his reaction to this. Well, yes, like I said, they can be as small as a hair, but it still does what the person wants it to. Naruto liked the idea. It was very smart to think of something like this, and it got him wanting to do the same. Hey, I should get one of those. Then if anyone ever gets in trouble, I can come in and save the day. You mean like the time that you saved me? The blue-haired Kunoichi asked, smiling at the end of her lips. Oh, Naruto blushed about her teasing question. Oh, well, I guess. He laughed slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Without any prior notice, Konan wrapped her arms around him again. This time, instead of sympathy, it was one that she needed and desired. Thank you, Naruto. A subtle tear began to descend its way down her face. It seemed she had more going on than he thought. She did so well to hide her emotions when they were in the hospital room that he never really noticed. That was when a melancholy mood placed itself on the house of Uzumaki Naruto. This was the third time he saw her cry, but this time Konan willingly hugged him. It was good to have a shoulder to cry on. Someone for emotional support. Of course, the factor of her being older and barely knowing the boy didn't really matter at the time because he was the only one she could do this to. He had the most tie to Nagato now, and she was in a village that hated her. So who else than the blonde nin that rescued her in the midst of her death? Naruto tried to collect his thoughts before he gently wrapped his arms around her as well. A smile overtook his lips as he began to speak happily to the woman. Don't worry. When I save this world from the never-ending pain, then you won't have to suffer anymore, because I will be Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage of Konohagakure. Naruto let go of his grip and stared at her with pure determination, pointing to his own chest with his thumb. I will make sure that everyone understands one another and peace lives across the land. It is my dream, my goal, my desire. If there is no way to peace, then I will find a way. Konan stared at the boy. She did misjudge him. Yes, his way of thinking about finding peace was childish, but somehow he keeps stepping closer to that ambition with hope. That smile, I understand now. That feeling I felt in the hospital, it was warmth. I have finally realized why Nagato trusts him. He truly is the light to this world. I have faith in you. Another smile graced her features as she wiped a stray tear from her eye. And I won't let anyone interfere. The will for peace has been passed down to you, and I promise on my life and on my friends' graves that I will protect that will and allow the bridge to peace to be built with only the strongest materials. The support that holds underneath will keep that bridge standing taller than all the land, so that nothing evil can ever reach its peak. I promise, Yahiko. Nagato. In that moment, they both looked at each other in a new light that only seemed unfeasible previously. On that day, a new friendship was born between the two which could possibly exceed every other's expectation. Was it fate that these two met? Did they share something that no one else had in the known universe? They seemed to know each other, if only slightly, and were willing to go out of each other's way to make this path to peace probable. It was a mutual feeling, an understanding. Maybe the universe intended this outcome and was correcting itself by allowing this abnormal charade to continue. This didn't seem real, couldn't be real, but here they were, joined together by an unusual game of chance where the hand dealt in their favor. Maybe this could work. It was only planned from the beginning anyway. Chapter 5, Secrets. Naruto-san, let us begin your training, Konan said as she sat up from her seated position, wrapping her arm in a bandage. Somehow, she felt a smidge happier from their little heart-to-heart moment. Oh yeah, Naruto shouted giddily. That's what I was going to ask you today. Konan questioned the blonde, befuddled. Ask what? Well, before I found you, I wanted to find someone to help me with the Rinnegan. Then I thought after a minute and realized you were the only person that was even remotely close to knowing anything about it. But after all of those things that happened today, I sort of forgot, he replied, rubbing the back of his head wryly. Yes, well, we are here now and we don't have much time to waste, Konan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Madara far surpasses your strength and even my own, but we are about to change that. She then finished wrapping her arm and started walking towards the door. The blonde only stared at her, his gaze deep in space signifying that he was in thought. Naruto-san, Madara is nothing but pure darkness. You, on the other hand, are the child of prophecy. It is said that you will triumph victoriously and make things right in this world gone awry. She then turned to face him in a serious facade. By the time we are done with your training, he will never get his hands on you. I can guarantee it. That response actually lightened his mood a little. A small grin etched across his face as he thought about that aspect. He was actually going to be taught how to use the Rinnegan. It sort of felt strange to him now that he thought about it. He has a Kekii Genkai, a special eye that her friend once had. Now that friend is no more, which makes Naruto the new heir to the special power he now possesses. Okay, Konan-chan, I am ready, Naruto replied cheerily. The blue-haired woman looked at him and her features dropped into a frown. Don't call me that. Huh? He asked a little confused. You are never to put chan at the end of my name. Understand? She told him in an angry voice. Just because we have to train together for your benefit, that dude's not mean that we are best friends. But I thought dash. Well, you thought wrong, she replied with no hesitation. Now let's get going. We do not have much time. She then proceeded out of the door in sort of a hurry. Naruto tried to think as he couldn't figure out what just happened. What is wrong with her? 1 minute we're friendly, the next, she is staring daggers at me. I don't get it. He concentrated for another second or so before he concluded that it would come to him sooner or later. Naruto then followed behind Konan to begin his very first training lesson of the Rinnegan. Another day as the Hokage unfurls, Tsunade replied out in the open at her office desk. It never ceases to amaze me. Tsunade was very annoyed as of late. She had just gotten out of a coma and the work already piled itself to the ceiling, as if it was trying to get her mad on purpose. She had to deal with the unexpected arrival of a former Akatsuki member, which was proving to be more trouble than it was actually worth, but could potentially work into a huge advantage if handled correctly. She had to go through council just to even instate Konan as a leaf ninja. But if the blue-haired woman was willing to help Naruto in any way she could and Naruto felt it best, then there didn't seem to be any reason why she shouldn't do this for her, even if the Hokage didn't want to. It was the way Konan acted towards Tsunade that really tipped the scales in the ex-Akatsuki's favor. The Godame could read people very well, that it was almost a talent because she could pick up and subtle gesture or voice change very easily, just like the third Hokage. That was something that only interrogators were good at. Maybe she should have been a cross-examiner? Easier than being Hokage, she thought with a sigh. She then thought about the blue-haired woman that came in earlier. When she looked at Konan, the look in her eyes and the way she spoke, it was as if she was speaking to another person entirely, if that makes sense. Tsunade could see the loneliness in Konan's eyes, in which her voice didn't betray that emotion at all. Of course, Konan was trying to hide it and doing a good job nonetheless, but that didn't really matter because the Hokage could see straight through the mask that the paper user held onto for a false sense of comfort. Tsunade could see her sadness. Oh, too well. Konan was the last one from the trio that trained under Jiraiya all those years ago, and now that all of her friends were deceased, there was no one else there to help the paper user get over her grief. The Sannin felt a little sad for the woman, even though she helped in the village's total annihilation. But now that Naruto is around her in the village, maybe he will find a friend in Konan and help her. She seemed to hold Naruto in high regard. I think he's safe for now. While in the middle of her thoughts, Yamato and Kakashi appeared in the Godame's office with a poof of smoke, completely disrupting her ruminations. Tsunade looked over in their direction and put a knowing look upon her face. Well, what did you find out? She then intertwined her fingers and laid her elbows on the table, resting her chin on her hands. Right? Yamato replied firmly. Well, we were a little startled at first when we saw it, but the tests came back negative. His eyes are real. Yes, it seems Naruto has acquired the true Rinnegan, Kakashi stated seriously. We do not know what to do about the situation, although we do know that it does not have any effect on the last seal Konatening the Kyuubi. Well, at least there is some good news. Good to know Nagato didn't do anything to him. Tsunade responded with a sense of finality. I found it very odd though, Kakashi started again after a minute's silence. Naruto only has 2 rings on his eyes, but if I remember correctly, the Rinnegan has always covered the entire eye. I've done some research while we were fighting pain and it says that the Rinnegan covers the whole eye, but Naruto's only go so far as to cover the irises. Tsunade looked to the ninja, intrigued by his findings. You You do make an interesting point. That is why I would like to continue testing him for further evaluation, Yamato answered without a moment's haste. Things seem a little confusing, and for that reason, I want to make sure nothing happens. Tsunade nodded her head in approval. Right? You have my permission to continue watching him for any unusual occurrences, as it would deem unfortunate if something were to happen to Naruto. The Hokage sternly replied. Something was fishy, as things did not definitely add up. What could it be? What was Nagato's purpose? Kakashi then let his eye wander until a hint of blue piqued his interest on the Hokage's desk. There was a folder that was left open, revealing a sizable document and a photo of a person on top. Oh, doing a last-minute Akatsuki report? Kakashi's eye lingered a little longer between the front page and picture before noticing something out of the ordinary. Wait a minute, is she dash? That's right, Kakashi, the Godame interrupted. She is a leaf jounin. What? Yamato asked before he looked at the photo with the silver-haired jounin. All he heard was Akatsuki, she, and leaf jounin. He really wasn't expecting what he saw. You can't be serious? Tsunade looked at the document as well before heaving a soft sigh. Look, Naruto was the one who found her. He seemed to trust her after finding out that Nagato was his cousin, and also, she has no ill will towards Naruto because we had Inoichi look into her mind and come up with nothing. Kakashi and Yamato stared in though as the Sannin continued. I already know what you are thinking. When I first heard that Naruto brought her here, I thought the same thing. I really just wanted to leave here for dead. But Naruto, he had a sense that something was there that no one was seeing. That idiot. He thinks he know everything. A smile graced her lips as she kept the speech moving. It wasn't until I actually saw her today that I changed my mind. Yamato felt the need to speak after a moment of silence. Curious as to what the woman had to say. Well, what made you change your mind? Tsunade looked at the picture again, and then looked at both of the jounin with her smile fading into a sad one. Naruto did. His attitude about everything. Maybe he felt obligated to protect Konan, since Pain, or Nagato rather, told him that he was his cousin. I do not know. You really wish the better for Naruto, don't you, Lady Tsunade? Kakashi asked in a semi-sorrowful voice, but his stature proved he was sympathetic as well. Yes, but I also know Konan can really help him with his training. She is the only one that really knows anything about the Rinnegan, and plus, on top of that, she seems to trust Naruto to a degree. Tsunade then moved her arms to the desk and turned her eyes to the table as well. What was real strange though was while we were in discussion about it with the Jounin leader and the council, Danzo didn't even raise an argument. Actually, he and I were the only ones in full support of the instatement. That only makes me curious as to what he was thinking. I see your point, Kakashi stated as he turned his head to the wood user. Yamato then nodded in acceptance. I guess we really can't disobey the Hokage's decree. Nope, Tsunade replied cheekily, changing her mood in an instant. And that is one reason why I love being Hokage. Yamato was slightly taken aback before he nodded his head again. Yes, Lady Hokage. Then I will keep you updated with Naruto. Goodbye. He then did a shunshin, leaving Kakashi and Tsunade in the room alone. Once things died down, Kakashi looked at the Godame and turned his head to the door. Well, since you don't need me for anything, I might as well make my leave. Actually, Tsunade started. I do need your assistance. That made the silver-haired Jounin stop in his tracks. Oh, yes. I need you to keep an eye on Naruto and Konan for me, she replied, getting up from her chair, but wobbled just a bit after another faint spell washed over her. The coma's after effects were getting to her. So, you don't trust Konan after all, Kakashi replied in an aha tone. The slug summoner sighed in defeat. You're right. We can't fully trust her. Not just yet anyway. She was an Akatsuki member and a person who killed innocent shinobi without thinking twice. But I do not want you doing anything that could interfere with Naruto's training. So just keep an eye on them and make sure nothing happens. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi replied lazily. And also, it was around 3 o'clock once Konan and Naruto reached the newly made training grounds. The heat was sweltering as it was the hottest time of the day. But that didn't really matter to the Leaf Village. People from Konoha were used to the heat and were still as adamant to continue building their village. Once Naruto showed her to the place he usually trains, she had to stop for a minute to take a breath, laying her weight on a new practice log by her arm. Just coming from the hospital the very same day and doing something like this was risky, but she felt like she had no choice. They would never get anything done in time if she didn't try to pack as much as needed into the lesson. Naruto looked at her anxiously for a few seconds before he grew impatient. Finally, after waiting a little longer, her spoke up. "Well, what are we going to learn?" Konan gazed at the boy before a frown took her face again. "Patience is a virtue. That is what usually gets shinobi killed, is the recklessness that comes from eagerness. You should know that. Anyway, while you were standing there doing nothing, activate your Rinnegan." Naruto grumbled at the order he received from the blue-haired Jounin and reluctantly activated his Rinnegan in front of her, displaying 2 purple rings on each iris. That is when she pushed herself off of the log and walked over to Naruto, stopping about 10 feet away. "Okay, Naruto-san. Right now, I am your superior. I have listened, watched, and helped Nagato create and perfect his jutsu and skills, so listen closely because I will only say this once," Konan stated, gaining the full attention of the only blonde there. "Now that you have acquired the Rinnegan, there are certain abilities that have been added to your skill repertoire. It also means you have gained an upper hand in learning new jutsu, as they will somehow become easier for you to learn." Naruto listened intently as the young woman continued. "I am sure you are aware of the Bansho Tenin and the Shinra Tensei from your fight with Nagato's Deva Path?" Konan asked before she received an agreement from Naruto. "Well, those 2 techniques come with the Kekkei Genkai, just like, in example, how the Manjikyu Sharingan comes with the ability of Amaterasu." Naruto did not know what that was and held his question about Amaterasu until later because he didn't want to interrupt the woman. "Both moves are able to control the gravity that keeps us on the ground," Konan continues. "To go more in depth, Bansho Tenin is the ability to pull any object towards you at your own free will by channeling your chakra through your hands. The chakra that is in your hands compresses until it creates its own gravity field in a small circumference inside your palm. The compression is so compact that it is generally invisible to the naked eye, which explains why you can't see it. This compression phase is also the reason why there is a 5-second window in both techniques. Anyway, wherever you point your hand while doing this attack, it will automatically be tugged to the source of the force. Depending on how much chakra you compress, the farther or heavier the object you can pull towards you." "Oh, okay," Naruto replied with a sense of unusual understanding. Shinra Tensei, on the other hand, is similar to the Bansho Tenin except it repels anything by gravity using the controlled chakra from your hands. To do this, you need to pressurize the gravity compression from Bansho Tenin to a degree to where it becomes unstable. That is when the gravity becomes unbalanced in your palm and it erupts into an explosion, causing a gravity expulsion away from your palm. She gave hand gestures to further explain the process. To do this move requires chakra control in the entire body, as it could prove fatal if your chakra explodes without synchronization. Your body has to be in sync for the impact of the expulsion to not affect it. Also, in order to do the full Shinra Tensei, you have to cast both arms outward and expel gravity from both hands simultaneously. If done correctly, it will create a barrier of disrupted gravity around your body, completely shielding you from any attack, just like what the Deva Path used. Konan let Naruto sink that information in for a second before she continued. She was surprised at his level of awareness but quickly realized that his Rinnegan was activated, so she shrugged it off with indifference. "Now, we shall give you a little practice," the Jounin replied while picking up a random stick off of the ground. It was about a foot long, 1 centimeter in diameter, and weighed no more than an ounce or 2. She then threw the stick about 30 feet away from Naruto, who watched in interest. "Now, since you already have a jutsu that is similar to this technique in a way, it will make things a little easier. What I want you to do is hold out your hand, aim it at the stick, and concentrate. Imagine your chakra as if you were making a Rasengan without making one, but keep compressing it in your hand until you can't see it. Then, once you do that, concentrate on the stick and imagine it coming to you." What?" Naruto asked in a shocked manner. "How am I supposed to do that? It's hard enough to make a Rasengan as it is, so how can I compress the chakra into nothing?" "Just think," Konan replied in a nonchalant tone. "You have the Rinnegan, so it shouldn't be that hard." The Jinchuriki thought for a second before he realized what the woman was talking about. Then, with a simple sigh, He raised his right hand and began to concentrate on the stick. He thought about making the Rasengan and compressed it until it became invisible in his mind. Once he did that, he concentrated hard on the stick, trying to imagine that it was coming to him. A few moments passed and then a few minutes passed until Naruto realized nothing was happening. "Konan-san, it's not working." Konan looked at him annoyed and spoke. "It worked for Nagato, so I don't see why it shouldn't work for you." It was easy to him. He did it on his first try. "Well, sorry for not being as good as my cousin," Naruto replied heatedly, still holding out his hand. "You think it's just easy to grab something without using your hands? Fine. I will just concentrate on the stick right now because it is just so easy." He then turned his eyesight to the stick and began sarcastically mimicking the pattern to grab it. That caused the blue-haired woman to shake her head. "So I pretend to have a Rasengan and then imagine the stick coming to me. Ha! Like that dash. CHK. A soft pat on his palm interrupted his rant as his gaze faltered to his hand. To his amazement, the stick that he couldn't get just a second ago happened to be a tuck on his right hand like super glue. "What the? How dash? See? Easy," Konan replied with a self-satisfying stare. "But why couldn't I grab it just a second ago?" the blonde asked in befuddlement. "You weren't concentrating with your eyes?" the Jounin replied with a sigh as the stick fell from Naruto's hand. "You were concentrating with your mind. The Rinnegan is what makes the stick move, not your mind." "Oh, well, why didn't you say that before?" the boy asked, irritated because he looked like an idiot. Konan scoffed at him. "I thought you already knew that. Either way, let's try it again so you get the idea of how the move works." Naruto grumbled more to himself as the paper user picked up the same stick and threw it 100 yards, making its way into the forest. "Now," Konan began, "you will use the same move you did previously but at a farther distance away. Concentrate with your eyes and aim your hand to the direction I threw the stick." "All right," the Jinchuriki replied as he began to concentrate on the piece of wood. His arm aimed at the stick, intently waiting on its arrival. His concentration made him lose his awareness as he only thought of bringing the stick into his grasp. It was as if it was just him and the wood he was trying to grab was there. After another moment, right before he was about to give up, a shuffle of leaves attracted his attention and something shot out of the woods as fast as a bullet. It came straight at Naruto, whose surprise was short-lived as the stick came to his hand and abruptly stopped, encountering resistance. Once again, it wasn't as hard as he thought it was. "It's almost as if the Rinnegan tells him how much chakra to use," Konan thought quietly while she watched Naruto laugh in excitement. It was roughly 6 o'clock in the evening when Naruto and Konan decided to call it a day. She was training herself rather lightly in her jutsu while simultaneously helping Naruto refine his stick-grabbing skills and eventually moved it up to logs roughly 6 inches in diameter and 2 feet long. Konan was impressed while unimpressed at the same time. She knew the Rinnegan helped the user master any type of jutsu, but she didn't really think it was also easier to master the gravity moves. He seemed to get the idea pretty quickly, and it didn't even seem like he was tired. That moves consumes a pretty good bit of chakra, and he has been doing it for the last 3 hours. But then she thought about the boy's chakra and ignored her amazement upon the fact. While walking away from the training grounds, Naruto heard a low growl from his stomach and laughed with a wry smile. "Well, I'm hungry now. Haha. Konan-san? Do you want to get something to eat?" Konan glanced at him, a little interested in his request. "I guess I am famished as well. I don't know anything about this place, so you should show the way." Naruto nodded with a slight smile. "There's only one place I know where you won't be rejected from." That statement caused her to drop her head a bit. She just remembered that the village hates her. The only problem with this was the fact that she couldn't escape the situation. There was no way out, and it almost scared her. Strange. Why does that scare me? She asked herself in silence. She hasn't been scared of anything since she was a kid, and now the feelings roared its way to the surface, even if it was miniature in her state of mind. "Don't worry about it, Konan-san," Naruto told her, which brought her head up in confusion. Did Naruto know what she was thinking? "They are nice people, and I don't think they will judge you as quickly as you think they will." Konan widened her eyes about Naruto's reply. No, it wasn't what she was thinking, but it did make her feel a little happier once she realized there was still one person around who didn't loathe her. A slight smile overcame her face, knowing that, in a way, She still had a tie to Nagato. All right, Naruto-san. It had taken a few minutes to reach the building. It was none other than the famous Ichiraka ramen stand that Naruto had grown accustomed to going to on a daily basis. They had just opened up today and Naruto was getting rather tired of cup ramen. Sure, he ate a little of the homemade foods that stacked in his home, but most of it couldn't fit in his refrigerator, so he had to throw the rest out. Once he pulled over the flap to let himself inside, a young woman greeted him with a cheerful voice. "Oh, hey, Naruto. It looks like you received our message today. Welcome to the new and improved Ichiraku." Naruto grinned at her response and looked around the store and noticed things completely redecorated. It carried the traditional counter seats that people ate from, but everything from the back looked as if it cost a lot of money. New fryers, stoves, and other hardware to cook were littered all over the back of the restaurant. It made Naruto a little happy for the Ichirakus. "Thanks, I am Chan." Naruto beamed to the young brown-haired woman. "I have someone with me today, so you can put their order on my tab." "That's a first," Ayam replied cheekily, laying her arms on the counter. "Who is it? Are you actually going on a date?" Naruto blushed about that statement and rubbed the back of his neck. "Nah, nothing like that. She's just a friend of mine." "So it is a girl. Well, where is she?" The young Ichiraku asked the blonde anxiously. "I want to know who you brought with you." "Okay, well, I will bring her in then," Naruto replied before motioning his hand, signaling the other person can enter. Naruto opened a flap for the blue-haired woman who entered with caution. Konan looked at the brown-haired woman who looked into her eyed as well. It was sort of nerve-grueling because the paper user did not know whether or not to speak. She was unsure if what Naruto said was true about how the stand would not discriminate. Ayam gazed at her until finally, a happy smile overtook her features. "Hello. Welcome to Ichiraka Ramen." Konan stopped for a brief minute for surprise to subside before she returned the greeting and sat down on a stool. "Thank you. I will be glad to eat here." Two other people in the stand noticed the paper user's presence and left with a rain check, going out with a look of contempt upon their faces when they looked in the paper user's direction. That didn't go unnoticed by her nor the blonde Jinchuriki. "Did I hear Naruto come in?" An older voice called from the back to Ayam. An aged man walked into the front of the store carrying a towel, wiping his hands thoroughly. His hair grayed with age and an apron wrapped on his body. It was none other than Tuchi Ichiraku. His face lit up in delight once he saw the young blonde sitting on a stool with a foxy grin. "So it is you. Been a while, hasn't it?" Tuchi asked the Jinchuriki with warmth. "It sure has, and you know what I want," Naruto replied with an enormous smile plastered on his face. Yeah, the usual," the older man replied with a similar smirk until he noticed the other presence in the room. "And who is this pretty young woman?" "You flatter me saying such things, but my name is Konan," the blue-haired jounin replied with a slight smile at the end of her lips. "Well, that's a lovely name," the older man replied with sweetness. "And what will you be having?" Konan didn't really know what to eat. She wasn't a big fan of ramen for personal reasons, but she couldn't decline Naruto's offer. Plus, on top of that, this was really the only place she could go to eat without having to worry about discrimination so far. Earlier, when they were walking to the ramen stand, they both passed a few restaurants with people inside who noticed the blue-haired woman walking by, and the managers of the restaurant passed evil glares toward her direction. They were stares of killer intent. They meant that she could not go there and the owners were not willing to negotiate. Breaking from her ruminations, the jounin looked up with concern before it disappeared in a flash. "I would like today's special, please." "Coming right up. Ayam, you know the drill," Tuchi replied with a smile. "Yes sir, right away," the young Ichiraku replied before going to the back and preparing the food. Tuchi looked at the two ninja before him and replied, "Your food will be ready shortly." "Thanks. I'm starved," Naruto replied before the older man returned to the back and helped his daughter. Things got quiet for a minute as no one talked or brought up anything. Naruto and Konan were sort of in their own little worlds, reflecting on the past and wondering about the future. It wasn't until Naruto decided to say something that made tension fall from the little stand. "Sue, you are a wind nature too." That response seemed to stop Konan's reflecting and she turned to eye him. "How could you guess that?" "Well, Naruto started again. I saw you practicing your origami attacks while I was working on Bansho Tenin, and I noticed that all of your techniques have wind attributes. I never really knew that about you. Yes, while you did not see the full extent of my power because of my condition, I do indeed carry the futon affinity. Although, I am surprised you would bring up something like that. Konan replied calmly, averting her attention back to the counter. Naruto didn't really have to think twice about that statement. I brought it up because I have the futon nature too. You do? The blue-haired woman asked in a bit of shock. Naruto looked at her a little puzzled and lowered his voice to a whisper. You didn't know? I thought all Akatsuki knew about their enemy? While that may be true, Konan replied, shifting her eyes back to the counter. Information came rather slowly in our organization. I think the only time we actually found out about your affinity was when you fought Nagato's Deva path. Heh. I guess that's why I still overpowered Nagato, Naruto replied with a foxy grin. Possibly, but I do have one question. The paper user brought up, how does the Raisin Shuriken work? I heard Nagato commenting about it while you were fighting his Deva path. He said something about it involving wind, and it seemed to annoy him, so it must have been a rather powerful jutsu. Well, it is a jutsu I worked on while I was in MT Mayuboku. Naruto began while gaining the interest of the woman to his right. Basically, I create a Rasengan with another clone helping me mold the chakra. Then afterwards, I begin using my wind nature to encase the Rasengan with wind chakra. Once I do that, I push more wind chakra into the move until the wind blades start increasing in size and rotation. Then once it's ready, I just throw it and watch the fireworks. That sounds complicated and difficult. Konan replied with an odd look of awe. Naruto smiled at her again. Yeah, I trained a very long time to do that, but the move is still not perfected though. What do you mean, not perfected? That seems like a move all to its own. How can something that's strong not be completed? Konan replied with a look of irritation. Well, the blonde spoke after a few seconds of thinking. Before I left the hospital for my checkup after my fight with Nagato, they did a scan on me and told me that every time I do that move, it affects my cells to a point where I lose a day of my life every time I use it. It's sort of an issue with that technique. Konan sunk her head a little low after hearing that. It seemed the lifespan problem was universal to every shinobi. It only made her think of her friend even more than she wanted to. I believe you can do it, the blue-haired woman replied hoarsely. Ha! Naruto replied. He could barely make out what she said. I really think you can achieve that feat, Konan replied louder with confidence. You have such a huge advantage already by bearing the Rinnegan. If anything, I want to help you with your attack if I can. Naruto thought about it for a second. Another moment passed by before a grin crept across his face. Sure, I'd like that. And who knows, maybe I will teach you how to use it. It was really confusing to Konan now. Naruto seemed to really trust her for him to explain how to do a move like that and even offer to teach it to her no less. But to have someone put full trust in her in only 6 days after their original encounter was a little strange. It was almost like a role reversal with someone she once knew. I knew you'd be here, a voice replied out of nowhere. Naruto turned to look at who was talking and saw a silver-haired, mask-bearing Jounin behind him. Kakashi-sensei? What are you doing here? What? Can't I just drop by to say hey to a student of mine? Kakashi replied, innocently looking at the blonde. Naruto glared unsatisfied at the Jounin. But you already met me today, so this time has to be something else. Kakashi looked over to the Jinchuriki and wandered his eye over to Konan, who was looking back at him with interest on her face. They seemed to be doing fine. Nothing unusual. So this is the new recruit? I'm assuming you already know my name and I already know yours. So no reason for introductions, is there? He replied with a masked smile. I guess not, but would prefer if we reintroduced ourselves, now that we are on the same footing. The blue-haired woman replied with nonchalance. Kakashi changed his look of happened into interest as he saw Konan reach her hand out in a greeting gesture. Hello. My name is Konan and I am a leaf Jounin. What is yours? The silver-haired man looked at her hand for a second before he let out a smile and grabbed her hand with a friendly handshake. My name is Kakashi. Nice to meet you, Konan of the Leaf. I think we will get along just fine. Just as long as you don't get any funny ideas. So Kakashi-sensei, why are you here? Naruto asked, clearly annoyed by the man's disregard of the blonde's question earlier. Ha! Kakashi replied in confusion. I thought I already told you. I like to visit my stew dash. That's a load of crap and you know it. Naruto screamed with self-righteousness. Kakashi thought for a second, shifting his body position from one leg to the other, then let out an eye smile. It's the truth. If I came here for anything important, you would be the first to know. Well, Naruto replied in defeat. All right. It was nice to see you too, I guess. That wasn't so hard, was it? Kakashi replied with a smile in his eye. Now, I have things to attend to, so I will have to talk to you later. He then looked over to the blue-haired woman and gave her an eye smile as well. Later, Konan of the Leaf, and with that, he started walking away from the two, lifting the flap over his head. He abruptly stopped after the flap left his silver hair and poked his head back in between the flaps. Oh, by the way, both of you are to live together in Naruto's flat. Tsunade's orders, Kakashi then did a shunshin, leaving the couple alone in the restaurant. There was an absolute silence that encased the whole stand, leaving nothing to make a sound. All right, guys. Naruto's usual and today's special. I am replied, placing their orders on the counter with a smile. The brown-haired girl opened her eyes shortly after and looked at both of the statuesque figures standing in the lone stand. Hello? Chapter 6. Understanding. It was morning time for the Jinchuriki and the paper user. Dew began to slowly evaporate from the leaves, and the birds chirped their songs in the wind that started the new day. The two ninja didn't really have the best night the night before because of some unusual living arrangements that had to be enforced. As it turned out, Konan had to legay with Naruto in his flat, and that caused a lot of awkwardness to ensue. Konan didn't really mind the living arrangements because she would rather have a bed to sleep in than a cot in a tent like other ninja had to suffice with. Naruto, on the other hand, was in rejection to the arrangements and even ran down to the new halfway-built Hokage Tower and complained to the Godame about it. Tsunade brought up a lot of many great reasons as to why this would be the best choice. Luckily, Naruto's flat was one of the first things the village built again, because if it wasn't, then they both would have had to share a tent together. The village was also enraged of her stay, so she couldn't live on her own. There would be many assassination attempts. Also, they will be training together because of Naruto's Rinnegan, so they would need to spend as much time together as possible, just in case something unusual happened. Their added time to each other also means they can learn from each other and build good teamwork with one another because they will need it. Plus, Konan felt obligated to stay around the Jinchuriki anyway. Naruto mildly complained but realized that everything Tsunade said was true. Konan didn't complain one bit. Her heart actually felt a bit calmer upon that information. It seemed the Sannin trusts Konan to be around Naruto even so far as to live with him. Wasn't Tsunade worried that something would happen? Konan wouldn't have felt entirely comfortable staying in constant sight of the Jinchuriki if they were to share a tent. Although, not to say that she wouldn't have minded that either. If she had no choice, then it was perfectly fine. It wasn't her first time having to get used to new living arrangements. It was a random thought that crossed her mind, but she still didn't like the idea of not having a room. She had won an Amige cure before battles broke loose in the city, but her place in AIM didn't matter anymore because her life was currently in the Leaf Village protecting the next prophetic child. Of course, she remembered herself being the Amigekure Kage and fulfilling the responsibility of keeping the village safe. She actually thought about it a lot more than before, but her mind was made up about several things. The village is in no near danger anytime soon because there is nothing of importance there for the Akatsuki to invade. Another thing that never left her mind was the fact that she was basically kept in Konoha against her will. Yes, she could hold her own against a few powerful shinobi, but the village would only overpower her in the end and win. She also thought about the undeniable will that was passed down to Naruto whenever Nagato saw him eye to eye. That will called for true peace. She almost forgot about her conditional yet unconditional protection to Naruto's well-being. Conditional meaning she would get killed if she didn't follow up in Naruto's training, and unconditional meaning that she wanted to protect Naruto for his passed-down will and claiming him to be the true child of prophecy. Mainly, the last part about protecting the boy was her reason for staying. They found themselves beginning to practice in the training grounds. It was no later than 8 in the morning, and both ninja realized they needed to remain focused, so they started with practicing on his techniques again. Konan laid herself on the wooden log just like the day before to catch her breath, but didn't have to stay as long. Her recovery was going along rather well, and it seemed as if she would be seemingly normal in the next couple of days. Naruto did some early stretches to prepare himself. He was utterly psyched upon learning more about these two techniques. After another breath, Konan got up a guy and looked at the eager blonde. "All right, are you ready?" "Oh man, are you kidding me?" Naruto blurted out with excitement stirring in his voice. "I've been waiting since yesterday." She let out a smile that was barely noticeable but returned with her voice. "Okay, so you know the basic idea as to how to use the Bansho Tenin. Now it is time to teach you how to use the Shinra Tensei." Naruto got into his thinking pose and activated his Rinnegan for the lesson. "But before I do that, there are some things I have to tell you about the Rinnegan before we start." She closed her eyes and heaved a sigh. "The reason I tell you to activate your Rinnegan is so you can everything I tell you. No, it is not like the Sharingan where you can copy countless jutsu, but it does give you better memory altogether. Do you remember everything that happened yesterday while your Rinnegan was activated?" Naruto looked at her for a second and began to think, I don't know." "All right, well then I will help you remember with a simple question." She spoke with slight annoyance, but with simplicity. "How many times did you use the Bansho Tenin?" "That's easy," Naruto scoffed. 258 times. "Wait a minute. I always lose count when I practice, so I shouldn't have known that." "That's exactly what I was trying to tell you. Rinnegan gives you a better memory of everything that happens," the blue-haired woman replied with nonchalance. "It also gives you a clearer mind to where you can think rationally in even the most intensive situations." "Wow, that's amazing," the blonde said with awe. "I see why Nagato was so strong now." "Yes, but that does not cure the irrationality that you obtain through anger and rage. If you do not forget that, then you will be fine." Naruto thought about her words for a minute. Anger tended to be a very difficult thing to ignore, since there were times where he couldn't really control himself. "All right, I will try." "Good. Since you now know this, I can teach you Shinra Tensei," she replied without much hesitation. Shinra Tensei is a little harder to maneuver for several different reasons. But since I told you why yesterday, we can just start the lesson now. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. "Okay. You remember how I told you to compress the chakra in your hand until it becomes invisible?" The blonde shook his head again. "Well, this time you compress the chakra in your hand to where it becomes unstable. I am pretty sure this part will be a little easier to achieve since you have technically mastered the Bansho Tenin," Konan replied dully. "Just so that same exact thing you did before, except make it to where you synchronize your chakra throughout your whole body while simultaneously unbalancing your chakra in your hand." The Jinchuriki's face fell off from Konan's explanation. "You make it seem like it is so easy." The Jounin looked at him unimpressed. "You said the same thing about Bansho Tenin, and yet you have basically completed that move in one day. This one should be no different." His expression changed from one of concern to one of happiness. Then, without saying a word, he began to try it out, closing his eyes to concentrate. He lifted his hand and put full focus into the move. Opening his eyes again only seconds later brimmed with confidence. A faint whisper in the winds alerted something was happening before an explosion erupted out of Naruto's palm, blowing him backwards into a tree. He hit it with much force, causing leaves to shake loose and fall to the ground. Once the momentum ceased, his body slumped over and he did not say a word. "Naruto-san, are you all right?" Konan asked as she walked over to him. Slight concern etched across her face from Naruto's little stunt, while she kneeled down next to the boy. The Jinchuriki brought his face up to match her eye level, and began rubbing the back of his head with his hand while laughing sheepishly. "Ha! Guess I used too much chakra. Huh." A sigh escaped her lips from the immediate laugh he gave her. "No, that's not it at all. Your body was not in exact sync with your chakra and it caused you to fly backwards." "Look," she replied while lending a hand and helping him up. "The reason why I tell you to be in sync is because your body has to withstand the force the expulsion brings, and that means you have to endure the gravitational force it releases." "Oh," the orange-clad ninja answered as if he just figured it out. "So just match my chakra level throughout my entire body while doing the technique, and I should be able to stay in one place if I do this?" "Precisely." "Heh. All right then, he replied with a determined grin. This time, I know I can do it. The blonde then closed his eyes one last time to concentrate and sync his chakra. He opened them shortly after and held out his right hand again just like he did previously. Once he did that, another whisper in the wind pierced through the air. A mere second later, a strong burst expelled from his hand causing dirt, leaves, and a few sticks to fly away opposite of his position. A hand clap session was heard from Naruto's left once he finished. It made him feel really proud to know that he somehow succeeded in satisfying his teacher and succeeded in basically mastering the move. He turned his head to give her his trademark grin, but light heaves from her direction caused him to stop. He looked over to her and saw her face contorted with anguish in a feeble effort to stop the sudden rush of emotion. She pulled her hands up to her face and began wiping the tears that were continuously falling down her soft cheeks. Her sobs grew more and more uncontrolled as her heaving became irregular. She was clearly distressed, but the question was, what was it about? Naruto though about it for a minute. It was really bothering him to see her look that way. She was in agony and her really didn't know why. Konan-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked as he walked over to her. She still sobbed even louder than before, completely ignoring the blonde's question, which left Naruto to stop in his tracks. He halted his hand from reaching over to her and dropped it to his side. It seemed like this was one of those times where Naruto didn't know what to do. Thinking it was the best choice in the matter, Naruto just turned around and started walking away. He thought that there are just some times when people needed to be alone. His steps faded as she continued lightly sobbing. She went over to a tree and slid her back against the bark all the way to the ground. Her conscience was spinning in all directions, making her feel like she was going insane. It all came crashing down again, consuming her. 888800000088888000. Page break. Naruto paced himself through the streets of Konoha. His mind was somewhere else because he really wasn't watching where he was going. He bumped into a couple of people who, in return, gave angry shouts until they recognized who he was. Once they did, it went from meanness to niceness at the drop of a hat. They began shouting apologies and begging forgiveness for their rude behavior. The blonde merely shrugged it off and told them it was no big deal and walked away. He was too lost in thought to really care what others had to say. He was more concerned about Konan. He's been unusually broody ever since he came home from defeating Nagato. What is wrong with her? She just all of a sudden started crying. The blonde replied to no one as he sat down on a bench. Is it because of him? He started pounding his fist on the bench, forcefully creating cracks on its surface. I don't understand. Naruto. The Jinchuriki looked up upon hearing his name and noticed a figure standing beside him. She carried her usual attire of red with her hitai going around her head, pulling her pink hair up. Oh, hey, Sakura-chan. Hey! I was wondering where you were. The pink-haired girl replied with a smile while taking a seat beside him. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, putting his gaze to the ground. I am just helping rebuild Konoha on the west end and I decided to take a break. What about you? Aren't you usually training or something? It's kind of early for you to be sitting out here. Yeah, I guess you're right, Sakura-chan. The orange-clad boy replied with a smile. Sakura then noticed something strange about her friend. He had that look on his face again. That same look he had when she helped him with Konan. That same look when he couldn't get Sasuke back. A look of guilt. It didn't only appear on his face, but it appeared in his eyes as well when he looked at her. Are you all right, Naruto? The pink-haired girl asked her longtime friend. He only stared at her for a second, then sunk his head a little lower than normal. He knew that Sakura could see through anything. That he tried to attempt, so he answered truthfully, No, not really. Is it about Sasuke? The girl asked him quietly, who only shook his head in disagreement. No, it's about Konan-chan. Naruto responded with a depressed demeanor. Chan. Sakura though perplexed. But knowing that Naruto was troubled at the moment, she let that slide and kept it for later. She's not doing anything to you, is she? Is she trying to change you? Just tell me and I'll dash. No, Sakura-chan. It's nothing like that. Well, what is it? Naruto thought about it for a minute. He had to put the right words into what he was about to say, So he looked around the area for a moment, then heaved a sigh and looked into the sky. Well, she was training me today. Right now, I am learning how to use the Rinnegan and the moves that come with it. Rinnegan, she shouted to Naruto wide-eyed. She never knew that Naruto had the Rinnegan. Actually, she hasn't talked to Naruto since they healed Konan. He didn't really talk then either, so nothing was ever really said between the two of them. As of late, she had been too busy helping the village restoration to actually give him time of day. That is not to say that she didn't want to see him. When she had breaks, he was never around his usual places where she normally found him, so it couldn't be helped. Yeah, I'll have the Rinnegan. Nagato gave it to me. Nagato? Who's Nagato? Sakura asked, confused. She really wasn't in the loop of things that happened in the last week because of confidential reasons, but it sounded like she was about to get her fill. You know him as Pain, the guy who destroyed the village. The kunoichi gasped at his answer. Pain was some guy named Nagato and he willingly gave Naruto the Rinnegan? That seemed a little too far-fetched in her opinion. There is no way that he could give Naruto that type of responsibility. But then again, Nagato did revive everyone that died after what Naruto said to the man that made him second-guess his reason. Okay, well, why are you depressed because of Konan? The girl asked him, a little curious. She figured now was not the best time to discuss all of this Akatsuki business out in the open since people were still trying to adjust. She didn't really trust the blue-haired jounin either, so she had to get the scoop of what was troubling the young Uzumaki. Naruto sighed softly, but quickly answered, "We were practicing today, just like the day before. Nothing was wrong really. Actually, everything was going great." He then grew a moderate grin on his face at the recollection. "I learned how to do both of the gravity moves that Nagato knew how to do basically in 2 days, and that is without having to use clones for added training time." Sakura's eyes widened a bit after hearing that Naruto learned those moves that destroyed the village, moves that require months of training for? There's just no way. This really stumped the pink-haired girl in many ways. First off, Naruto was Naruto. It was not possible for him to learn an entire jutsu in a day, especially since they were very powerful and consumed a lot of chakra. As a matter of fact, it was literally impossible to learn a jutsu in a day. Second, he never even used his Kage Bunshin to help him cut down the training time, which made no sense at all. Did the Rinnegan have something to do with that? She was quickly thrown out of her ruminations as she heard the blonde continue. Just as soon as I finally completed the Shinra Tensei, she started crying. Naruto hesitated as he finished his last statement. It was really bothering him to a degree where it was the only thing on his mind, which was strange. I called her name, but she didn't say anything. Then, I sort of left because I thought that she just wanted to be alone. He then looked at her with pleading eyes. Sakura-chan, I don't know what to do. Why is she crying? The red-dressed girl closed her eyes and pondered the situation. She didn't really know the whole ordeal, so she was a little short on words. Hearing that Konan and ex-Akatsuki was crying, she felt like that sort of thing was impossible. But then again, she is human after all. For some reason though, hearing that Naruto left the blue-haired woman alone really upset her. Actually, that was the first thing that came to her mind when he said that. Why did you leave her? Sakura asked in an annoyed tone. Huh? I thought such dash. Let me ask you a question, Naruto. Did you want to be alone whenever you cried? Hey, wait a dash. The blonde boy was taken aback by what she asked. He tried to rebuttal the question only to be cut off by Sakura again. Even if she was the enemy, she is still just a person like you and me, no matter how hard I don't want to accept it. Naruto tried to say something in Sakura's rant, but she overpowered his voice, leaving him with nothing but a squeak. Naruto. She is obviously in a state of anguish. She's been forced to live in Konoha against her will, and I don't think that is something to easily get over. Even though you did save her life, it's not like she asked you to save her. The girl sat her back to the backrest and heaved a sigh. Honestly, I don't know exactly what's going on in her head, but I do know that if I was in a situation like she was in then, I would be the same way. That little outburst really left him speechless. Sakura was right. Naruto didn't have to save her, but he did anyway. Not only that, now Konan was forced to live in Konoha. That's right. She can't leave. Damn it. I totally forgot she was forced to stay here. Why didn't I plan this better? I'm such an idiot. He began to pound his fist on his leg in a fervent attempt to recognize his problem. Of course, Konan would be upset about being forced somewhere she doesn't want to live. He was left feeling a little numb. He had to make it up to her somehow, but the question was, how was he going to do that? There was nothing that he could do to make her forgive his short-sighted decisions. Honestly, Naruto, Sakura began with her usual bashing on the blonde, I thought you would have grown up by now, but I guess you never really did learn anything, huh? Naruto looked down into his lap once she said that. It was the usual when it came to Sakura. He would always do something wrong and end up hearing his faults and what he did wrong. She was more like a mother scolding her child every time he did something. Yeah, I guess you're right, huh? The pink-haired girl wasn't really expecting that one. He usually tried to back himself up with his answers and usually says something that is irrelevant. It was as if it was actually getting to him. Yeah, you're right, Sakura-chan. I just don't know what to do. Sakura began brooding about it by placing her hand on her chin. The only thing you can do now is apologize to her, although I doubt that will do anything, being as how it wouldn't really matter. Naruto sighed and slumped over even more at her declaration. She was really cutting him down. The girl noticed his state and it made her hesitant to say any more. She really wasn't helping him at all, and it took her a few seconds to realize it. He probably already knew that he couldn't change anything and she was only adding to the fire. She grinned slightly to try and turn things around. Hey, it's not like you to be so down. Lighten up, she replied while giving him a slap on the back. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Naruto. You tend to figure everything else out on your own, so what makes now any different? You're not going to let something this small affect you, are you? He looked at her from the sudden back slap. She showed solid support for the blonde boy, and it made him realize one of the reasons why he liked her. Heh, yeah, I guess not. That's great to hear, Sakura stated happily. Now, are you going to be depressed all day, or are you going to try and fix the problem? His smile widened before it turned into his trademark foxy grin. I'll fix it. Great. Who knows, Naruto? Maybe she could end up falling for you and you both could end up in a kinky relationship, she replied with a mischievous grin. Naruto blanched after that, but did a 180 and blushed afterwards. Ah, Sakura-chan, don't say something like that. He then slumped over in embarrassment, causing the pink-haired girl to laugh. Sorry, she giggled while waving her hand dismissively and looked at Naruto. However, that gaze slowly changed into a confused look on her face. She didn't know what it was, but something else was different about her Jinchuriki friend. Naruto noticed her odd looks and brought them to question. What is it? Sakura, startled from her eyeing the boy, quickly asked, unsure. Did you do something to your hair? The blonde simply stared at her with a similar puzzled expression before answering. No, it's the same as it always has been. Why do you ask? She looked one more time before sighing and producing a smile. It's nothing. Anyway, I guess I'm going to go. The village doesn't build itself, you know? All right, Sakura-chan, Naruto replied with perplexity. They then bid each other farewell as the pink-haired girl left. After she was gone, his face went blank as he was faced with the challenge of apologizing to his new teammate. Space Break. Chapter 7. From the Heart. I don't know what's going on with me. I feel like I can't take it much more. Nagato. First-person view. It was another day for me. The second day of my permanent stay in Konoha. This was so confusing. Of all of the people I could have ended up being around, what was I thinking for allowing my guard to fall so low? This village despises my very existence, and yet I am living in it. I knew this would happen if I ever let it get this far. That's why I didn't join Naruto in his original offer in the first place. But somehow I am here. It was almost as if fate was actually playing with us all like puppets on strings. Was there a purpose? I got up and started a slow pace through the forest, not really thinking where I was going. I just wanted to be alone. Just being around Konoha sent shivers down my spine. The tears kept coming and coming, but it was hopeless to even try to stop them. Every attempt to seize and desist these forsaken tears only let them flow even more. I'm crying, but I don't even know why. Konoha. Just thinking about this place makes me dizzy. It's like I am their property. What was my reason for staying? Why did I bother to even train that simple-minded boy? He's so naive with his ideals. What makes him think that he can save the world? It made me angrier the more I thought about it. Why did I trust in him? How can Nagato put so much trust in this boy, who can't even do a fraction of what he could do? Everything about him is just so annoying. Even last night, when he treated me to ramen, he didn't even bother to use manners. What was he, 4 years old? Even Jiraiya-sensei had proper etiquette while he ate, while not much for anything else. He just gets under my skin. Clearly Nagato was not in his right state of mind when he thought this would work, placing that chakra rod fragment into Naruto like that. Whatever his thoughts were, I highly doubt they were rational. I continued walking through the forest, replaying my thoughts over and over again. It was a cacophony of noise that wouldn't go away. Why stay here and help him? He is the enemy. Why do you trust him? Why did Nagato end his life for this boy's benefit? I don't know why. Everything about this seems wrong. Is Naruto really the child of prophecy? Even I couldn't figure out exactly what makes Naruto a little different from the rest. He's so childish. And that smile, that was when I stopped my train of thought. His smile was different. That warmness it created. It seemed like his smile could brighten the whole entire village and leave a glow for days. For some reason, every time I am around him, it is as though I don't have as much to worry about. Can I honestly feel that way about someone who seems to know nothing? He's young. End first person. Konan turned her head and saw a silver-haired, mask-bearing Jounin walking right behind her. His expression was neutral, but you could feel a knowing vibe radiating off of him. Is there something I can help you with, Kakashi? Not really, Kakashi replied firmly. I am just watching you to make sure you don't do anything rash. She smiled sadly, followed by a light scoff. It's not like I could leave if I wanted to. I would be dead before I even get halfway out of this place. True, he replied with acceptance. But I doubt Naruto would allow that to happen. What do you mean? That gained her interest rather quickly. Right, believe it or not, he already sees you as a comrade. He doesn't let his friends die so easily. The silver-haired man responded while gazing into the sky. Her eyes widened slightly from what she just heard. Comrade, yes, in his eyes, you are already his friend. Kakashi came back as if answering her unvoiced question. And although I don't totally agree with your residence, it's not really my decision either. Konan didn't have any retort to that statement. It only left her to ponder more on the reasons she survived that fight with Madara. If Naruto wasn't there to come in and save her the way he did, she would have died and hit the final nail in the Akatsuki trio's coffin. Naruto was there almost as if he already knew, but she knew her friend Nagato had something to do with that. He came just in time to save her and basically gave her a second chance. Her eyes widened slightly once she thought about something. It was something that she didn't think about earlier and would keep the new question for later. Naruto is a strange character, Kakashi. The blue-haired woman replied bluntly while staring at the ground. The man's sweat dropped at her statement while closing his eye and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, he gets that a lot. But the male Jounin continued while opening his eye again. It's just the way he is. Everything he does influences everybody. He has a strange way of getting into everyone's heart. Konan couldn't help but feel a little truth coming from that statement. She thought about how Nagato changed after hearing Naruto's explanations in the hollowed paper tree. I can see that from the way the villagers view him. It's almost as if everyone depends on him. Well, you can say that, Kakashi replied in a slightly resigned voice. He's like a beacon of hope that gives everyone confidence, not only in themselves but with the entire village as well. Maybe that's what keeps me around him, she thought while looking around into the trees. I did say that he gave everyone hope. Did I think I was an exception? Her thoughts went back to her fight with Tobi/Madara again during the time she spoke so confidently about Naruto's light. I know. He gave me hope as well, the blue-haired Leaf Nin replied solemnly while looking over her shoulder. She started taking a few more steps toward the Leaf Village while wiping her eyes. And don't worry about me. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Not because I have no choice, but because I have a duty to fulfill. He is the child of prophecy after all. She then paced alone back into the village, leaving Kakashi to himself. Once he was alone, he started quietly thinking. The village isn't the only thing that Naruto seems to be getting to. After that was said, a slight smile crossed his face. Maybe she isn't all bad. Space break. Equals 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 equals. Whispers came from all directions as a woman walked through the village and rubble. Things were sort of a mixed match of buildings and debris as people were busily working trying to fix their old lives that they cherished. It didn't take long before people realized who was walking beside them, and they immediately dispersed trying to get away from her. Most people who already knew who she was just ignored the woman and pretended like she wasn't there, as if she were a part of the background that held no significance. She didn't care though. Obviously she wanted to tell them off, but trying to talk to people who were living in their own world was kind of hard to achieve. You can't tell anyone something if they were too blind to take things into consideration. What was the point? They would only ignore her or talk over her, which was something common to people who wouldn't understand what she had to go through. She was currently brooding at the moment, which was something that was becoming a habit for her. She wasn't just in thought because now she fell back into her anger phase again. It seemed as though what Kakashi said didn't really stick with her very long because she was already thinking that Naruto knew nothing of her. She layered herself with more denial at the boy and what he can achieve, although earlier she said herself that she believed that Naruto is the prophetic child and that he gave everyone hope. Her random mood swings were getting more severe the longer she stayed around here. While the woman was in her thoughts, an ANBU member poofed randomly in front of her. It didn't scare her, although it did make her flinch because she was deep in thought beforehand. The ANBU stood only for a second before he ordered, "Follow me." Knowing she wouldn't be able to decline, she nodded her head silently and let him lead the way. After following the ANBU for several minutes, they came across another end of the village. It had a lot less people in it who were busily building houses and frames for support. People were painting, lining electricity, creating plumbing systems, fixing roofs, and whatever other mundane tasks that were required to build housing. You could also see a small group of children playing off to themselves across the street from where the buildings were being built. 2 were girls while the other 2 were boys, and each child looked no older than 5 years old. The sight of the children playing and enjoying themselves almost brought a smile to her face. "Almost, all right?" the cloaked figure replied to the blue-haired woman, snapping her attention away from the children. "Your task is to help these people in whatever they require your assistance for. You will continue working until they stop working." The ANBU was replying in an authoritative tone, signifying it wasn't a request but a command. She only nodded her head again and looked unamused at her surroundings until a voice broke through the air. "So, is this our help that was sent to us by the Hokage?" An older man, roughly in his 50s or 60s, with small rectangular glasses, whose hair was graying on his head and goatee from age, came up while grasping a hammer in his hand and laying it on his shoulder. "Yes, Tsunade-san. This kunoichi will be aiding you with your work for today." "Good, good," the elder man replied while rubbing his chin. "She will do just fine. All I needed was one person, and it looks like I can now settle my worry." The ANBU looked at the new jounin once more before he disappeared by Shunshin, leaving Konan with the elder man. He gave her a once-over and smiled before he wiped his forehead with his arm. "Well, grab some tools and let's get down to it, shall we?" She only nodded her head with an emotionless mask across her face, took the tools that were lying around and began doing whatever Tsunade asked of her. Space break. It was around 3 o'clock, the hottest part of the day. Konan had been helping basically all day and was seeing the effect on herself. She was sweating profusely and always asking for water more often than necessary, but she never did complain or bother about anything else other than being dehydrated. It was more or less like she was on autopilot and just doing the labor like a machine, numb to life and her surroundings, and only did what she was told. Sometimes she would also mumble something to herself, but it was always too low to make out whenever she did say something, so it was ignored. Tsunade began to watch the woman as she slowly descended into an even more robotic state, if that were possible, and began to question it. He may be old, but he knew that something was troubling the young woman and keeping her from giving her all to the project. She was a leaf ninja. She should be more willing than even the foreign builders around here. She began to raise another structure beam for the second story of a house, making sure it was perfectly straight and at the location it was needed. When she went to grab nails and the hammer to put it in place, the beam began to lose balance and started tilting in the direction of other beams that were currently unattached because other workers were busy with those beams about to nail their own. "Hey, you shouldn't leave the beam unattended. It might hurt somebody," a grisly voice said to Conan as she looked over and saw the same gray-haired man she met earlier holding the beam with his two hands with a smile. Her eyes widened a little, but she regained her mask, not wanting to really talk to the man. "Sorry?" she replied with blank eyes while taking the wood from his hand and placing it back where it was before. The man looked at her for a moment but started working beside the woman, trying to keep a steady pace with himself. After watching her continue with her mechanical behavior, he decided that now was the time to speak up. "Look, I know it's not really my business, but I am just curious to know if you are all right." "Yes," she replied blankly and hastily to him, not really veering her eyesight from the work she was doing. Tsunade sighed at her quick remark. "Look, I've seen a lot of people do the same thing, so I know when you say you're fine, you're not really fine." "You are right," the blue-haired woman responded to him calmly, still busily working on another support board. Tsunade widened his eyes at the sudden agreement she replied to him. "So, there really was dash. You were right about it not being your business," she retorted to him, making his face turn slightly sour. After his face turned sour, though, he changed it to acknowledgement as he thought to himself. "It seems as though she doesn't want to talk about it. Maybe I can get—" He began to raise another beam as he started talking. "You know, I had a friend, no, a son who died as a hero amongst our village." Conan continued working as if she wasn't listening, so Tsunade continued. "But a thug took control of our village and made it seem like my son was a criminal for doing heroic deeds. That evil man took my son and executed him in the town square." He paused slightly at the memory and closed his eyes while a sigh escaped his lips. Of course, it left the whole town in shock, not only for the execution, but for the fact that he was a hero amongst them that fell at the hands of this evil man. Needless to say, the whole town lost hope and I fell into a depression along with my daughter and grandson. We all lost hope. Conan stopped, but for only a second once she realized that she was listening and continued what she was doing. "The entire town and I decided that we needed a bridge so we could get supplies a lot faster and have a booming economy. After our hero fell out, our village took a turn for the worst and we lost all trades coming into the village. It was mainly due to the evil man that controlled our land." He then shifted his eyesight to the beam and began hammering. "While we were working on the bridge, however, the evil man began killing off the bridge builders and endangering all of the rest that were alive because he felt this bridge was a threat to his services, which it was. He picked up another nail and began hammering it into the beam. We were in a bind and not really knowing what else to do. So we decided to hire a group of leaf ninja to protect us until we finished the bridge. But morale was falling between the bridge builders, so most of them quit. Since I was the leader of the bridge builders, I had a duty to my village and my family to build that bridge." He lowered his eyes. "So I never gave up and I tried my hardest to finish as fast as I could. It wasn't until a scuffle with a missing mist ninja that I thought it was the end of me. He was hired by the evil man to kill me and the rest of the bridge builders so that we couldn't finish." Tsunade began pounding with the hammer again, trying to keep his body occupied and to relinquish some of that mental stress. "While the ninja I paid for assisted me, I met the mist ninja for the first time. He was a very cruel man when I met him. He was out to get me and I knew it when I saw him. The ninja I hired protected me and defeated the man." The blue-haired woman stopped hammering and continued listening. She was actually listening to his story, although she also figured that it wouldn't help to try and stop him. Not only that, but she didn't want for him to stop, which was odd to her. Noticing discreetly that she was actually paying attention to him, he played a smirk on his face and continued. "I was escorted to my home and began building on the bridge. The ninja watched over me and the other builders while we worked, but—" He stopped a second for added effect. "That same mist ninja came back and tried to attack again. Those ninja fought their best to defeat him and his teammate that helped him. Unknowing to us, the evil drug lord decided to ambush us all during the fight and thought he could outnumber us to win." Tsunade picked up a beam and put it in place. "That mist ninja then realized that he no longer had to kill me and went after the thug and mini army he created and ended the evil man's life. He turned and gave her a grin, causing her to immediately turn her head and continue her building as if she was never paying attention to him in the first place. Needless to say, we were able to finish the bridge and gain a prospering village again." That statement caused the man to heartily laugh out loud. Others looked at him with a grin, probably workers from the village he came from, but only for a moment before continuing on their tasks. I was so grateful to the ninja that helped me that I even named the bridge after one of them. His laugh then died down and he put on a confident look. The one I named it after was the one that gave me and my family the courage and hope to move on, continue with our lives, and never give up. When I first met him, I thought he was just another brat who didn't give a damn about anything but himself. But once I realized that he never gave up on his word and was even the one that wanted to ensure my safety the most, I changed my mind about him. A thankful smile appeared while he said the next few words. He looked over to Konan, who had forgotten that she was even looking at him, and said, "He gained my respect. The boy was very strong and selfless. Something that the entire village of mine needed for a while. In our village's eyes, he is pronounced a hero. His name is Naruto Uzumaki." The blue-haired woman replied barely over a whisper. Tsunade gave her a surprised look as it quickly turned into a smile. "Oh, so you know him?" Konan's eyes widened slightly at the man's sudden answer. Naruto was A round of laughter from a group of children kept her from finishing her thoughts. After hearing the children, Tsunade noticed them and walked over to the edge of the building from the second floor to see the little kids from earlier. They were playing around and on top of a building that was still in shambles, right next door to the building they were fixing. The one next door looked close to collapsing on itself, and they were playing like it was no big deal. With a great shout and a hand to his mouth to enhance the sound, the man yelled to them, "Hello, young children. I'm sorry, but you can't play in the buildings. Please move into the street. That house is dangerous." Konan couldn't hear the children too well, but she could make out something that sounded like a "yes, sir," and a shuffling of feet. Tsunade walked back over to Konan and gave her a smile. "Sorry about that. So as I was saying, you really bam, boom, bam." A giant sound erupted from the building next door as it began to crumble and fall to the ground. All 3 stories of it. The workers all huddled to the edges of the second story to get a good glimpse at what happened, even though they missed most of it and just saw the ending where smoke plumed into the air. Tsunade looked at it for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief before walking back over to the blue-haired woman's direction. "Well, at least the children got out of it before Miyo-chan." Tsunade's face went morbid as he rushed back to the edge of the project. He looked over and saw 3 kids huddled together in shock. If he remembered correctly, there were 4 children instead of 3. A girl was missing from the group. "A little girl is trapped inside the building." "What?" a male worker shouted as he looked over. He noticed the building in its state as his face went serious. "We have to get her out of there. All right, everyone. Follow her." Tsunade stopped once he saw Konan dash through the beams and jump. She offered almost no patience for the rest of the builders as she turned into hundreds of papers and flew to the crumbled mess that was once a home. Once she reached the building, she formed back into herself from her waist up and asked the children, "Where was she when you last saw her?" They were too scared to speak, so they pointed into the collapsed area in the same direction. Konan narrowed her eyes and dispersed herself into hundreds of papers again, and flowing herself through the entire building, going through all of the nooks and crannies that the building had to offer. After about 10 or 15 seconds, one of the papers attached itself to a human figure huddled into a corner of the building, lightly sobbing to herself. All of the rest of the paper came to the one piece that found the girl and slowly formed itself into Konan again. After 10 seconds or so, Konan was kneeling down next to the girl, looking at her feeble figure. The space was a tight squeeze, but had enough room to fit another person in it before it became uncomfortable. "Are you all right?" the Jounin asked the little brown-haired girl. The girl lifted her head up to reveal watery green eyes and lightly nodded her head. Konan stared at the girl and thought, "Good, at least she's uninjured. All right, I am going to get help get you out of here. I'll be right back," the woman replied to the feeble girl. As soon as Konan got up to leave, the little girl grabbed the Jounin's sleeve tightly and started crying onto the woman. "Please, don't leave me alone. I'm scared." Konan felt a pang in her chest. It was an unusual feeling, but it was a feeling that gave her a forlorn look on her face. She couldn't place her finger on it, but the feeling was something familiar. After brooding for a moment, she began to speak in a gentle tone. "Don't worry. I will protect you and get you out of here safely. I promise. When she said those words, she put on a slight smile that made the girl stop crying almost instantaneously. She tried once more to get up, only to have the little girl grip on her sleeve even tighter than before. Another grief-stricken look appeared on the Jounin's face as she stared back down at the girl. "Don't go. Please stay with me." That statement caused her to hesitate. Should she really leave a child in here alone? It would only be a moment before Konan was back. But what if something happened to the little girl while she was outside relaying the information of the young girl's condition? After another moment, Konan created a paper clone of herself that then dispersed through the rubble to tell the other workers of the child's location and the damage. After about 5 minutes or so, the workers finally pulled the shambles apart to reveal a quiet Konan with a female child cuddling beside her. Many of the workers' faces lit up upon seeing the young girl was safe. When Konan pulled herself out of the building with the girl cradled in her arms, Tsunade put on a relieved grin. "I checked her for any problems and she is fine," the blue-haired woman replied to Tsunade and the rest of the workers. "That's good," Tsunade responded with a sigh. "Anyone else in there?" "No. It was just the girl and I," Konan retorted rather tiredly. Tsunade looked at the girl cradled in the Jounin's arms and grew a warm smile at the picture. "So, the woman does have a heart after all," he thought quietly, watching the scene before him. "Mayo-chan, my precious daughter, where are you?" "Mommy!" The girl yelped happily in the direction of her mother's voice. Pushing through the crowd of people that gathered at the site was a woman with long brown hair and dark pine-green eyes. "Ocha. There you are." The woman came up to her daughter and almost teared up at the revelations of the young girl's cuts and bruises. The girl ripped herself from Konan's arms and ran to her mother with a wide smile on her face. The mother saw her daughter and opened her arms to allow the little girl to jump in them freely. Once a few tears were shed from the couple, the girl burst with excitement and pointed at Konan. Mommy, that woman saved me." "Oh, really?" the woman answered with an exaggerated smile. She then cast her gaze upwards and soon found a lock of eyesight with the blue-haired woman. A slight frown began to form on Konan's features once she saw the girl's mother produce a scowl emanating a disgusted pressure. "Mommy, are you all right?" the girl asked her mom, who quickly shed her disgust and put on a warm front as if her actions earlier never happened. "Of course, dear. I am fine now that you're safe," she replied cheerily while snuggling her nose to her daughter's hair. She nuzzled back and forth a few times until a slight rub across something foreign caught the woman's interest as she opened her eyes. "Miyoko? What is this?" The girl's grin spread even wider. "Oh, that nice woman gave it to me. Isn't it pretty?" The mother looked in the young child's hair and saw a white origami flower wrapped into her hair in a similar style that Konan used herself. A light frown appeared on the woman's face as she peered over to the Jounin that saved her daughter's life. A fraction of a second later, the mother pulled the flower from the girl's hair and tossed it on the ground, but not without a temper tantrum from the little one held in her hands. "Mommy, what are you doing? That was mine and that nice lady gave it to me." "Enough! I will hear no more of this. We are going home," the woman sneered while she began taking steps away from the buildings. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you going to give the ninja a thank you or something?" Tsunade asked while raising one of his hands in the air as if he was trying to flag her down. The mother stopped in her tracks as she turned her head and gave a look that could kill. "As if I would ever be grateful to someone like her." She then continued walking, leaving the builders to glare at her with revulsion. After another moment slipped by, the gray-haired man changed his face into one of disapproval. "What a hateful woman," Tsunade responded while sauntering himself over to the blue-haired Jounin, heaving a sigh while he did so. People have certainly changed nowadays. Konan didn't say anything. There was nothing to say, really. The woman knew who she was and treated her as if she were nothing more than a common rat. A sorrowful face took hold as the Jounin silently walked over to the lone origami flower that was thrown on the ground and gently picked it up with an uneasy hand. Staring into the flower, she fell back into her thinking phase and tried to swallow it up. But the longer she dwelled on it, the harder it was to stifle her emotional cracks. A few moments passed before Tsunade walked over to Konan and put a hand on her shoulder. "Are you all right?" the gray-haired man asked with concern, trying to get a view of her face. Konan took the flower from her hand and gently let it fall apart in her grasp before she turned her face to view the worried man. "I'm fine." She then put on her emotionless face and tried hard not to cry as she started walking toward the half-built building. When she turned her body to walk, however, Tsunade could have sworn that he saw a tear fall from her eye. She had to get out of here, this village, because if she didn't soon, she would probably go mad. Space break. It was 9:30 at night and there was still no sign of Konan. Naruto had gone through several ramen cups in his apartment just to try and stop his anxiousness. He tried to tell himself that it wasn't anything spectacular, that it was just because she had to work a little late than normal. It was his constant jitters that confused him, but all the same made him worry even more. Could she have been ambushed? No, she is much stronger than that. But she did say that she wasn't going to put up a fight if she did get jumped by someone, didn't she? She didn't say that she wasn't going to defend herself, though. Plus, the Hokage told the villagers that they couldn't mess with her. After running those thoughts through his head, his worrisome feelings left him for the time being. He had his typical orange ninja gear folded and put into a drawer as he felt more comfortable getting into something more house-appropriate. He put on some cargo shorts and a black shirt that had an imitation of the Uzumaki swirl on the front. The swirl was colored orange as the boy's cargo shorts were a paste color. The blonde ripped the packaging of another ramen cup and began pouring water into it. After he finished that, he turned off the faucet and went over to the microwave to place his ramen cup on the turntable. He then closed the door with a click and pressed the 3 on the microwave, which beeped and started cooking the ramen, counting down from 3 minutes. He sighed to himself at the unarrival of the blue-haired woman. Why was he so stressed out over this? He didn't even know her that well. He paced over to the couch and plopped himself onto the cushion in a tired manner. Was he really tired? He didn't do much today, but he felt as if the life had been drained from him. He looked out into the dimly lit street from his giant window and saw a person or two walk past his house now and then. The people in his village have softened to the idea of him being around. He remembered back to the time where no one ever came down his street unless it was absolutely necessary, but they would move rather hastily to avoid contact with the supposed demon that they feared. Now, when he sees people outside, it is as though the people are comfortable and even almost happy that they are walking down his street. A total mirror opposite of what was normal to Naruto back in the day. He looked over at the new bouquet placed on the windowsill that was left to him the night before after Konan remembered the others turned to ash and pondered her safety again. His gaze stared into the flowers in a spacey manner as he reminisced about the times when he was still a preteen. Things were so much simpler then. He didn't have to worry about anyone specifically after him. He didn't have to worry about doing anything he didn't want to do. It was just him and Team 7 doing missions and enjoying each other's company. Even though things were far from perfect, they were happy times. Now it's as though things took a turn for the worst. Sasuke, a member of Team 7, defected from the Leaf. Kakashi already died once and the Akatsuki came after the Jinchuriki and hunted him down, all because that Madara guy was in control the entire time. Flashback. Naruto shook his head as his Rinnegan faded into his normal ocean blue eyes. They still felt like they were pulsating, but it was slowly fading away through time. Nagato watched the boy as he composed himself and gained proper footing. After obtaining this kind of new power so quickly, the redhead knew that it took a little time to adjust. Naruto, he called, gaining the interest of the blonde. The Jinchuriki blinked a few times and looked upon the crippled man who had seriousness in his eyes, which was totally the opposite from a moment ago. There is a man that you have to look out for. He is the one behind everything. The collection of bijou and every other mission that was completed throughout Akatsuki was actually under authority of this man. His power is great, and he is a terrible threat to yours and Jiraiya-sama's vision of peace. Naruto didn't know what to say to that. He always thought Pain was the one behind it all, but it was this other man that the blonde didn't know. The boy grit his teeth but continued to listen. He used me as a tool and used my pain and inner turmoil as a catalyst for his diabolical plan of world domination. I didn't know it right off the bat, but I overheard him while I was investigating his character. I didn't trust him the moment I laid my eyes on him and realized my suspicions were correct once I overheard him talking to another Akatsuki member, the one known as Zetsu. Nagato lowered his head in a shameful manner. But while learning his plans, My pain and hatred still overtook me, and I fell oblivious to the outcome of his scheme if it were to ever come to fruition. I only cared about creating peace through devastation and thought I could wipe him out whenever I had all of the Jinchuriki. Truth be told, before I ever fought you, the man came to me ordering that it was time to capture you. I had an idea of his plans then, and it made it even worse because I already knew who you were. It made me hesitant, but I had to comply. In this machine, Nagato threw his eyes to the floor. As much as it aids me, leaves me just as vulnerable if anyone were to ever attack. I had to act. Nagato, are you telling me that you knew what he was planning the entire time? Konan asked in a concerned voice. Nagato looked over to his teammate and gave her a light nod. That's right, Konan, but why didn't you tell me? I could have dash. This is exactly why I didn't tell you, the Rinnegan wielder retorted with a calm tone. I knew you would overreact and try to abandon everything that the leader worked for. It would have been foolish, and you would have been killed upon treason. But Nagato dash. I understand, Konan, but you have to realize that there is a time and place for everything, and that time would have been irrational. I was only trying to protect you. The blue-haired woman had no rebuttal and fell deathly silent as she turned her view away from her friend. Naruto clenched his teeth even harder and began digging his fingers into his palms. Hearing their conversation that was passed between another was almost unbearable. This type of manipulation was unacceptable in his eyes. His own cousin was being used as some human meat puppet to a man that doesn't even appreciate it. Nagato, he growled in a deep tone. No one should ever have to go through something like that. That is why I am telling you all of this, the redhead answered as he took in more shallow breaths. This man needs to be stopped. If he is not, then the world as we know it will perish along with everyone in it. Name, Naruto whispered, causing the redhead to strain his hearing. What? Naruto looked up with an angry glare and spoke once more. His name. What is his name? Nagato raised his head and put on a deathly serious facade. His name is Madara Uchiha. End flashback. Madara Uchiha. The blonde repeated in his mind while breathing in the apartment scent that he started to grow accustomed to. That name was engraved into his memory and would never disappear no matter what happened. The things that man did to his cousin were almost unforgivable and would never fade away as quickly as Jiraiya's death. Click. Naruto was jolted from his thoughts as he pounced up to witness the source of the sound. His eyes widened once he gained a sight of the person he wanted to see this entire time. Konan was standing in front of the front door with a tired but mentally tired look as she gazed to the floor. She looked as if she was spending a lot of time in thought, but who could really blame her, right? Naruto peered at her face and mimicked her slight frown that appeared on her features. Are you alright, Konan-chan? The blonde asked cautiously, trying to get a better glimpse of her reaction. She was completely silent and didn't answer Naruto's question or curious gaze. She just stayed in the same spot and looked to the floor as if something was going on down there. Naruto noticed this and tried to ask her another question to at least release the frozen atmosphere that was placed upon the room once she stepped in. Do you want anything to eat? I can buy you something if you don't want ramen. Konan clenched her fists tightly while obscuring her vision in between her blue locks. There was something on the inside that was threatening to burst forth any moment, but the woman was holding it and trying to keep her grasp on it as tightly as she could. Why do you call me that? Huh? Call you what? The blonde asked while scratching his head. He was confused of her question and it left him quite baffled. He didn't remember calling her anything bad, so why did it feel like he was getting his head chewed off? The blue-haired jounin only became even more irate than before. She gnashed her teeth, trying to hold back the emotion as she slowly stuttered out a sentence. Why did you put chan at the end of my name? What is this? I can't control my stuttering. What's wrong with me? Naruto saw her face mixed in between sadness and fury and a tiny hint of confusion. There was something about her that made him feel uneasy, but he should try to cheer her up. Maybe making a smile will change it? He then grew a foxy grin from ear to ear and responded with clarity. I do that to all of my friends. There's that smile again. Why is he smiling? Friends. Her head raised up in a furious rage. Her facial features grew sharp with her eyes widening angrily as her tone turned sour. Friends? How are we friends when you know nothing about me? But, Konan-chan, I dash. No, you don't understand shit about me. She pointed her index finger stiffly at him, causing his eyes to widen. You weren't there when my parents were killed when I was only 8 years old. You weren't there when I was forced to look after myself, not knowing when my next meal would be or where I would lay my head the next night. You weren't there when Jiraiya-sama was training me and my friends. You weren't there when Yahiko was killed. You weren't even there when I was asking myself if things would get better and they didn't. Naruto's frown deepened as she continued. So don't go saying that you can relate to me when you know nothing about me. She then threw her hands to her head and grabbed it in denial while closing her eyes. I can't stop myself. What is happening to me? This pain? It wasn't until a week ago that I first met you. So what gives you the right to say that you understand everything that has happened when you obviously don't? I've been through a lot more than you can comprehend. The things I've seen and witnessed will never leave my thoughts for as long as I live. Trust me. Naruto's frown sank even lower as she continued to belittle him. He began to look at his feet in shame and couldn't really say anything to her outburst. What could he say? She was right about the fact that he didn't know anything about her. She lived in an entirely different country than him, and he was thinking that things were similar between him and her. What was the same? I am sorry, Naruto managed to sputter out after an eerie silence took hold of the apartment. You're sorry? As if your excuse can do anything? She retorted while calming down slightly. No matter what apology you throw at me, it will never help me forget my times in utter hell. Then let me stop the hell from ever coming back. Naruto shouted out loud to the woman, who widened her eyes in surprise. His face saddened a little further before he spoke again. I realize that your life was harder than mine, and I know that I can't erase the pain you've gained through the years. He softened his eyes as he let their sight fall to the floor, slowly clenching and unclenching his hands in the process. But at least I can end it here. Does he honestly think he can just get up and end it now, like it will just go away forever? I can't. I just can't believe him. There's too much. It won't go away. It hurts. How can you end it if you don't even know who I am? Konan was still running on hysterics, but her voice level dropped dramatically. Her face seemed to be turning from anger to sadness. Then teach me who Konan-chan really is. Naruto fumed, making the Jounin freeze with a gasp caught in her throat. Teach me the one that cries at night all alone while others are enjoying the nights spent with their families. Teach me the kunoichi that had to swallow her emotions to live. Teach me the woman that never experienced happiness her entire life and lived as a scared child, unsure of what would happen tomorrow. Naruto gazed to the floor, not really looking in any certain area. Although, a second later, a slight upward curve to his lips foreshadowed his continuation. He stared at her once again and spoke loudly. Let me stop the pain from ever coming back. You won't have to worry about it any longer because I will prevent anything from getting to you ever again, and that's a promise of a lifetime. Naruto produced a thumb and pointed to himself as he laid his trademark grin upon his face. And I'll tell you what, if you ever get this low in your life again and I can't change it, then I will just kill myself. I can guarantee that much because I never go back on my word. Konan gazed at Naruto, lost for words. Everything the blonde said was a lot to take in at once and was hitting it home to the blue-haired woman. She stood there for a second and tried to string a sentence together, although it was proving to be rather difficult since she felt a lump in her throat quickly form, keeping her voice from coming out. "Enna, Naruto," was all she could utter at his response to her. Her mind was running in several different directions and didn't know which way was north. Naruto just said he wouldn't let her stoop this low again. He promised her. He looked so determined. That smile. I don't. What is? Impossible. I can't. Her face slowly started contorting itself as if it was trying to do something, and Naruto quickly took notice of her altering features. Her face looked like she almost had to sneeze, but he highly doubted that was the case. Trust? No, alone. Naruto, you. Her face contorted even more as she gnashed her teeth in frustration. She couldn't believe it. Naruto was pulling at her as if he knew which chords strike in her heart. His sincerity towards her, he used it so flawlessly. It was so warm, so bright. She couldn't explain it. Her whole being was falling apart, all because of Naruto's simple words. What was causing it? Was it the way he spoke? Or maybe it was because he was the prophetic one and had the linguistic power. She didn't really know at the moment because she couldn't focus. Her emotions were breaking through, which was something that has never truly surfaced in a long time. Her breathing turned into heaving. Her thoughts were incoherent. She'd try to speak only to have nothing but his name come out. She was in shambles, but something was missing. Naruto's facial features lowered into a frown again as he took in her trembling body. The Jinchuriki stared at her. He could tell something was up, something he knew that only one thing could cure. After contemplating momentarily, he walked over slowly to her as she stood there making failed attempts at composing herself. "Konan-chan." The blonde replied, getting Konan to raise her head and get a glimpse of him. Her eyes widened exponentially once she felt the blonde ninja wrap his arms around her, pulling her into him. It was one thing when he said those powerful words, but it was entirely another thing when it came to physical contact. There was only one other that could even get as far as the blonde did, but he passed away years ago. She would never let anyone else do something to her like this. Her instincts took over as she automatically retaliated his hug, trying to pry the boy off of her. Let go me! You bastard! Get your hands off of me!" Her voice trembled while she began to punch him in the head with her hands. But that was proving to be useless as the boy held on for dear life. "You don't have to hold it in anymore, Konan-chan. Let it go," the blonde murmured to the jounin, who was still trying her best to rip herself free. "Let me go! Damn it! The blue-haired woman screamed as she began to lose herself. His comforting embrace was having an enormous effect on her, and no matter how badly she wanted to get away from him, she wanted to stay in his arms just as much. She craved it. She longed for it. She was hurting on the inside and pushed over the precipice. Something had to give. Naruto. Uchiha. Her eyes closed tightly as her punches became less and less dangerous until they were nothing but light taps to his noggin. It wasn't long before all of her strength faded from hitting the boy and changed into her strength to embrace him back as tightly as she could. "Naruto. Oho. I-hum." Her overflowing dam of tears finally broke forth as her emotional wall caved in. She finally began to sob uncontrollably onto him, dampening his shirt in the process, proving to be something that was long needed. Her crying spree was massive as all of that pent-up stress, anger, sadness, loneliness, grief, and scared feelings poured out onto Naruto's black shirt. There, Konan-chan," Naruto whispered soothingly into her ear, shifting his left hand to the back of her head and pushing her into his chest while rubbing her hair calmly. "Everything will be okay." Naruto carefully moved the hug onto the couch as she continued wailing onto him. As it turned out, he was absolutely right about what she needed, and it was well-deserved just as he imagined it to be, although he got a little roughed up in the process. Everyone needed a hug like this eventually, even if they were an enemy bent on destroying other nations, so he let her cry and cry to her heart's content. He wouldn't leave her until she was absolutely finished. Needless to say, that proved to be a while because his ramen was never taken out of the microwave for the rest of the night. Chapter 8. Surprise! Morning time crept through the dusty windows of an apartment. The light bounced from the floor and lit all of the rooms in a bright early light. The inside of the apartment was cool in temperature, and the sun's rays that fell in gave the flat a homely feeling. The usual cacophony of bird calls seeped its way into the house, leaving a calm atmosphere to encase the entire building. Workers and ninja who were busy building houses hit their hammers and sanded their floors, and that sound also carried through the walls but was muffled to a light beating sound with more bass than anything. The light, through time, traveled all the way to a young woman's face as she laid there sleeping peacefully. Her blue hair was disheveled from the tossing and turning that one would normally go through while sleeping. Her flak jacket was tossed over next to the wall, leaving only her black long-sleeved shirt with the lone Uzumaki swirl on her left arm on her, as well as her ninja pants. Her leaf headband was left on a nightstand that stood beside the mattress, and her sandals were tucked away into a corner. "Konan!" She quickly opened her eyes and shot up in the bed. Once she did, she lifted a hand to her head in an attempt to staunch the morning headache. It must have been due to all of the crying she did the night before, so she closed her eyes and rubbed them a few times to get a better view of her surroundings. Her view was bleary at first, but it eventually cleared up into her normal field of vision. The sun didn't really help much because it was truly bright in her eyes. It was never this bright in Amigacure because of all of the constant rainfall, but she had to admit, it was a better feeling than waking up to storm clouds and rain. She put a hand to her face to block the brightness and walked over to the window. While closing the blinds, she slowly began to recall what happened the night before, although she couldn't remember anything of the time she was angry. A sigh escaped from her lips as she changed her pace to go to the bathroom and take a shower. She turned on the water to the right temperature and took off her clothes. Once she finished undressing herself, she stepped inside. After feeling the warm water cascade down her body, she continued thinking about what happened last night. That was truly the lowest point in her life, and she could vouch for that. She had never once broken down onto someone so freely like she did the night before. She never had to. But after reaching that point in her life where she had no one else who knew who Konan really was, she couldn't help it. She almost lost herself. All of her friends were gone, and she also aided in killing Jiraiya, the only father figure she could really confide in since her parents' deaths. It was a real weight on her and a big sadness on her heart. But oddly enough, she didn't feel like crying about it. Maybe it was from her crying session the night before? A slight smile formed on her mouth at Naruto's recklessness to help her. She had to give the kid respect for trying something so bold, but she couldn't deny the fact that she enjoyed it. It was calming, and she relished every moment from that time. If people were to question her if she liked the boy, she would decline it. She had no real interest in love ever since her last boyfriend died, and wasn't planning on having another anytime soon, if at all. Not only that, but Naruto was way younger than her, basically a decade younger. She would be pushing pedophilia if she ever thought of a relationship with someone his age. What on earth am I thinking? She thought with a slight snort and a shake of her head. There was no way she could ever see that happening, and even mentally laughed at the thought coming up. Speaking of Naruto, I wonder if he's awake. We will have to continue on his lessons today. She stepped out of the shower and dried herself. She put on the clothes she had the night before, but not without mentally complaining at the lack of wardrobe, knowing that her clothes probably stink. She stepped out of the bathroom and into her room where the rest of her clothes were. Afterwards, she put on her flak jacket and zipped it to the top. She then picked up her leaf hitayate and wrapped it around her forehead, tying it into a knot with its tails to secure it in place. After she dressed herself, she slipped on her sandals and walked out of her room. Naruto's room was across from her own, so it wasn't much of a travel. She knocked on his door and awaited a response. When none came, she opened his door and took a peek inside. He could sleep as hard as a rock for all she knows, so why not check? She creaked the door open and peered inside. She then heaved a sigh and opened the door all of the way. He wasn't there. His room was completely empty and was also messy to boot. She tisked in disapproval but silently closed his door until she heard a click. Dirty and messy things were a pet peeve for her, as she was always a neat and tidy type. Now she could only guess he was in the living room waiting on her to get up. She took a few steps until she came around a corner and made her way to the living room. "Hey, Naruto dash!" She stopped abruptly once she stepped the corner. No one was in the living room either. A small frown appeared on her face at this new development as she stood there taking in the view. He must have been called for something important, she mused silently. After contemplating a little more on whether or not to go outside, her stomach grumbled lightly. She shook her head once she remembered she went straight home and didn't bother to grab anything to eat. She also mentally kicked herself for not eating once she got home too. Knowing that there was probably food in Naruto's kitchen, she turned around in a 180 and went to the cabinets. But what she saw when she turned around took her breath away. She slowly walked over to the dinner table and saw an object placed on the surface. She couldn't understand how she didn't see it earlier. It was literally something that screamed attention. This design was almost perfect. She couldn't even speak, it was so beautiful. What lay in the center of the table was an orange-colored origami flower with a note beside it. She picked up the flower and looked at it in awe. She knew it had to have been from the orange-clad boy himself because, for one, Naruto was the only one living there other than her, and two, he would have been the only one to pick orange out of all of the colors in the color wheel. He was the only ninja that wore orange all of the time. She placed the flower back down on the table and picked up the note in its place. She began to read the contents, going over everything as slowly as she could. Dear Konan-chan, I hope you like it. You lost your old flower, so I thought I would make you a new one. I know it's not much and seems like a sad attempt to apologize for my short-minded thinking, but I hope that you can forgive me for what I've done. I'm sorry. Naruto. A small upward curve graced her lips as she read the note once more. His apology was so childish, bearing something handmade and a note that lay beside it. But something about the apology made her happy on the inside. Naruto actually took the time to make an origami flower, which is something that is not relatively easy, and judging from the way Naruto is, he didn't know a thing about origami. That can only mean he spent quality time on it. Konan was an origami master, so she could easily make another flower if she wanted to. But after her fight with Toby, she lost the motivation to even make another one for herself, so she was really awed at the fact that he even remembered, let alone bothered to make one for her. After concentrating on what she wanted to do, she snorted to herself in defeat and gave a pitiful smile of acceptance to the flower. She wrapped the right side of her hair into a bun, picked up the flower, and placed the orange piece into the bun to keep it in place. Content with another flower in her hair after a week and 2 days without having one, she moved herself around the table to the cabinets and tried to find something to eat. Lucky enough for her, there were canned and packaged foods that lined Naruto's cabinets from one end to the other, to where she didn't have to rely on eating nothing but ramen. She fixed herself a plate of proportionate foods from different cans and whatever else she found that she wanted to eat and dug in. Once she finished, she washed her plate and put it back into the cabinet she found it in and sat on the couch to wait patiently. If Naruto was out doing something important, then it really didn't matter if she went out or not because her appearance wouldn't really change anything. He reminds me so much of Yahiko, Konan whispered quietly. Thinking of Naruto's linear thought processes let the woman reminisce with a nostalgic feeling. It was almost as if she were still there during the times she was younger. Back when they were kids, the orange-haired kid went off on his own a lot without telling them and usually left Nagato and her worried. He would always come back and have some overthought apology which really held no water, and he would get chewed out by both of them. But in the end, they forgave him, and it only made their relationship grow for one another. Eventually, all of those times are what brought her and Yahiko's relationship to the next level. His carelessness for battle damage and going out there not worried of the repercussions really stuck with her. He was reckless but devoted to his country and protecting his friends. A true hero. Hey, Konan-chan, I'm back. The blonde's voice broke her out of her train of thought. She sat up as a small smile etched onto her face. Believe it or not, she wanted to see the blonde brat even though he totally invaded her space the night before. But when she looked onto him, something that she would have never expected was revealed to her. Her eyes widened as far as they could go. It was almost earth-shattering upon seeing something like this. It was almost inconceivable. She fell backwards onto the couch and laid there, trying to say something, but the shock really set itself in. What? Naruto blatantly asked, shifting closer to the blue-haired woman. He didn't like it when people did things like this but never actually said anything. What is it? Come on. Tell me. Space break. Orange. Yamato looked over to Kakashi with a confused expression, who looked back at him just as confounded as he was. As soon as the blonde found out his predicament, he rushed over to Kakashi's and Yamato's tent to figure out his problem. The blue-haired woman trailed behind the Jinchuriki, wanting to know about it just as much as Naruto did. So, Konan, Kakashi, and Yamato were all in the same tent looking at the Uzumaki with puzzled reactions. The brown-haired Enbu has never seen anything like this before, so he had to ask, Naruto, how did you get orange hair? I don't know, the orange-haired boy replied in concern. Konan-chan was the one who pointed it out to me. I just learned about it a few minutes ago. The Uzumaki was hurt at knowing that his hair changed from the blonde that he loved to a carrot orange color that he never really wanted. Blonde was his pride. He was basically the only blonde-headed boy in the entire Leaf Village, so it made him happy that he wasn't like the others. He didn't feel monotonous with his yellow hair. Even though orange was uncommon in the Leaf Village, blonde was more awesome in his opinion. Well, can you tell us exactly what happened the last few days? Kakashi asked the blonde, now orange-headed boy. Naruto thought for a minute before he brought up anything. Well, all I've been doing recently is training on my Rinnegan powers. I haven't really done anything else. Yamato looked over to Kakashi again before going into a thinking phase, placing his hand to his chin. This only further solidifies our conclusions from the other day. I have to agree completely with you, the silver-haired Jounin responded with a nod. That is exactly what it is. Wait, can someone fill me in? I'm kinda lost, the orange-haired boy asked curiously but with annoyance. Yamato stopped his thought processes and looked at the boy with a somewhat serious look on his face. Remember when we checked on you the other day for any abnormal behavior regarding the Rinnegan? After he received a head shake in approval, he continued, well, Kakashi and I talked about how the Uzumaki carried the Rinnegan as a Kekkai Genkai and, well, your hair change must have something to do with your awakening of the Rinnegan. That is if we are correct, Kakashi intervened, gaining the interest of the wood user. If Yamato is thinking the same thing as myself, then your Rinnegan has awakened your Uzumaki side of your genetics and placed equal dominance amongst your blonde side. The Uzumaki were known for their red hair, Yamato answered, continuing Kakashi's statement. We know it sounds a little too simple, but in other words, your Uzumaki red hair genes dominated with your blonde genes equally, making your hair orange. Naruto gazed into space after he heard that. He was a little sad knowing that his trademark blonde hair was replaced with a medium orange color. But after thinking a little longer, he realized it was something small and an aftereffect of the Rinnegan. He couldn't always have the best of both worlds, so he swallowed his pride and gave a smile. Well, I guess I can't complain. He then put his hands in his pockets. That only means my mom's side is finally coming in. Hold on, Kakashi said, cutting Naruto off before he could say any more. What makes you think that it's your mother's hair? Oh, Naruto responded, growing a huge foxy grin from ear to ear. I met the fourth Hokage. All three of the other participants in the room widened their eyes in surprise. No one really suspected that answer to come forth. Yamato and Kakashi knew what happened to Minato, and KONAN had a basic idea as to what really happened. After a second, Naruto continued. He's the one who stopped me from becoming the nine-tailed beast. But isn't the fourth Hokage dead? KONAN blurted out, looking very confused to the others in the room. Well, not much is known about the Shiki Fujin technique, Kakashi responded while gazing over to the blue-haired woman. I'm guessing he must have put some of the last of his energy into Naruto before he died. He told me, Naruto began while staring intensely onto Kakashi, that the guy in the mask from Akatsuki was the man behind the fox attack 16 years ago. He said that he was so strong that not even he could do anything to stop him. Kakashi and Yamato immediately remembered the swirling masked man that they fought during their hunt for Sasuke. He's right, Kakashi-san, KONAN told the silver-haired man. That man is the true leader of Akatsuki. He has worked in the shadows and bided his time until the time came for him to carry forth his plans. He used Nagato. It is all just some game to him. But if he used pain, then he is most likely using Sasuke too, the boy retorted with venom flowing from his syllables. It just as Jiraiya feared, the silver-haired man answered with a grim look to his features. That's who was behind the attack 16 years ago. Madara Uchiha. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. That's who Pain told me to watch for. Who is he exactly? Madara Uchiha was the former leader of the Uchiha clan who was supposedly defeated by the first Hokage. He is the only one with enough hate for our village to do something like this. Kakashi looked over to Yamato. We're going to have to tell the elders. Yamato nodded his head in agreement. What bad timing too, since what happened to Tsunade-sama this morning. Everything went silent for the orange-haired boy as he replayed that last message. What happened to Bachan? No one told you? The captain asked the orange-clad boy. When he received a headshake in rejection, he looked over to Kakashi, who looked onto him with a look of pity, then turned his head again to face Naruto and responded, She had a relapse. What? Naruto asked in a voice that held denial. What do you mean? Bachan was doing fine. What happened? Yamato knew the boy held some dear feelings for the Hokage, so he knew that Naruto wouldn't have automatically accepted that fact that was laid on the table. It seems as though she hasn't fully recovered from her fight with pain. Kakashi looked over to the orange-haired boy while Yamato continued. We only received the news recently, but from what we've heard, she didn't wake up this morning. That only means that she has fallen into another coma. Naruto lowered his gaze. Well, can I see her? Sure, Kakashi replied with an eye smile. I don't see why not. You don't have anything else to do right now, and we don't need you for anything else. All right then, Naruto yelled in excitement. I'm off to see Bachan. Later, he then dashed out of the tent with pep in his step. Konan looked over to the Jinchuriki's exit and contemplated. He seems to be troubled. The blue-haired woman noticed that Naruto tried to cheer himself up. He was sad 1 minute, but all of a sudden changed it into a grin and brushed it off as though it was nothing to worry about. If this were a couple of days ago, Konan wouldn't have noticed that, but now it's as if she all of a sudden gained an extra sense. Maybe I should follow him. Konan turned and went for the front flaps of the tent when an audible voice stopped her. Hold on, we have to talk to you for a minute. She turned around and saw the silver-haired man signaling for her to come back. Konan, while holding a flap in her grasp, looked outside again and saw the orange ninja running further away. She looked outward until he disappeared from view and inwardly sighed before letting go of the flap and turning back to Kakashi. Chapter 9. Guard and Deja Vu. Naruto blazed through the village while his mind was currently fixated on Tsunade. He couldn't believe that she went unconscious again. She was doing perfectly fine the last few days, so why did she all of a sudden slip into a coma? It didn't make any sense to him. He remembered her being seemingly normal for a while now and taking things as if nothing was bothering her at all. Hey Naruto! The orange-haired boy screeched to a stop as he gained an earful of a familiar female's voice. His head darted around his shoulder and his gaze took in the appearance of his pink-haired teammate. Hey Sakura-chan! The orange-haired boy let out as he flicked his hand in a greeting. Sakura came closer to the orange-clad ninja and gradually changed her face into confusion. Naruto, your hair. I know. Isn't it strange? The Jinchuriki let out a snort and folded his arms. It has to do with my Kekkei Genkai. Sakura looked at him again before shaking her head as if it was unimportant. I guess you heard about Tsunade-sama. Then, Naruto lowered his head and dropped his arms to his sides. Yeah. I wanted to see her again after I found out. The pink-haired girl gave a genuine smile and placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder, causing him to look up a little unexpectedly. Come on, let's go together. Okay, Sakura-chan. Space break. She was like this when we found her this morning. The pink-haired medicnine responded quietly while gazing at an unconscious figure laying in a futon. We don't know what happened, but we all agree that she has fallen into another coma. The girl then kneeled beside the futon. None of us even know if she'll ever wake up again. Naruto gave a pathetic stare to the unconscious woman laying in the bed and mumbled softly to himself. Tsunade, don't worry, Naruto-kun. Shizen responded with a smile and comforting gesture. I'm sure she will pull through this just like last time. She is a very strong woman and won't be put out by something so easily. The orange-haired boy looked to Tsunade's assistant and lightly smiled. He knew Tsunade wouldn't lose to something like this. She was the Hokage and a very independent person. She has a very strong will to continue living, so he was sure that she would pull through this. Maybe, thanks, Shizen-nichan. Sure, the black-haired assistant replied happily. Once that happened, a click occurred in Naruto's brain as he remembered something. Hey, Shizen-nichan? The black-haired woman grunted. Do you have any of those chakra rods from any of the bodies of pain? He received a nod in approval. Why, yes I do, Naruto-kun. Is there a reason? Actually, he began while lighting up a little. I wanted to use them so I can make something a type of weapon. I only need one of them. Sure, Naruto-kun. I'll send you one later whenever I get done checking up on Tsunade-sama. That answer earned a happy glare from Naruto and a slight inside giggle, although she didn't know why. Right after he giggled, Shizen spoke. I'm sorry if this seems rude, but I can't help it because I have to know. Once the boy signaled her to continue, she asked, What did you do to your hair, Naruto-kun? The Jinchuriki sort of laughed at her question, causing the woman to look at him with perplexity. Everybody's been asking me that same question. He then shoved his hands in his pockets. It's because of my Kekkei Genkai. It just happened today. so I don't know if it's permanent or not. Well, Shizen started. I guess it matches your outfit and it doesn't look too bad, so I guess it's okay. I think Naruto should change his clothes, Sakura stated bluntly, causing a shocked reaction from the Jinchuriki. Now he is too orange for anyone to look at. Plus, I don't believe anyone is going to take him seriously with all of that bright color. Sakura-chan, what do you mean? Naruto shouted at his teammate. If I change to another color, then people won't be able to recognize me. Do you want the dangerous ninja to notice you? After a moment or two, he spoke up. Maybe you're right. Finally, Sakura replied as if this was an ongoing battle, which it was. She asked him over and over again since they first became teammates to change into something more ninja-suited, but he always gave her a disapproving headshake and an onslaught of reasons why he liked his outfit. It was as if this was a life or death question to decide to change his clothes, but it wasn't really that big of a deal. She actually had this same argument with the Uzumaki numerous times, and it all ended up the same way, except for now. I'd have to agree, Naruto-kun. Shizen spoke up, trying to voice her opinion. Although you might like the color and design, it is also very irresponsible as a ninja because I know, Naruto replied while waving his hand. Just let me think about it. He then walked out of the room slowly, leaving Shizune and Sakura alone with Tsunade. Both of the women stared at each other confusedly. It wasn't long until the black-haired medic Nin spoke up. Naruto-kun is acting strange. I know, Sakura stated with a barely audible voice. He's been like this ever since he defeated Pain. Tsunade's assistant pondered on the situation a little further before Sakura broke the silence. I guess I'm going to check on Naruto. I'm starting to become a little concerned for him. All right, Sakura. Take care. I will, she replied quickly as she waved her hand, darted out of the room. Space break. Change my clothes? The Uzumaki thought quietly. I know it's irresponsible, but... He pulled on his orange and black jacket and flowed his eyesight through the texture and colors. It's one of the only things I have left to remember Ero Sennin. The boy trudged through the street while he continued gazing at his jacket, lost in thought. Jiraiya was a very important person to Naruto. Even though the perverted hermit was his godfather, he really acted as if he was his real grandfather instead. The blonde knucklehead really grew on him through the years, and Jiraiya really grew on Naruto. The outfit was a gift from the Toad Sage during their 3-year training trip. It was something that the blonde truly treasured because it was something that was actually given to him from someone important. The relationship ended rather dramatically after the Elder Sage's death by the hands of Nagato. It was almost making him cry again at the loss, but he couldn't cry about that. No, not now. He already cried before, when he was alone and sure no one was around him. He had to keep strong in front of everyone else who believed in him. Nagato was just like Sasuke. The Jinchuriki resounded through his mind, trying to change his thought path. Both of their parents were killed. They both wanted to exact revenge for the same reason. Bump! Naruto shook his head and blinked his eyes a few times as he tried to figure out where he was. He fell flat on his butt after he hit an unknown object. When he looked up, he gained a view of an older man's back. Sorry, sir. The Uzumaki responded with honesty in his voice. I didn't see where I was, Tsunade-san. The orange-haired boy saw the man turn around and gained a sight of the man's face. The man looked at him for a moment before he spoke. Those whisker marks, Naruto, is that really you? Naruto gave a bright grin. Yes, sir. It's really me. Naruto, my boy. Why, you've grown a lot since we last met. You even changed from blonde to orange hair. Did you dye it or something? The Uzumaki gave a sweat drop expression. Well, it's a long story. The bridge builder let out a hearty laugh while the Jinchuriki chuckled nervously. Tsunade-san. Both Naruto and the elder man turned their views to a pink-haired girl running up to them. Oh hey, Sakura, isn't it? My, how much you've grown. It really is you. How's Tsunami-san and Inari-san? The medic Nin asked with a smile. Tsunade let out another brief laugh. They're both doing fine. Actually, Inari is helping me rebuild your village as we speak. Oh, that's awesome. Where is he? Naruto asked as he gave a salute to shield his eyes from the bright sun rays. I want to meet him again. I'll go get him. Give me just a minute. And with that, the older man departed in search for his grandson. A moment passed while Sakura looked on to her teammate. She knew that something was wrong with him, but she didn't exactly know what. He hasn't been too forthcoming with his answers lately, and it has really been bothering her. He's actually been exponentially quiet compared to his original personality before the fight against Pain. She didn't really understand what was going on inside Naruto's mind, but she knew that it had to be something that was really troubling him. Naruto. The boy sat there lost in thought for the umpteenth time before the call finally registered in his mind. What is it, Sakura-chan? The pink-haired girl sighed once before she began. I've been watching you ever since you came back to Konoha from that fight with Pain, and I can't really hold it in any longer. That statement really got Naruto hooked on what she was about to say. Well, what is it, Naruto? She started. I've known for a while now that there is something going on with you. But the problem is that I don't really know what is wrong with you. Even yesterday while we talked about KONAN, I thought she was the problem, but I now realize that it's something else that you're not telling me. I've noticed that you've become very quiet and you don't like talking as much as you normally would. Is there something on your mind or something that you would like to talk to me about? The Jinchuriki looked at her a little funny because, normally, she doesn't offer a chance for him to vent. But, nonetheless, she is a best friend to him, so it's not like it is not supposed to happen, but usually it's the other way around. Truth be told though, Naruto doesn't really have a reason why he is acting this way. He never really thought about it until now because he's always thinking of ways to make Konan happier around Konoha, but thinking like that really doesn't really get him down too much. Nah, I'm fine, Sakura-chan. There's no need to worry about me. He then threw a cheeky grin in her direction, making the medic Nin feel a little weight on her heart. Are you sure, Naruto? I'm positive. The orange-clad boy replied cheekily while giving her a thumbs up. Sakura felt like he was still lying to himself, but she held her tongue because the medic Nin knew that she would never get anything out of the boy anytime soon. Hey, Naruto! A voice yelled out in the distance. The Jinchuriki snapped his head to the source of the sound and saw a boy running up to Sakura and him. He looked like he was a preteen with black spiky hair that was slightly more tame than Naruto's. The boy was wearing a black sleeveless v-neck shirt with pale-colored cargo pants and wearing black sandals. Inari, the orange-clad boy asked with uncertainty as if he couldn't believe it. Yep. The young boy responded as he slowed to a stop in front of both the ninja. That's me. Wow, Inari. You've gotten a lot bigger from when I last saw you. The Jinchuriki laughed with a cheeky grin. You have too, Naruto, but I don't remember you having orange hair. I thought you were blonde. The accused smirked at his friend's question. I was, but I thought I should try something different. Sakura eyes laid onto Naruto's face once he said that. I guess it's best to keep our mouths shut about what happened. After talking for what seemed like hours, but was really only a few minutes, both parties departed from each other and Naruto began walking towards Kakashi and Yamato's tent with Sakura walking beside him along a forest path. So, Zabuza's sword, Kubikiri Hocho, was stolen from his grave? The pink-haired girl asked Naruto for reassurance. The orange-haired ninja sighed once as he walked, while keeping his eyesight forward. Yeah, I can't believe it. I wonder who would steal it? Naruto thought about it, but no one really came to mind. I don't know. It could be anybody. Naruto, Sakura. Wait up. Both turned their heads and saw a teenager with brown hair, red fang-shaped tattoos on his cheeks, and dark clothes, riding a giant white dog over to them rather quickly. He seemed as if he was about to die if he didn't get to the both of them fast enough. What? They both replied in unison. What is it? Look. The brown-haired Inuzuka replied hurriedly. Just listen. Tsunade has been dismissed as Hokage. That reply shocked both of the ninja. Both of their eyes widened dramatically. What do you mean, Kiba? The Uzumaki asked, concerned for obvious reasons, but the shock was evident in his voice. Tsunade's not the Hokage anymore because of her relapse. The Inuzuka yelled quickly. She's now been replaced by some guy named Danzo. I don't know who he is, but he seems really shady. Danzo? Both members of Team 7 yelled angrily. They knew exactly who Danzo was. He has always been one of the people that both of the ninja didn't like. He was very mean and full of dark secrets that no one really knew about. But now that he has taken the position of Hokage, he could really do anything that he wanted to do now. That isn't all though, Kiba responded so he could continue. He's also given permission to eliminate Sasuke as a missing nin. Naruto faced contorted in an even angrier face than before. What the hell do you mean? I'm not really sure I know myself. But I think since Sasuke has been a missing nin for a while, that Danzo guy is now trying to finally do something about it. The orange-clad ninja grew a vein on his temple. It seemed almost as if he was about to break. Countless thoughts were running through his mind, and he really wanted to speak them a lot more freely. He was a ticking time bomb. What could he say? It just takes a small amount of air through his lungs and a violent release to ease the tension in his mind and do something about that small stress that keeps nagging him in the back of his mind. His best friend, being the enemy of Konoha, did that to him. He opened his mouth as he was about to speak. I'm going to see Danzo, Sakura grumbled while staring at Naruto. She looked him directly in the eye and wasn't leaving any room for rejection because she knew the orange-clad ninja would say the same thing. Usually when it involved Sasuke, that is what occurred. Both of them were the only ones that knew more than the missing nin side of him, so they often thought with identical ideas. Sakura did a 180 and took a turn back to Konoha. That was when Naruto grabbed her arm. Sakura, I don't think we should see Danzo, the Jinchuriki stated, looking to his friend. His face was showing mixed feelings, but they also kept that depressed afterglow that seemed to emanate from his body. That same afterglow that he seemed to show all of the time ever since he defeated Pain. Naruto, we can't just let him get away with this. You know that guy is very dangerous and you can already see what he is doing. We can't dash. Sakura, the orange-clad ninja responded with a spaced-out tone. I don't think it's a good idea to see Danzo, at least, not yet. He took his grip off of her and looked into the forest. I think we should find out more about him before we try anything. We know Sai worked with him, so maybe he can tell us more. Sakura clearly took notice of this strange change that Naruto made. He didn't pitch a fit or storm off to go see Danzo himself. He actually kept a level head and thought of a way around Danzo without actually meeting him. Naruto, what are you talking about? She was clearly distressed because her teammate wasn't backing her up. We have to see Danzo. He's allowing anybody to go after Sasuke and kill him. The orange-clad ninja pondered on her statements but quickly made a rebuttal. Just trust me, Sakura-chan. If we can't get the information from Sai, then we will see him personally. Naruto clenched his fists and grit his teeth, but still held the same tone. Believe me, I want to run over there and ask him what the hell he is thinking. But something tells me that we should wait. The pink-haired girl looked at her longtime best friend with an exasperated sigh before shaking her head. She couldn't believe it, but she also agreed that maybe they should bide their time a little longer and learn more about him before doing anything rash. Fine, space break. Konan let go of the flap and retreated back into the tent. The silver-haired jounin called her earlier after Naruto dashed off into the distance in search of the Godame. The blue-haired woman walked over to both of the other ninja occupying the tent and gave them a look of unamusement. But there was something about her face that wasn't as uninterested as it could have been yesterday. Now that all of that is settled, Kakashi began while looking over to the woman's figure. We would like to know everything you know about Madara Uchiha. She mentally sighed because the woman knew that this would be the first thing they would bring up. Since she blabbed about knowing who he was, the Konoha ninja didn't leave it unnoticed and brought it up the moment they had a chance. Honestly, she didn't feel like talking about it because that man was the main reason why everything bad happened to her friends and why she was almost brought to an end. He left a bad taste in her mouth if any of the earlier reasons didn't do justice. You have been a part of Akatsuki ever since it was first founded, Kakashi started while Yamato watched in silence. And we know that you have to have some kind of information on the man behind all of this. Konan wandered her eyes over both of the men and pondered momentarily. Both men were losing patience after the first few moments she didn't make a sound. But when they started to say something, the woman spoke. That man, Madara Uchiha, was the one that started it all. Both men gazed onto the woman with eyes that almost glowed with attentiveness and further held their tongues so she could continue. During my fight with Madara, he told me that he was the one that made Yahiko form Akatsuki. He also told me that he was the one that gave Nagato the Rinnegan. That response earned a bright shock evident on both of their faces. That didn't make any sense at all. How could Madara give Nagato the Rinnegan? But I don't believe what that foul man told me. Konan came back. Nagato told me himself that he awakened his Rinnegan at an early age, which makes me disbelieve what Madara declared so recently. Kakashi looked over to Yamato, who seemed to have the same curious expression, but stayed silent for the woman. The paper user sighed as she looked to the ground. The first time I met him, I was automatically suspicious of him, although Nagato seemed to be more knowing than I was. Madara secretly made himself a part of the group while Nagato took over as leader. He knew Yahiko wouldn't do something so evil as to try the Uchiha's plan, so he waited until the time was right. After Yahiko died, Nagato became mentally unstable at the loss of our friend, and was truly susceptible to manipulation. She felt like falling. She realized that Madara used all of them just like puppets. Even she played a role in Nagato's manipulation just by following with whatever her Uzumaki friend believed in. Even though she said all of those things about how Nagato was following his own beliefs during her fight with Tobi, she was now beginning to think that they all indeed played right into the Uchiha's hands. Her fists clenched tightly, but she still held her desired monotone. He came a month or so after Nagato became the leader of Akatsuki. He didn't join our group that day, but he did say he would keep an eye on us. After that day, though, I noticed Nagato seemed to be more distant. As the months flew by, Nagato began putting his own plan of peace into motion. Gain all of the bijou, make an ultimate weapon that would make everyone too scared to fight and unleash it to the world. After the destruction with countless lives lost, people would begin to fear, but understand not to fight anymore. A peace based on fear. So that was Nagato's plan? Kakashi responded with a serious facade while narrowing his eye. That would have been truly catastrophic. It was his plan. But the longer I think about it, the more I begin to feel that Madara maybe had something to do with that. Either way, it wasn't long until after he joined the group. He put on a new front so none of the other Akatsuki members would know who he was. The only ones who really knew were myself and Nagato. None of the other Akatsuki ever realized that the buffoon of the group was indeed the leader, except for Zetsu, although I only found out about him knowing just recently. Kakashi and Yamato nodded silently as she continued her story of Madara. Flashback. Konan, have you done what I ordered? A red-haired man with pale skin, shoulder-length red hair, and purple ripple pattern eyes, asked the other person in the room. His voice was a little raspy, but normal nonetheless. His body was inside of a four-legged mechanical vehicle with his back protruding black rod shapes, and his demeanor was pretty passive as well as aggressive. They were in a room on the very top of a building in Amigakure that held a lot of space for what was needed. Yes, Nagato, I have done what you have asked of me flawlessly. Good. The man responded calmly as he looked on to a body that was lying on the ground. You have done well. He looked onto the body silently while mulling over thoughts inside of his head. He just received a corpse that held the requirements needed for his subplan. His full-fledged scheme was slowly falling into place. What about the others? He asked, still glaring at the body laying on the floor. His glare held no emotion, but somehow there was something there that could have been a bit of melancholy. Konan gazed at the man with a similar glare. Other Akatsuki members are handling those as we speak. Perfect, it won't be long now, Konan, he said while turning his eyesight to the rain that pelted the window of the room. Everything is coming together nicely. If my plan works as I think it should, then our group will be unstoppable and I will finally be able to live up to Yahiko's dream. To become a god. The paper angel held no statement for Nagato while he talked. She was truly worried for her friend, but only secretly because she knew that his anger was getting the best of him. Konan placed the body on the table. I have to run the test, the red-haired man told the other occupant in the room. She nodded and picked up the body with her paper technique. With a graceful swing of her hand, she lifted the body and placed it very delicately on a surface that was similar to an operation table. After the body was deposited on the surface, the two Akatsuki members could get a better view of what the person looked like. It was a man. His face and body was quiet. The figure didn't move, which can only mean he was dead. His hair was spiky and a deep carrot orange that truly stood out. His body and limbs were punctured with multiple black rods and even had smaller piercings that were placed on his lips, ears, and his nose. Let's begin. And with that, the red-headed man got to work by pushing his chakra from the rods on his back and into the other body that was laying on the table. The man closed his eyes and began pushing more chakra into the other body. A minute or so passed until everything became silent. Konan, feeling unsure of her best friend, called out his name. Nagato? Was it successful? Yes, Konan, it was. The man on the table replied with a strong voice. And it also has an advantage. Konan widened her eyes slightly from the man's sudden voice. The body on the table sat upwards and slowly opened his eyes. The eyes were the same as Nagato's. The orange-haired corpse unveiled light purple eyes with a ripple pattern on them displaying 4 or 5 ringlets encasing the pupil. The man flexed his muscles and was slowly clenching and unclenching his hands as if trying to get the feel of the body. It seems my hypothesis was proven correct. These eyes have become Rinnegan. How is that possible, Nagato? The blue-haired woman responded with curiosity. Because I have fully exposed this body to my chakra. The Rinnegan is infused with my chakra, so the corpse has to compensate for the lack of my ocular ability. This body, it created its own temporary Rinnegan. Interesting. The orange-haired corpse slowly rotated his body to make his legs flop off of the table. Silence encased the room as he adjusted himself to the newfound strength. Without moving too much, he carefully pushed himself to get his feet to touch the floor. His left foot, then his right foot until he was semi-crouching on the floor. He was shaking vigorously, but trying his hardest to adapt in his newfound body, which was proving to be rather difficult at the moment. I also can't feel anything. This body feels numb, which can only mean the nerve endings are gone. The corpse responded tiredly in between gasps for air. Do you need help, Nagato? The female Akatsuki asked the corpse in the room, who shook his head in rejection. It's all right, Konan. I can handle it. With more strength, meaning chakra, pushed into the body, the corpse was becoming increasingly stronger and eventually reached the very top of his height. His breathing became less and less strenuous as he stood there. Eventually, he looked semi-normal while he checked his body for any distress, but luckily for him, the corpse's body was doing as it should. Seeing Yahiko's body standing there left Konan feeling a little sad for good reason, and her face frowned slightly at the corpse's appearance. Don't feel sad, Konan, Nagato responded to her with a hint of sympathy, knowing what she was thinking about. Now Yahiko can become a god like he originally wanted to be. He's finally living his dream, and we are living it with him. The kunoichi still held a frown, but only temporarily as she heard someone snicker. They both averted their sight to a man behind them. He was wearing a dark robe that covered pretty much everything except for his face, but that was not needed because he wore an orange swirling mask that had one hole for his right eye to see through. You seem to be adjusting very well to your new body. I assume you are working on others. Nagato narrowed his eyes only slightly as he heard that. That is none of your business. The man only chuckled at his response and held both of his hands up. Don't worry. I'm not trying to do anything to you. I only came here to merely talk. Nagato, in Yahiko's corpse, further narrowed his eyes at the man as he stood there. This man has visited him before, so there was no reason for immediate retaliation. But even though this man visited Nagato previously, there was something about him that he didn't like. Of what? Well, the masked man started. I am impressed that you have used the Rinnegan so well. Even I wouldn't have thought of something like that. But putting that aside, I thought I could make a request. We don't take requests from outsiders, the blue-haired woman responded coldly. If you have nothing better to say, then leave. Actually, I think it would interest the both of you, the cloaked figure answered as if he knew he was right. Now, I know that you, Nagato, have an unsettled hatred with the Leaf Village as much as I do. The man's body was holding no gestures for any signs of betrayal while Nagato inwardly flinched at the use of that village's name so freely. In exchange for my services, I only wish to help you gain the power necessary for your plan to work. See? You have nothing to lose, and you gain another formidable Akatsuki member. Nagato contemplated about it, although he wasn't very trusting with this other person in the room. His plan would need as much help as it can get. But still, there was something about this man that seemed a little off. How can we trust you? We don't even know who you are, and yet you show up just to say that you want to be an Akatsuki. Oh, how silly of me. The masked figure chuckled as he put his hands on his mask. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? The man tugged on his mask to release it from his face. When he did, he pulled the mask above his head and revealed his face with flaring Sharingan in both eyes. My name is Madara Uchiha. I was a former ninja of Konohagakure, but am no longer. I despise that place. Madara Uchiha. Nagato silently replied to himself. He has heard plenty of stories about this man and what he has done, but there was one problem. If my memory serves me correctly, Madara Uchiha should be long dead, but here he stands before me. How can he be alive when that generation has deceased long ago? Hehehe. Then you obviously do not know what I have done, Madara told the orange-haired corpse with a dark chuckle. You are highly underestimating the power of the Uchiha. Typical. The black-haired man then put his mask back on and quickly threw the robe's hoodie over his head. Just because you showed me who you were, that doesn't mean that I will trust you, Nagato retorted with a scowl. Konan didn't say anything, but she seemed to be along the same train of thought as the orange-haired corpse. Well then, I believe I should prove my loyalty to you. Just let me join and I can help end those pathetic people's lives in Konoha as retribution for both of your parents' murder. How do you know about that? Nagato replied with haste and anger. The only people to have ever known about his childhood were Yahiko, Konan, Jiraiya, and Nagato himself. He never told a soul about his life as a child. Not even the Akatsuki members knew about it. The hooded man held a silent stare but replied, I have my ways. You will tell me. The orange-haired man retorted while trying to charge at the man while in Yahiko's corpse. Or Island H. He lost his footing strength a quarter of the way there and kneeled to the ground, panting in pain. Nagato! The blue-haired woman ran up to her teammate to see if he was fine, but he bumped her off of him with his elbow. I'm fine, Konan, he panted while staring angrily at the man. You're in no shape to fight me right now and I would strongly advise against it, Madara replied while turning to head out of the door. Either way, I'll give you some time to think about it. If I were you though, I'd take the offer while it's on the table. It's not every day someone like me offers help for free. He turned his head one final time and flared his Sharingan through his eye hole in the mask. I'll be waiting, and with that, he disappeared down the hall with his footsteps reverberating from the walls until the only thing that could be heard was the slow panting of Yahiko's corpse. After they were sure Madara was gone, Konan tried to help her friend up, but was refused as he shook her hand off of his arm. Don't worry. I know you're worried about me, but I'm fine. She only looked in his direction in a concerned manner. Are you going to let him join us? I don't know, Nagato replied solemnly. If he can truly aid me, then I will have no choice but allow him into Akatsuki. Every person is vital. But you can't possibly trust that man? Can you, Nagato? No, I don't, but the organization has to move forward and that means the leader has to make hasty decisions. Another moment passed before Nagato said anything. Since I will be using this body, I have to use another name. A new name that people will fear when they hear it. Nagato replied while walking over to a table that held a folded fabric on the top. It was as if he didn't want to talk about Madara. After unfolding it, he began to put his arms into it and let the rest make its way to the floor. It was a black cloak with recently stitched red and white clouds. These clouds on our new cloaks will symbolize all of the bloodshed during the wars in Amigakure. Our group will bring true peace and no one will dare to surpass us for we are Akatsuki. He then put on a rain Hittite that had a horizontal slash through the middle of the metal plate and tied it into a knot. Pain is the source of every war, every hatred, and every vengeance. That will be my new name, Pain. End flashback. Sigh. We were just looking for you. A pink-haired ninja yelled while running towards her teammate. He appeared to have short black hair and black ninja gear that revealed his lower abdomen. He noticed his teammates coming closer and decided to stop his pace. Naruto came up rather quickly. I wanted to ask you something. What is it? The pale boy asked curiously. We want to know more about Danzo. The kunoichi replied with anger tinted in her voice. The boy looked at his teammates skeptically before uttering a sound. I can't. That answer infuriated them. Was their friend hiding something about that man? Could they have really trusted someone who wouldn't even tell them the truth? What? Why not? Are you taking his side? The pink-haired ninja retorted with her orange-haired companion. No, it's not that. Sai felt a bit overwhelmed and threw his hands up in defense. I literally can't talk about him because of this. His mouth opened and revealed something that astounded the both of them. A seal? Sakura asked while gazing in concern. On Sai's tongue was a vertically running set of black rectangles through the middle of his tongue and 4 separated smaller rectangles branching from those near the end of his tongue. Yeah. Danzo puts it on all of the Foundation members, he said with a simple conviction. And if I try to talk about him, my whole body will become paralyzed and I'll be unable to move or talk. Sakura's face etched itself into worry. He's really cautious. Danzo and the Foundation are top secret, Sai replied in seriousness. We've done a lot of dirty deeds to protect the village, and so that no information gets out, he puts these seals on us that prevent us from talking. Not even the most trained interrogators can get us to break. But how can Danzo do that to his own men? I don't get it, Sakura said with interest. Sai looked over to her and responded. You may not like how he does things, but that is how he has protected Konoha all of these years. In his own way, he really cares about the village. Well, what about Sasuke? She yelled rather violently. He went back on Tsunade's promise about killing Sasuke and is now letting anyone get the chance to kill him. The astounded the black-haired boy. Really? I didn't hear anything about that. CHK. A metallic sound dropped their reactions and caused them to gain a look at new entities approaching their right. Tell me everything you know about Sasuke, since he seems to be a friend of yours. A woman with a bandana Kumogakure headband wrapped around her dark red hair pointed her single-edged blade at Team 7 with a look that meant business. The blade gleamed with an impeccable sheen that meant she must have kept her sword clean at all times. Reacting on instinct, Naruto grabbed the closest thing he could find, which was Sai's small blade, and popped the Cloud Ninja's sword out of its stance with a swift strike, momentarily stunning the ninja. Without stopping his momentum, he tried to elbow the woman in the face but was interjected with the hilt of the other Cloud Ninja's blade. The woman quickly rolled her back on the other Cloud Ninja's back to do another attack. The man shouted a reminder about not hurting the Leaf Ninja, and the woman reacted by twisting her blade backwards. But before she could do a hit on the opposing Leaf Nin, a shadow clone popped up in front of her blade, grasping it tightly and making sure it didn't go anywhere. Sakura rushed into the fight along with Sai as they both tried to counter with their teammate, but the male Kumonin jump kicked the pink-haired team member, sending her skidding across the dirt. The orange-clad shadow clone ran over to help Sakura as she kept sliding and went to her aid. Bouncing off of her teammate, the Kumo Kunoichi elbowed Naruto in the neck, causing the Kawarimid shadow clone to dispel and reaching an impasse in the fight. What are you doing? Naruto said with anger while helping his pink-haired friend. After getting a better look at the enemies, everyone realized that they were Kumo Ninja. Kumogakure Ninja? What are you doing here? You were talking about Sasuke, the male Kumo Ninja said, while pointing at the opposing team. Tell us about him. What does he have to do with you? The male Kumo Ninja grew a vein in his temple and threw his index finger to the one asking. He has everything to do with us. Uchiha Sasuke is the one who attacked our village. That missing ninja took our master, and we don't even know if he is dead or alive, the red-headed Kumo female said while swinging her arm through the air. Sakura was confused. Why would Sasuke do something like that? How should we know what Akatsuki wants? Naruto's eyebrow raised slightly at hearing the word Akatsuki, somehow being related to Sasuke. What? What do you mean Akatsuki? Are you serious? The redhead fired back. Sasuke is a member of Akatsuki. Naruto's heart sank after hearing that. Sasuke has really stooped so low as to join the group that is after him. Why was he doing these things? What could have made him possibly turn so bad? After contemplating for a little longer, he spoke again. Are you sure it's really him? Yeah. They both responded while the redhead continued. He was wearing the Uchiha crest and the description matched up with him too. Is he a host just like me? Both Kumo Ninja froze a tad and could only say one thing. Yeah. But you're a Jinchuriki too? Yes. Naruto replied with seriousness in his voice. And Akatsuki is going after all of us. They need us alive so your master may still be alive and well. What? They both responded in shock. They obviously didn't know that the Akatsuki had certain plans that required the hosts to remain intact for a short amount of time. Yeah, he replied while walking over to them. You need to go and save your master before you go after Sasuke. And I'll tell you what, I'll also help you look for him and tell you everything I know about Akatsuki. Good thinking, Carrot Top, the redhead responded while pointing her blade. But don't forget to tell us about Sasuke. Naruto, a concerned voice called from his left. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, the orange-haired Jinchuriki said. Leave everything to me. Space break. This seems like a good place to me, a female voice replied while grabbing someone and throwing them onto a wall rather forcefully and pushing her arm into his throat, causing him to choke. Now tell us everything about Sasuke. Naruto told his team mates that he would escort the Kumo ninja and tell them what they needed to know. Unfortunately, it was never Naruto's plan to tell them about Sasuke. He just wanted to get far enough away from his team mates so they wouldn't hear him and the other ninja doing business, because he had a good feeling that it would probably end up to that effect. He led them to a secluded building in the middle of the woods where they could talk in private. The red-headed ninja wasn't in the mood for games and she really wanted to get to the bottom of things. Her rendition of what happened was that Killer B was taken captive by Sasuke while B was momentarily away. It wasn't really a good thing since he was one of the last Jinchuriki that were still alive. There had to be further explanations as to where he could have gone and what the Akatsuki were doing with him, and she felt that Naruto maybe knew more than he was letting on, which was true in a way. I can't. The orange-headed ninja responded while gazing to the ground. I can't betray him. What? She growled as her teeth clenched shut. You bastard. How can you say something like that now? Naruto formed his hands into fists as he remembered the times when Sasuke was around and throughout the things Nagato and Minato told him. I know it's selfish, but I can't sell him out. She further pushed her forearm into his throat, hoping it would increase her odds of revealing information. Bastard, listen, Naruto choked. I understand that you want revenge, but if you let hatred run rampant and it kills Sasuke, then my friends might not let it go as easily as you can. His voice was becoming raspy, but it still held its determination. Then they will someday get their own revenge and it will keep going. Friends we were supposed to protect will end up killing each other. So, what should we do with our hatred? The blonde Kumo ninja replied as if it were the number one question. How are you going to make it up to us? The Jinchuriki sighed once as he thought about it. He knew this moment would come, but he didn't know just how soon it would. His only resolve to the situation was in his next words. Hit me as much as you want. That's all I can dash. Bam! The redhead's fist connected with his face, causing a multitude of cracking sounds and sounds of skin connecting with skin. The force of the punch was too great and made Naruto fall over just from the momentum that was injected throughout his body. That's a little too convenient, don't you think? You really think that it will work? Then let's try it then. Her fists came crashing down upon the Jinchuriki as he laid there, defenseless by his own will. His face and ribs were taking a total beating. Little did they know that they had someone secretly watching them in the shadows from a tree. Sai held out and came back to see if Naruto was really going to be okay. But it turned out that he was getting a beating and didn't look like it would stop anytime soon. He could feel anger building from inside of him the longer he saw his helpless teammate getting beaten to a bloody pulp. After another minute or so, the woman stopped momentarily to gain her breath. She was clearly tired, but she knew that she had to do what it took for Killer B to be safe. Naruto slowly regained his footing as he panted in distress, but still held the fire in his eye that wasn't swollen shut. I'm telling you, the redhead shouted again. No amount of me beating you to death will make me feel any better. I won't stop hitting you until you tell me about Sasuke. Her fist came for another swing and Sai took all he could take at this scene. Sai began to run. If you lay one more hand on Naruto-kun, I will kill you. Sai blinked momentarily as he stopped in his tracks. Another person intervened in the fight before the Team 7 member could react. The person had an orange flower wrapped into her hair, which was a faded light blue color, and her whole figure appeared to be encased in papers. Not only that, but the red-headed Kumo woman seemed to be connected by papers from her arm to the defender's arm by the defending paper technique, almost as if their arms were fused together. That wasn't the thing that made the air cold and stiff. No, it was the facial features that the leaf kunoichi etched onto her face that could literally kill someone if it were possible. Her amber eyes were half-lidded and held no mercy, which meant that she has seen more than any other could possibly imagine. Her mouth was formed into a razor-like frown as her papers scattered in the wind around her figure. Make one subtle move and I won't hesitate. You will fall where you stand. Naruto looked in front of him to see who stopped the punch and was all out surprised at who he found defending him. Konan-chan.
Hey, if you end this video and want the second season, don't forget to give your comment asking for the next season. So, bye bye in the next one.